where do we as people, we're paying for the infrastructure for our whole reality. And even the money that the government gives, that we give the government, and they say, oh, we paid it. No, it's our tax money that pays that infrastructure. We owe it to ourselves to do this properly.
Not even the road, because every time you say taxes, people go, well, who's going to pay for the road? I say, well, the taxes don't pay for the road. The roads are paid for by your registration and your insurance and everything else. All the road tax and the license fees and all that bullshit.
Yeah, they got us jacked up, man, and believing that, you know, we don't have power in ourselves as people, as community. Because there's this invisible faction, man. When, you know, someone sends you a bill, it's a letter. Now, Pete talks about it a lot. You know, it's the fake. It's your straw man. It's your fake identity.
Let me give you my pothole example.
Go on.
In almost every big city, you can drive around. It's just a freaking nightmare. There's construction everywhere. There's potholes everywhere. You know what I mean? You just can't escape it for some reason. So you have a national pothole day, and all the men come out with their shovel, and the city trucks will be provided with the hot asphalt in the back. And you just basically stand around near your pothole and wait for the asphalt truck. And that's that. Everybody fills every damn hole in the road in less than 8 hours. I mean, literally, the whole city's fixed in one afternoon. You know, that's how simple something can be. But no, you can't do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, Bro Sanchez is attacking the turtle movement.
Who's the
Psychics ain't going to be happy.
Yeah, go on, Bro Sanchez. What a legend. You got to keep it real. You got to talk to the people. That's what it's about. We are the people. We're not this. Have you ever actually met a politician that shakes your hand like a man? They run away.
Fish.
Yeah, the fish handshake, mate.
Dead fish.
They got nothing. Do it on the high end. Like some chess player that when they go to sit down to play a game of chess and they go, oh, I've got someone else to play for me. It's like, no, bro, you got to fucking play for yourself, mate. Too afraid to lose, mate. Too afraid to lose. Some of these fuckers. And we're all in together, isn't it? Like,
well, they think they're losing something, but they don't. If they knew what they were losing is actually nothing, because what you have is really nothing, and you just don't realize it yet. It's only worth something because someone says it is. Wait until they tell you the money's worthless. The money's going to be the root of all the death for everything. Watch.
Well, yeah, that's a funny thing. I'd had taken some notes down, but it's of less importance as to how we can actually express ourselves freely. To do with money, like, yeah, that's a funny bloody thing, isn't it? For money.
We need money for today and tomorrow and next week, and that's it. Okay, it's not, you know, people, they want to have all these crazy ideas of RSPs, investments, and all this stuff. Well, yeah, I agree, it worked for your parents or whatever behind you because the times were better. But then look beyond that, and you'll see that there was times of great troubles and so forth. So there has to be a cycle to it, okay? So that's somewhere to consider right away. Then you think about what caused it then versus the circumstances right now. We're 1 million times deeper in the puddle than they ever were. So anything goes wrong, it'll suck. Now, if you really want to hit the people hard, you're really working hard against the people, and you want to make sure you drive people into total madness and insanity, this is how you do it.
True.
Your average couch guy, your couch surfer guy who lives day to day will not be terribly affected. And a person who is really responsible, middle class, all of that, did everything right according to what the government told them, that person is going to suffer the worst hit when they lose it all in the bank or all wherever it goes, it's going to be gone. And they're going to be so mad, those people. They're going to change from the most interesting, regular, non-violent individuals into the most aggressive, I'm coming after you, where's my money, I did everything right, you know, these bums didn't do anything and they got away with it. There's going to be a huge division of people.
Well, they could well be. Yeah, I don't know.
They engineered it on purpose to set it up. Think about that for a minute. If you follow all their rules and you think you're a good little Boy Scout in this system, and then all of a sudden it all crashes around you, now you're going to be blaming who? Okay, other than your own dumb ass for not listening to us tell you that what's coming, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's up to someone that thinks, oh, how much they've lost. I've lost this, I've lost that. Let it go. Just be real. Be yourself. You're still living. You still got a heartbeat. Your blood's still beating in your veins. What's more important?
You and me. Yeah. That's you and me. Most people be jumping off the buildings just like they did in the Wall Street crash and anything else. They'll kill themselves. They'll kill each other. They'll be banging on the bank door like they were in Greece. Where's my money? Where's my money? Okay, everybody's still going to be about where the money is, even though money isn't worth anything.
Yeah, so funny. Someone must be laughing because us as people look at the elites, but the elites are they're the absolute slaves of a system they don't even know. Like,
well, they're the engineers of it too, because while we consider them rich and wealthy, they have money. No, they have control. They don't have money. They don't care about money.
Well, Dave, I don't think I wouldn't give them that much respect because I don't think they actually have control at all. They're all squabbling to cut each other's throats for a better position and better pay. And
that's after we're gone, though. That's after we're gone. They own the big company that feeds you every day. They own the company you buy your groceries from every day. That's the problem.
Well, it's like a king. He ain't worth much if none of the people respect him. And we don't even have kings anymore. It's like your government, left, right. You got to vote. You got to be indoctrinated. You've got to go to this school. You've got to be like this, think like that. You earn this much money. You pay this much tax.
Yeah, and then the jig is up at some point. Like all empires that rise and fall, the people wise up to what's going on. Somebody intervenes supernaturally, God or otherwise. Hey, the Earth's flat. Hey, this. Hey, that. Whatever. The banking system's fake. Suddenly, people wake up, and then what do the elites do? The same trick they pulled last time. They go underground and let us kill each other. Fucking tricky.
Yeah, cool. Well, I'm down for a mud flood. I want to see some curvy water. Bring it on.
Muddy water, free mud spa bath.
Yeah, well, or as wise man once said, all is fair in love and war.
Mm-hmm. That's how they treat it, and they'll find themselves a nice place to hide while they watch it all happen. That's the point.
Well, that's the thing. They're all high and mighty, and they're cutthroat motherfuckers amongst themselves.
Yeah, it's like Highlander.
These are some mean-ass motherfuckers we're talking about, man. They're not some free-loving people. They've never lost it all. They don't even know what a fortune is, a real fortune. They're just too privileged, like sport children. They're just waiting under the Christmas tree to see what Santa brought them. They don't know what's going on.
They don't have feelings at all. Something that would horrify you or me is something just absolutely doesn't faze them in the least. Back in the old days, man, they got handlers. Do you think it was the kings and that built the actual temples and that? No, it was other people that know shit that built it for them. Yeah.
That's why there's underground.
Well, exploiting people is number one on the list, and using mind control and other techniques, psychology, pharmakia, sorcery, and so forth, is absolutely part of the system of control. It's easy to do. You engineer the whole thing like a wheel.
Yeah, well, I totally agree. But that doesn't in any way pertain to proving the shape of the Earth that we're living on a spinning globe. So,
well, they took that away too. Again, if you want the people distanced from God as far as possible and the creator of this place and make it believe that it's all just nonsense and it all happened by accident, that's great. You come from a monkey. Well, what's better than that? I mean, you come from a monkey.
Yeah, you fell out of a monkey's ass. That's right.
And there's no talking monkeys for some reason, but okay.
And nor to speak of the other missing fossil records, transitional species and stuff.
The millions of years of stuff that was somehow lost to this.
Yeah. Well, that's funny. Millions of years. The Earth being 4.6 billion years ago, yet a couple of million years ago, everything was apparently destroyed, and there was only like rat in sort of type animals that survived. So we've evolved from everything that was destroyed a few million years ago to become ourselves now.
Even if a man was 100 years old and the wisest man on this earth, he could not even make that ridiculous statement without sounding like a total fool. That's
absolutely kidding themselves. But if you're a child that's grown up, studied anthropology, you've got a diploma, a 10 years study behind you. It's just like doctors. You suddenly find yourself in a game of like in the ocean with sharks around you. You have to survive somehow. They just want to survive, these fuckers. They don't want to live.
Here's the bullshit right here. Here's the bullshit. How far is a million trillion years? How far is this many miles or light years and all this other nonsense and crazy statements they make? Then you ask a simple question. How old are the pyramids? We don't know. How old is it? Oh, we don't know. How old is this Mayan empire? Oh, we haven't got a clue. It's approximately this or that. But you've got a certain number about dinosaurs and all this other shit for the billions of years and millions of years, but you can't answer a couple hundred or thousand. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, it's incredible. So isn't it funny to see the relationship to this modern world and how sort of the zombie apocalypse sort of movies are happening and stuff?
Yeah.
You see all this zombie stuff. That's another metaphor. It's like the zombie apocalypse. Like they're coming for you. They just want to eat your heads off. It's like,
no, the trick is on us though. It's not. They're not coming anywhere. We are them. That's the problem.
I don't. Well, once you could be immune to that, man. If you're a zombie, you don't really care, do you, anymore? Yeah, like, what do these guys have to lose? Nothing. What do we have to lose? Nothing.
They can do it all over again.
Who knows? They can. I think there's other laws at stake here. There's bigger fish to fry, so to speak.
Yeah, man-made laws are all just to keep you distracted, keep you busy, keep you worried about every step you make every day. You think every day as you do something, getting in your car, whatever it is, you consider whether it's legal or not. If you're going to build something on the side of your house tomorrow, you'd have to question whether the city was going to ask you for a permit or, stupid stuff that you should never even have to ask, like silly stuff that shouldn't even cross your mind. Now you've got to think about all the time.
Yeah, what happened to basic medical knowledge? Like in every town you had a doctor, or even every family had a medical kit that could heal someone. Now if we fall down and hurt our knee, call the ambulance. Take me to the hospital.
Yeah.
And everyone, when you go to see a doctor, isn't it funny how after you see a doctor you get sick? Isn't that so funny?
Everything in the place is covered with fucking bacteria, first of all. Because there's 100 other sick people.
That's incredible. Yeah, for real. Stay away from them. That's what I reckon.
That's going to be my argument for this mandatory breathalyzer the cops are asking for in Canada. If they pull you over and decide they want to test you for any reason, now you can't refuse or whatever. But I'm going to argue, well, how many people blow into that machine? How do you sanitize that machine? I understand there's a little straw on it that you blow, and you can remove the disposable bit where you're actually blowing, but that doesn't remove the spit.
Well, I think you can still actually refuse. You just
changed the law.
Well, they probably did, but they can't force you. You can agree to have your license suspended for 1 year for refusing a breathalyzer test in Australia.
They just stepped it up in Canada to a ridiculous amount of nonsense where you're totally effed now if you consider saying no.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I get you there. So
They scare tactics, right? They want every single person that pulls up to blow so they can get heavy statistics on what's going on the road. But I think there's more to it. I think they're trying.
Not only that, they're probably doing DNA testing at the same time, mate.
That would be step 3. I was going to say they're going so far as to take that little disposable straw, because I'm sure most people don't ask for it. They just let them keep it. And they say, we'll throw it away. But then they go and take that thing and test it for cannabis when you're not looking. And they're not going to charge you on the spot, maybe, but they just want to get an indication as to how many people are driving around with cannabis in their system, I think.
Yeah, well, who knows? Yeah.
Here's the thing. They made it legal. They made a huge scare tactic that on the day it became legal, there was going to be hundreds of people driving around stoned that were going to smash into each other, and it was going to be chaos. Well, nothing changed. Not one little bit. The cops even admitted nothing, absolutely zero. Never noticed a thing. It's as if it didn't even happen. So that just proves that what they were saying was all lies. Now they're looking for a new excuse to go and invade your privacy in your vehicle, and see what you're doing in there. That's pretty much what they're after.
It's the same old style, mate. But we're all in the same boat together. Before you set foot on a boat, you want to know where you're going, who the captain is, who the crew is, what's going on. Even better is to learn how to build a boat yourself and voyage your own vessel. But then you need to...
Just do like Jez. If the UFO shows up on board, he's going to be the first guy. He's going to be like, right, up the ramp.
Yeah.
This looks right proper. What do you think, Pete? Is Jez going to be first on the UFO? He knows.
I think he's already been there in his Mongo.
Who's been there?
Jez. I said if the UFO shows up, Jez is going to be the first one to get on board.
Yeah.
Especially if the chick is blonde and cute. We're from the Pleiadians. We'll take you to visit the Anunnaki. Okay, right. That's going to be a scam. Something's going to happen in that situation. The question is what, but to me, it's going to be one of those. This pre-tribulation thing's going to be the issue. They're going to yank a bunch of people out of here, and then of course it'll seem like it's all these Sunday church people, and then everyone else is going to be like, oh no, the Sunday church people got taken because they were so good, and that's going to be the new mark of the beast. Sunday law worship, all that stuff, and the people who didn't get taken away, who were left behind, will all suddenly believe, and they'll all fall into the second trap instead of actually knowing what's going on and stepping back from all of it. It's going to be a classic double cross. I mean, it's a triple cross coming, actually, but it's classic double cross.
Yeah, it's so funny, and it's working for them at the moment. Back in the day, everyone went to church, and we used to sing in church. We used to sing, and it used to sound really fucking good. Now they like eliminated various songs, certain ways to sing. Certain tones to sing.
Yeah, a lot of those hymns too are also they're not pro anything good. Let's just say that they seem good in their wording. It's like listening to the Catholic Church singing in Latin. It sounds good, but they're worshiping Lucifer.
Yeah, well, it's really interesting to look at the early history of how we found it out about radionics and the technologies like radio technologies, and we're sort of piggybacking the signal that is already on the Earth, known as the Schumann resonance.
Sure.
Absolute crazy stuff to look at there, and it is what it is. Well, what are you going to say? You're going to, like, even a blind man, he can hear music better than you, even if you're blind.
Yeah. The amount of topics involved is mind blowing. Again, we have frequencies, cymatics, all kinds of sonoluminescence, dielectrics. We can go on here, quantum this and that. There's so much involved that, again, it's because even it was mentioned by Jesus himself. I can't tell you of heavenly things. You can't even understand earthly things. How am I going to explain the heavenly things to you? Okay, again, heavenly meaning these topics we can't grasp just yet. Why the sky is turning, what is it, what lights are up there, why are they lights, and what are they, and all of that, we're never going to find out till you're dead.
Straight up, bro. And when loving has been made a sin, to love thy neighbor,
it is already.
You know, that's where do we all come from? We all come from love. We come from that ecstatic moment of orgasm between male and female. You know, you got to bring it. You got to bring it back. Yeah, you got to bring it back to basics, man. And we're just, I don't know. I see people. We're just going a little bit far now. So here in France, with the yellow vest protests, that's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's
very interesting.
Represents the common people, and that's what's important. We the people. That's what it has to be, a common thing. Not we're black, we're white, we're red, we're yellow, or anything stupid like that. Mm-hmm. It's got to be, yellow vest represents everybody, all the working class people and the slaves in general.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. Something's going on, because I think even these rich fellas, mate, they don't even have a clue what's going on.
No, they're not liking it, because, again, the French were always some of the first to stand up and start the complaining, and then everyone will follow suit eventually.
Yeah.
Someone has to be first. You know how it is when everybody's like, who wants to be first? Nobody wants to raise their hand, you know?
Yeah. No, I always go straight in, mate. I'm like, yep, I'll give it a go. I'm like, I'm not first, I'm like second. Like, yep.
I don't mind being first anymore. I've done it at first, when you're younger, but once you do it, then you want to be first every time.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you're your own boss and you're behind the scenes and you watch how things work, you can sort of see, like, people are working for agencies now because you get a bit better benefits, a little bit better, than if you don't have less risk to take, and then you're going to do a job for someone that's going to send you to do a job for someone. Someone's going to want you to come in to do a job, and you never see who you're working for. You never see actually what's going on or what's actually happening. But you still want to do your job to the best of your ability. I think that's important, to work well, to have that good ethic.
Oh, of course. That doesn't happen anymore. Hey, Pete, how many sections were on that globe? 33? Was it the same as the UN map?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
What's he doing over there? Do you hear Gathica?
I can hear Gathica, yeah, clear as well.
Shit. Well, sort the levels out. Yeah, I'm here for a moment now. I'm gonna go soon, but it's good to jump in and have a yarn. Holy moly! I tell you what, I haven't been sick in 2 years, and the other day I went to the doctor to test my elbow because I had a bit of an injury, and wouldn't you know it, the next day when I came out of the doctor's office, I've come down with a fucking sniffle.
Yeah, you should have dunked your whole body in boiling bleach as soon as you left the office.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
You have to sanitize yourself completely when you leave there.
Yeah, I reckon.
Take a shower, a hot shower, lots of soap, I don't know. What's this, the Epcot Center? What are you looking at here?
Oh, look now. What's happening here in France? It's pretty hot, man. The police have been kicking everyone out of the roundabouts locally to try and stop this revolution happening. They're trying to stop it.
I'll be right back.
This is, man, I can't believe I can zoom in like this.
Wobs. Wop, 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 wop.
Yeah, g'day.
G'day, Wobbly.
G'day, Gavin. Yeah, I made it in. I just heard you say you were leaving. I was like, I had to leave the other stream I was on. Good to see you, mate. Hey,
Pete. Yeah, likewise, geezer. Fucking how you doing?
Good. Bloody marvellous.
Excellent. It must be any birds whistling over there, mate. It must be hot.
Yeah, it's stinking hot, but some clouds had just come over then. So, yeah, we had a nice week and a half of rain. And there's basically, Cairns has been in drought for a year and a half, 2 years, really.
True as, are you up in the top end, are you there?
Yeah, I'm up in Cairns. Yeah. You're Victoria, aren't you?
Well, Sydney locally. Right now I'm in France.
Sydney, yeah.
But yeah, from Sydney.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm
you're talking from France right now, yeah.
I am now, but I'm a Gove, bro. Nullumbar.
Oh, Nullumbar boy. All right.
That's it. You're a colour, bro. You're a colour.
Yeah, I'm country.
That's it, cuz. There's so many crocodiles up where I'm from. The white man couldn't come in to kill us all.
They couldn't get past the crocodiles.
No, they can't get past the crocodiles, mate. What are you gonna do?
Trooper after trooper.
That's it.
Every day.
Old stories, those still remain. They remain in place, man. The old stories, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's the version of Waltzing Matilda where the actual trooper gets eaten by a crocodile in the Billabong. I couldn't help wondering if that was the actual original version. When I heard it.
Yeah, well, they're not going to tell you that at school, are they?
Nah, not where the swagman has a win over the trooper.
Hell yeah, bro. Fuck, look. That's all right. Oh, fucking I'm gonna have to make a cup of tea, mate. We can have a yarn.
Yeah, if you're sticking around, awesome, man. Yeah, that's why I jumped in so quick. I was watching another stream and I heard Australian voice saying something interesting. I thought, oh fuck, that's Africa.
True as, cuz. Well, fucking, it is what it is, man. I'm just here chilling it in France, 0 degrees.
Yeah. How long have you been there?
Oh, on and off, man. I've just been here for about 7 months now.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, brilliant.
But I'm headed back down under soon. Down over.
Yeah.
Our cross over.
Down a crossover. I'm gonna be in Brizzy probably February or late January, I think. Go and see me rallies. I'll be down there for a few weeks.
Nice one. Are you near Toowoomba there?
No, I'm way north. I'm Cairns. I'm closer to New Guinea than I am to Toowoomba. But I love Toowoomba, man. Yeah, I love Toowoomba. Well, I lived there for a little while. My family lived there. I used to visit there a lot, and there was always a good party going on.
Yeah, mate. It's a great bloody climate. Good camping.
Yeah. Well, my brother was a big dirt bike rider, so they used to go camping all the time up there. Yeah, awesome bunch of people. They used to come up from Brisbane to party in Toowoomba because everyone I knew in Brisbane was a dickhead. So. Yeah.
Well, you know why they're in bloody Toowoomba? Because there's too many dickheads in the fucking Gold Coast, mate.
Yeah, and I had my first son in Kirra Beach, and I was in the Gold Coast and that was way back in the 90s, and it was still pretty cool then. But yeah, no, the Gold Coast is chocker full of dickheads now. That's for sure.
Yeah, still worth a run in if you're going for a bloody schoolies week, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pure chaos and madness there. It's a bunch of 16 and 17-year-olds trying synthetic drugs and mass alcohol for the first time in their lives.
That's what it's about.
And the Gold Coast cops, turn a blind eye to most of it.
Yeah, well, they got some bloody work on for them. Bloody poor police, poor Australian police. Shout outs to the Australian police force.
No, they're all cunts. Fuck them.
Yeah, they're all
cunts.
Yeah, they're more popular on the bloody internet than they are on
Yeah, on TV, the
Yeah, on
customs
TV,
are famous.
People talk
They're feckless. They're never corrupt and they never make a mistake. And they only arrest the bad guys.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
Look
it's
at the zoom on that.
beautiful, perfect world. What are we looking at, Pete?
Right,
What are you zooming in and out of?
this is what they're showing us, the technology they got, right? So imagine how far in front they are. But I've just, right, when I first started playing with it, I just thought it's a 3D camera, right? But once you start zoom, realise the definition, look, no matter how close I get to something.
Right.
Look at this thing. Look how close I can get, man. And look how far up I am in reality, like, oh, right? But it was when I looked down here, I thought, all right, then I'll go for a long-range view of the horizon. So I start to zoom in, look. I was trying to follow the river, but I couldn't see it far. They did that on purpose. Oh, hang on, let's have a look at this one.
Haven't you ever seen the Google drone?
Right.
There's a big drone.
I'm going to go up there, watch this zoom. This is ridiculous. And now about 20 years in front of us, look at this. Oh my gosh, look, right? And I thought, how far does this zoom in, look? How far can this damn thing see?
Is the camera mounted or is it just...
I'm guessing it's a drone wobbly.
Ah, okay.
The Google
But
drone.
look how far this thing can see. Right,
Yeah,
that's
it
the
looks
max
flat
zoom, look.
too.
Right? Look, how far away is that? It's perpendicular to me anyway, right? But look, watch the zoom when I come back. Watch.
Yeah. Well, that'd be awesome. You bring that up with a Google map and just say, see that thing over there?
Add
See that
this to
thing over
Google
there that you
Maps.
can... See that building over there? Well, you shouldn't be able to see that. It's supposed to be behind the curve.
Look, copper roof look wobbly.
That's probably about 50 miles away? 30
I
miles
don't know
away?
how far that. No, it can't be that far. Maybe a mile. But it was this building. Which one was I looking at? It was right here. This one, look.
It was a big red one.
No,
It
not
was
the
a
red.
big
I was
red
looking at
one.
all the buildings, look. Which one looks out of place?
Which one
Right,
looks
you got
ancient?
all the modern stuff. And I know this one looks modern, but when you zoom in on it, look, it was the dome that got me. Because it looks like that German zoo or whatever it is, that where they said they was making free electricity. Look how far I can zoom in, look.
Yeah,
right,
the
look.
ancient
I started
German
looking
zoo
at it
building
properly,
that
look.
generates.
And I saw these columns, and then you realise, look, this looks a lot older than all the other buildings.
Yeah. Yeah. And I bet you they wouldn't be able to build it again.
That's what I'm thinking, you know. This was already here.
That's what I was trying to tell people when I was saying, all the lodges, the Masonic lodges that they say they built. They didn't build one of them. They didn't build them. They can't. You ask them to build one today, they can't fucking do it.
Yeah, that's what they say, is that you're going to be seeded towards the truth, like it's in your DNA somehow. You're going to be, you're going to be led towards the truth. Hey, Pete, have you heard about the Egyptians in Australia?
Yeah, there's hieroglyphics on the walls.
The hieroglyphs. Yeah, that's good. Nice. That's interesting. Because that completely underrides every Australian law that's ever been passed in Australia. You know, especially if there was treaties passed with the Spanish before the English even landed in Australia. That sort of makes every actual law debunk in Australia. Now, they've sold it out to the rest of the world. It's been a big plan from day dot, mate. That's why I'm thinking there's obviously other stuff going on, because otherwise, why would they wreck this place the way they have, why would we wreck this place the way we have?
Yeah. Hello, Taylin. That's my wifey in the chat.
Hello.
This is
Beautiful.
Gattaca in France, buddy. He's from Sydney.
Yeah, I'm down that way. Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, no, they've had the plan for a good long time, mate. A couple of 100 years they've had the plan, and slowly, like a turtle on methadone, they deploy their strategies. So no, it's so slow that the sheep don't notice.
Wow, but what
you realise you just lost to... What's that?
I don't know, but bro, yeah, I realise like how much money are these guys fucking hacking off us, and it's our cash, mate. We built this as people with our own energy, our own ancestors. Now, something in my advice, something got fucked up not too long ago, and we're getting hacked, guys. It's time to wake up. It's time to say stop. It's time to say whoa. You know, get control of yourself. Get control of your own. What's going on around you? Like, say no. Tell them no. The funny thing is,
there's lots of little ways you can. Sorry. There's lots of little ways.
They'll shoot you dead if you go against them.
If you stand up against them in public, yeah. Because that's the whole thing, that their attacks are never in public, never face-to-face, never out in the open. They don't attack humans that way at all, ever. It's always done across the ether, subtly, from the shadows, very slowly.
Definitely. And they use slaves. Like, look at all these false flag attacks. Yep. Paris, 3 years ago, false flag attack. 911, false flag attack. Boston bombings.
All fake. All theatre.
It's all incredibly, suspicious. You know,
what a cute looking fairy. Look at it. It's a little bubble. Shanghai. We've been Shanghaied. That's what's going on.
Shanghaied, all right.
We've been Shanghaied.
Holy moly. How can you... I don't know. A bamboo bloody scaffold can go 10 times higher than a metal one. Yeah.
Disney had to get their head in there, look.
Yeah, I'm nearly there. But I'm just gonna stick around for a bit more.
Yes. So the First Amendment movement has its own usurpers and trolls as well.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they're spreading the rumor that Tay works for the CIA. She's a paid troll. And anyone who is her friend is also a paid troll. So beware if you like Tay, you're a paid troll, and probably work for the CIA.
True, Poncho. And Wobbly, very interesting point. It's also easy to bring in the underguns that they're just going to take any pay that's better than their own just to sell out their own people.
Absolutely. And they will pretend to be whatever movement there is. But they're getting cash for it. They're not in the movement at all.
It's an old tactic, mate.
Yeah.
Mate, you can read it. You can read it in the books. It's all there for you to discover in the library.
Yeah, so I tell people it's all on Hansard. It's all written down in black and white, recorded history, and they say, "Oh, you're just making that up. You just make shit up. You fucking retard, fucking flat earth. You're making it all up." I said, "No, I can give you the link for where it's written in black and white, recorded in your own Hansard history."
Yeah. Yeah, for real. Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? So that's a bit. It's sort of like, for those that I'm not playing the game, mate. I'm not playing the game. They can come get some of this, mate. You know, they know my name. Just they don't even speak it. I don't get troll attacks because when you speak my name, it is what it is. You know, I was adopted by the elder tribes of the Yolongu clan, bro. Old school. Come and get some of that. Yeah, come get some of that up there. They won't get that. They don't know what that is. They don't know what the poison cousins are. They don't know all that stuff, mate.
Yeah.
Someone told me the Captain Cook days of trading have gone. I said, like, no, it's not gone, mate.
If it was gone, we wouldn't have a merchant navy. We wouldn't have merchandise. We wouldn't have...
Yeah.
That's it. The merchandise. I love it.
Yeah. Yes, we have merchandise, therefore we have merchants. Oh, troll they all. All right, I gotta play a song because I completely missed out on my 8-hour marathon playing music yesterday. So I'm gonna play her a song as she falls asleep.
Oh well, that'll be a pleasure. And to everyone in the chat, fucking thumbs up. Let's listen in. Well, pleasure.
Shout out to the chat. I just gotta bring a song up. It'll take a minute. I exhausted my repertoire last night. Find something I didn't sing yet.
All right, I'll listen in, but I'll probably fade out. So I'll speak to you all again another time. Bob, nice to see you. Poncho,
no worries, Gaffica. Look forward to catching up with you again, mate.
Care, Gaffica.
Peace as East Coast. Later.
Wobble wobble.
Yo, wobble wobble.
Sigh. Wobble wobble wobble. Yeah. I haven't got wobbly for a while. I have to get drunk somewhere around Christmas.
I heard that turtle methadone.
Turtle methadone, yeah. But, no, that wasn't a slight on turtles. Okay. I was going to say rhinoceros on methadone, just in case I insulted the turtle.
I tried to get my head out of my shell.
Pull your head out of your shell.
Oh, man. It is what it is and what today is. Huh?
That's exactly what it is. That's what it is. It is what it is.
I do what I gotta do every day, and that's it. I try to avoid any new dramas. My gosh. They don't stop, man. They don't stop. And now I gotta do I got something in the mail that I gotta do. Now I gotta go to court and take care of this. Yeah, it's
tasks.
Yeah, it was with the Superior Court, and I gotta do some kind of stupid judgment on my wife's stuff. So always.
The good old law. They keep the paperwork. I've got a large suitcase full of the paperwork that proves that I was that proves that the entire Australian justice system is corrupt.
Well,
so sitting there in my suitcase, but it was like 4 years of screaming at public servants, give me the information you can't.
How do you think they were able to, how do you think they were able to, do you think they were able to publish Gravity and all this other stuff? They need these guys.
Yeah, get away with it.
Like, two heads.
I think I'm out of tune again.
Nah, go ahead.
I'm out of tune. Yeah, give me a minute. I've got to make it sound right again.
Yep. Nice. Girl, are those your waters over there? Alright, just making sure.
Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here.
I had a feeling it'd be like on 1 o'clock or something.
Here comes the sun.
I'll be right there. You want to go on
mute yourself.
I say, you should mute side.
Yeah.
Little darling, the smiles returning to their faces. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun, here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, I feel that ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun, here comes the sun, and I say it's alright.
That was it?
Yeah, that was it. That was a quick one.
Yeah, that was a quick one, little darling.
Did a quick one just in case Tay fell asleep really quickly.
Wonderful. Good one. That's why you had to sing the
Flat
little
Earth
darling.
Dude. The Flat Earth Dude is offered to be the drunk troll if we need one today.
Yay!
I don't think we have one yet. Awesome,
No.
Fed. Well, that's that job taken.
Oh, jeez.
All day long, longer session.
We need some good trolls. Funny ones, too, you know?
Yeah, funny drunk trolls are good.
The funny ones are the best. I look for the funny trolls.
Do you have a request, Tay? I'll play you another one. I'll probably get away with it. Good night, Tay Tay. Sweet dreams.
Tickle,
And stay warm. Stay warm in Texas.
Oh, yeah. Texas.
Good night, you Mongo Africa.
That's why you want to go to Texas. That's where the fire's at.
Yeah.
The bonfire. Well, that's good, man. Hopefully you can come down,
Yeah.
come over here soon. Sooner than what's expected.
Yeah, well, it's basically first opportunity.
Yeah, I know.
But it would help if I was stupidly rich. I'd probably be there now.
Yeah, I know how the ball and chain works.
Something I haven't done before. Oh, that's a request. Something I haven't done before. Something I'm learning. I haven't played for ages.
Who sings that?
Who sings the song titled Something You Haven't Done Before? I think it's by the band Never Heard of Them.
That's a good one. That's a great one. Oh my god. Yes, we have a lot of bands that we never heard before, and we play them. And that's a good thing, too.
I don't think I've done this one for a while. Let's see how that goes.
Oh my gosh.
Let me see.
What you got?
I have a Pink Floyd song, which I'll probably wreck, but we'll see. Might be able to. Taking away the moments that make up a dull day. Fritter and waste the hours in an offhand way. Kicking around not a piece of ground in your hometown. Waiting for someone, someone or something to show you the way. Tired of lying in the sunshine, staying home to watch the rain. You are young and life is long. There is time to kill today. And then one day you find 10 years have got behind you. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun. And you run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking. Racing around to come up behind you again. The sun is the same in a relative way, but you're older. Shorter of breath, one day closer to death. Every year is getting shorter. Never seem to find the time. Planted either continent or half a page of scribbled lines, hanging on in quiet desperation is the English way. My time is gone, my song is over. Thought I had something more to say. Tired of lying in the sunshine, staying home to watch the rain. You are young and life is long. There is time to kill today. And then one day you find 10 years have got behind you. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun.
I knew that song.
Yeah.
That one didn't suck.
It also didn't suck. Yeah, that's fun to sing that one.
Yeah, it was. It's really good. I liked it.
Yeah, good words.
Yeah, almost sounded like the artist too. Real good.
Yeah. Yeah, I started singing Floyd songs when I was a teenager.
Yeah. The Wall and all that. Yeah, I grew up with Pink Floyd, knowing about what's going on with just the school system. That's what I knew.
Yeah.
That's what I knew. That's when I was first truthing.
Yeah, breaking the wall.
Well, that's after school. Then once I found that school was a scam, breaking the law was a scam.
Yeah.
Then once I found out that breaking the law, then I noticed gravity was a scam. Is there a scam? Me? I don't know. I'm really now confused. If everything is a scam, why? What's the point? Are they bored? Do they want to make things like more interesting? Word. Maybe they should go back the other way around. But
Yeah.
these are the things. These are the things I find out. You know what I mean? Just the other day, just before I came here, wife was actually watching Amish. You know the Amish, right? You ever see the show?
The Amish, yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, that
They got like a real life Amish show, do they?
Yeah, they get to wear the Dutchess get to wear their outfits and everything else. But the thing is, the fights and the arguments are still the same. Doesn't matter what era they're in or what clothes they wear. It's still the same. Same arguments.
Yeah. Same old argument.
Same old day. Well, that's the Dutch, But at least they're much closer, I guess, to the truth. But I don't know, man. It's just
I don't know.
shit every day. Shit happens. That's what it is. Shitty, shiny shits.
Shiny. You got any car? You like your car?
Yeah, I know. Speaking about shiny, Aeon was on this morning.
Was he on the panel? Oh,
Yeah.
damn it.
He didn't
I was trying to get him on all last night.
I know, but he was, maybe he was busy, whatever. But yeah, guys.
He was actually busy, yeah. I said, are you coming on? He says, I'm getting ready for my day. I said, a day? How do you get one of them? I want one. Tin foil.
Is he on?
I'm not, yeah, he's on the side chat.
Shout
I'm
out.
the lounge singer. Yeah, I am the lounge singer. I'm not like Madonna, except she lies on the bed and sings. I sit on the couch and sing. Although she's worth $1 million, and I'm worth about 10, I think.
Hang on for 1 second. Gotta move the. I want to move the clock closer. Yeah, I'm trying to move my robot closer to my door. Not to get out so far. It's really cold over here, Wops. It's painfully cold. Don't you?
I understand without comprehending how cold it is, because it's just fucking hot here. Really,
you have what is it? You have air conditioning on? Oh, good to hear.
Yeah, man. The aircon, pretty much through summer it's on day and night because it's still 35 to 38 degrees at night.
You know what cools the body down 10 degrees? It's actually an actual smoothie. It's like
smoothie.
Yeah, it's like you get a blender, you put your fruits in there, you put whatever water, and you put your ice. You drink that whole thing, and I guarantee you're freezing.
Yeah, I should get myself a.
10. Go ahead.
I was saying I should get myself a blender.
Yeah, blender.
Blender.
It's big difference. You're cold. It's 10 degrees, man. When you drink that, you're gonna want to put a blanket around you. That's how cold you get.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I drink it in this freezing weather, but I like the fruit. So I really like the fruit, especially when they're blended too. Yeah, especially when they're blended. You put ice in it, and if you want to be creative, throw ice cream in it, or whatever you want.
Make it into a margarita. It's just not so healthy for breakfast.
No, not really, but at least it'll keep you warm. I mean, keep you cool.
Keep cool.
But not for breakfast, so I mean,
No, you shouldn't have tequila smoothies for breakfast. Not a good idea.
No, not a good idea, Woms, but you know what I mean.
Especially if you work in a aircraft control tower or something.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Especially when you're leading them into the runway. No, thank you. Is that what you're doing? Directing them?
Yeah, Indians drink lassi. It's a smoothie. It's very cooling too.
Sure.
Bang lassi. I love them. I've had one for a while. That's when I lived in hippie central Australia's California, the north coast of New South Wales.
Okay. I'm so pissed. Where's my stuff? There it is.
Gardening at night. There's a song called Gardening at Night. I need to know about the song. I'm intrigued.
That sucks.
Good.
Uh-oh. I just rolled my last itty bitty. I need a refilling.
You rolled your last bud?
Yeah, I need to actually call for a refill. One thing good about this is that I get it. It's just funny thing. I don't get Chinese. I live in the country. I don't get Chinese food. I don't get pizza delivered to my house. The only delivery I get is my weed guy.
Yeah, they're more reliable anyway.
Yeah, it goes right straight to my driveway, and if it's too cold for me, I tell him to go put it in my ashtray. I'll get it later. He drops it and puts it in my car ashtray. Okay, no problem. I get a text. Okay, filled. That should be like any place like that for food or anything. But still have to go out and get my pizza. I love Italian food. I have such an Italian stomach. I could eat Italian food every day.
Yeah, Italian food. Yeah, I love Italian and Thai.
Thai too. I know.
Thai if I want to be healthy, and Italian if I just want to be pig.
Well, Thai is your Indian Asian guys. You know what I mean? Because they like the curry and all kinds of spicy stuff. For some reason, Asians got like different sects of everything. I got Spanish blood in me, and then and then what else?
Yeah.
The Hawaiians.
In truth,
and the Hawaiians are Polynesian. Right?
Yeah. There's a heap of Dutch blood in South Asia too, Philippines, Malaysia.
Are you serious? God.
Yeah, true. Like they because rather than get invaded by a European power, a lot of those Asian countries loved having Europeans. Yeah, they loved having Europeans run their country for them. They actually would ask them to come and do it. Rather than them come and invade. And that's what it was with the Dutch and a lot of the early Portuguese traders.
They loved it.
Philippines elected to be taken over by the Dutch a couple hundred years ago.
Oh, really? It was
not taken over, but they invited them to rule. They invited them to do business. Yeah, business and politics.
Filipinos
like, you can do it. You can do all that shit because we don't want to think about it. You're welcome to stay in the country if you want to do it. And you can build our houses and our infrastructure for us, or show us how to, and all that. So it wasn't the Dutch came and invaded and took over the country.
Not really. But in essence, I mean, like right now, it's like you would see like tourism and stuff. They would actually, if you actually drove in a motorcycle, and if you broke down, and cute girl walking by. Anyway, if you broke down, if you broke down, they will stop and they will look at it and see if they can fix it for you. If not, they will show you a place to get fixed. The reason why they do that is because it's a constant drama every day, and they see it and they know exactly where to point the directions to who they trust to, which is great. So another part is that if you're driving, a little boy will be pushing some kind of a dirt or fruit or whatever. He would actually stop what he's doing and wave and smile at you, just because he knows you're touring around the country. You would find it like anywhere around the country when you do touring, they're always smiling people. You know what I mean? They're just happy. I don't see that over here, in a sense. I mean, they're too serious over here. I mean, we're typical New York style right now. We have our guard up. But at the same time, we speak kind of hard and harsh as New Yorkers, and at a point where we're actually complimenting you. But in another country, they think that we're kind of, mean or something like that, or like just always angry people. So we would say, "How the fuck are you?" You know what I mean? And then you would think I'm an asshole, but really I'm just saying what's up. So And, you know, that's our culture over here. But over there, they're always smiling people all the time. You know, so who knows? That's why probably they're happy to see some Dutch come in, and or Americans come in, because we see everybody is like new to the country. Enjoy what we have here. You know, that's what the impression I get. Let's see how the life is. So who knows? You know what I mean? I mean, I get all these news on what things are, and I always find out things are much different. You know what I mean? So, and I hear it from the tourists too when I watch the videos, and they say it's completely different. The news is not telling you exactly what's really happening.
Yeah, exactly. That's when I start talking about news. I would never have heard it on television. I get my news from people who watch television that have a brain,
and like,
I find it's such a useful filter, you know, because I don't get the bimbos talking absolute bullshit to me, and then I've got to work out the real story underneath.
Yeah,
I can find people with a brain who tell me what the actual news is that they weren't saying.
Now, here's the thing. Since the tourists are giving us information, and we have Gaffica in France, and we have people now all over. If we have people all over in different sects where either it's troubled or whether it's actually a place to vacation, it's always good for a person to actually give us, you know, their opinions and where they're at, you know, what they're witnessing. But because because the stories are much different than what the news are saying. So, for example, if somebody is in France, we definitely would like to know what's going on in France. You know what I mean? Instead of telling us it's taxes.
And that's what people say. How do you know that? How did you learn all that? You know? How did you get all that knowledge? I said, I speak to human beings in the country where the thing happened.
That's right.
And I ask them what happened. Because if you ask the mainstream news, you won't get the real story. Ever.
I started. Here's the funny thing. I'm starting to talk to people that was in 9/11, and I got to spoke to one of a guests that came into one of my properties this past weekend, and he was there at the time at the incident, and all he heard was actually an explosion. He did not hear an airplane passing by, nor did he see any passing by. I'm presuming that everybody else who witnessed this destruction did not see the plane go by. The only people that did see the plane go by are the ones that's watching the space. Are the same people watching? Yeah, they're the same people watching the moon landing. Same exact people.
Yeah. I saw it because I saw it on television. So I was in New York on the day, and I saw it on television. So there's definitely a plane.
All right,
and that's exactly how it went. Because there was hundreds of people on the ground all saying, "What plane? Why you guys keep mentioning a plane? There was no fucking plane."
Well, I mean, here it is. BBC rolled out a news, let's say many hours ago, even before it happened, of a plane going into that.
40 minutes before Building 7 collapsed. They said Building 7 has collapsed.
Or even
40 minutes before it happened.
Even before they showed here's what BBC showed. They showed an actual plane going into the two towers.
Oh, right.
But it never happened yet.
Yeah. Oh, that was before it had actually happened too.
Yeah. So I mean, it never happened. So
they didn't sync their scripts properly.
No, not at all. So they're anticipating for people that watch TV. This is what happened in a sense. So more people witness it on TV than the people that are actually on the ground. So I'm now going to be asking people that's physically there, that was working there, either if they were officers or they were assigned as a firefighter, or it may have worked there. I'll find out, because I never asked this. I never thought about it. I never thought that they would be this elusive to actually show the people the plane going in like an actual movie. I always thought there was an actual evidence of a plane, but
it's all special effects, Luigi.
Yeah,
it's special effects, Dave. That's what it is. I shall be back in a minute. Welcome to the panel, Dave.
Oh, hello.
Thank you very much, Steph. Thank you. Nice playing earlier.
Yes, that was good. I was playing on the plane, but I need coffee now.
On a plane, I got coffee now. You was playing on the plane?
I was playing on the plane. Oh, just plain on the plane.
Oh, I'm having coffee.
Aboriginal.
You gotta be original.
Aboriginal talk.
I'm gonna be Aboriginal.
He's gonna go
I'll be
rescue
black or
some
white.
alligators and crocodiles.
I'll be Aboriginal about it, and I'll go wrestle some turtles and crocodiles.
Be nice to a turtle.
All right, I'll be nice to the turtles. The crocodiles, fuck.
Yeah, you can fuck.
All right.
You can slap the turtles around.
Make a pair of shoes out of them crocodiles.
And some belt to tighten up your pants.
Yeah, because I'm losing weight. I need a new crocodile belt. All right, bye.
Get yourself a crocodile belt. Go down to Australia and get yourself a crocodile belt.
Midnight Gardener in the house.
Gardening at midnight, huh?
I know, right? In the dark. No light.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. Maybe photosynthesis? Yay. Why would you do that? Plant that.
Why would you garden at night? Because you're trying to be secretive, maybe.
We only have one secret, and that's the Asian man. And he knows Victoria.
Victoria, who's that? The Queen of England?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe the Queen of England's the ham show. I don't know.
Hampshire? New Hampshire?
No, the New Ham show.
What's a show about ham?
Oh, I don't know. That was 20 minutes ago. But that was the show.
What do you mean, there was a show about ham?
Maybe. Or maybe he doesn't know about the ham. Who knows?
20 minutes ago, Wobbly was playing a song.
Oh, yeah, he was. He was playing the Pink Floyd one. Let's see what else is here.
Oh, Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard. Cupboard was bare, so she went nowhere. Pharaoh's army got drowned. Oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't moan. Said, oh, Mary, don't you weep, don't moan. Oh, Mary, don't you Pharaoh's army. I would love it if you could make some more background noise, 'cause all the background noise that you can make is gonna help this Mary. Don't you eat a pair of shoes. Eat some don't eat my shoe no more.
Oh, Mary, don't eat my shoe no more. Oh, man. Speaking of no more, where the hell's my lighter?
I lost my lighter.
And I
Captain
find that
James T. Kirk reporting for duty.
Speaking of Captain
Our
Kirk,
5-year mission to
look for my lighter.
to go to where no man has gone before. That's what it was. Seek out new places to go.
New world.
People to meet. Non-interference policy, of course. We're not allowed to interfere, Captain. Tricorder readings show life forms below. What should we do?
I'm looking for the ham show. That's only one guy that came in today. My gosh, what's going on with our ballers? I think they're going.
I see the moon.
Maybe we're going to have some
The
moon.
If that helps.
Maybe. Who knows? Maybe that worships the moon. That's a ball.
I'll give you a nice view of the moon.
Yeah, please.
You probably
hold on.
Probably won't be able to see it, but I'll try and
check it out.
see that.
Check it out.
Daytime.
I have my moon is almost
Daytime
12 o'clock.
moon.
Well, you got
Mine
the
is just
daytime
over
moon.
the easterly moon, yeah, easterly rising moon. Sun's
the moon.
going down over there.
Check it out. My moon is almost overhead.
Straight
12
up.
o'clock. Yeah,
That's
12
because you're
o'clock.
5 hours ahead of me.
That's right. So it's working. So you are 5. So if I were to walk it will take me 5 hours to get there.
Walk? No. You have to fly 1,000 miles an hour.
No. I have to walk 1,000 miles an hour to get there in 5 hours.
Exactly.
So I kind of feel like walking for now. But that's very interesting.
Not that many people can walk 1,000 miles an hour.
No, not many. But check it out. It's only 3/4 full. And the face is, I don't know if I could see the face in my direction.
You're not showing anything. It's just your logo.
No, I know. Hang on. Let me, because I'm kind of cold. And
That
right. means I have to open up my window. Hold on.
But you're like describing something as if you're showing it.
I know, right? I sound like a baller, don't I? Explaining something, but not really showing you. Not showing you the girl.
Mine just went behind the clouds, so I'm out of here. It's going to be raining any second.
Hang out for a second. I'll bring the moon back to you. Hey, check it out.
There it is.
There.
It's red around it.
Wait.
Oh, is that your finger? There you go.
Yeah, wait, no, that was the right side of my neck.
Yeah,
that's what it
yours
looks like.
is turned more than mine's. Mine has the missing part on the right side, whereas yours has it on the bottom.
Well, to me, it's my left. I'm looking at it.
Well, let me check.
What are you missing?
My missing part is
on the left.
Oh, it's behind the cloud. Yeah, no wait. I said that wrong. Maybe it's on the bottom left. Yeah.
Yeah, on the left, bottom left. Me too, because I'm staring at it where I could see the face and the mouth, where the eyebrows is actually looking at me. I mean, the face is looking at me. Like 2 eyes, the nose, and the mouth. Do you see it?
Okay.
You see it? You see it?
I just had a quick phone call. It was cool to watch your moon, though.
Oh, okay.
And then I said I was going to drive up and trying to accomplish some work stuff.
Have fun.
I might just stay hooked up to the internets while I'm driving.
Oh, so you got to move around. What time is it over there, David?
Currently, it is 5:59 p.m.
So you're 6. Oh, actually, it's almost 11 o'clock here. So you are 6 hours.
Deborah finally called me back. I have to go get my paperwork. She said a lot of traffic. Oh, sorry, I was talking to Paul.
No, that's all right. No, that's all right. See if Paul wants to go with you up at the mountain.
It's only a couple minutes up the hill.
Man. I guarantee you can get like extra stuff in the air.
Sorry, I got to mute.
It's all right. Oh, chicken chat. Check it out. My camera is not a piece of crap, Hitch. I'm rocking this iPhone, man. 4K. And I am by myself again. But that's okay. Let's see who's here. Pete busy. Wobble's making coffee. Dem's with the Autobot. David's with Paul.
No, I'm driving.
David's driving with Paul.
No, he's not. He's not with me.
Oh, he's not?
He stayed
All
back
right.
to watch a movie.
Dirty Paul.
He's
Leave me
watching
alone.
a movie, see?
Yep.
I have to go pick up some paperwork.
Yeah, we know you have to pick up some papers.
Paperwork.
Papers.
What kind of papers?
Paperwork. Things you work with.
You know, what's in the briefcase, Lebowski? You know, papers, work papers. What do you do for a living, Lebowski?
I work with
I'm unemployed.
with paperwork. With paperwork. A bunch of paperwork.
About 1 million, you know, pieces of paper. A lot of paper in that there briefcase.
A lot.
Papers, you know, work papers.
Imagine that. There were papers, there were cars, there were oil. now there's something else.
Actually, what I'm doing right now is connected to Paul because they make you get a TB test in order to work for the Department of Health. That's one
Sure.
of the. You got to get fingerprinted. You got to get TB tests.
Sure.
All kind of stuff.
And Paul is just watching TV.
And yeah, he's back there. We're gonna find him a job though and stuff. I mean, it's Christmas holidays, you know, or it's transition. He just.
I know.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, as far as they have the places at the hotel. They're great at the hotels. They're great at the the supermarkets, Walmarts too. But then again, he's very. Sounds like he knows what he's doing.
He sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but then
Yep.
after you talk to him for a while, you figure out he's making up most of the stuff that he's saying, which is pretty impressive on its own.
Are you telling me he's sounding like a baller? Yeah,
No,
most ballers
he
like that.
actually is like a pathological.
Baller.
Most ballers have real jobs, and they're not. They sort of are normal, you know. They're not like totally crazy. But this guy,
No. It's not about work. It's about like.
is a nut job.
Well, no, I mean it's not about work, and these ballers when they go to jobs is actually when they explain things. It's the same thing.
Okay, I'm gonna just hang up. I got low battery and shit, and I made it. I'm here at my destination.
Charge it up. I'll hang here.
Yeah, but I don't have the cord with me. I left it.
Oh no.
Look. Well, it's 20%. But I'll just hook back up. I'll be back.
All right, I'll be here. Well, shout out to Dave Hawaii. He's got a low charge. He's going to charge up his phone. Good to see him on the panel. He's going to help out his boy, Paul. If you guys don't know, he's pretty interesting. We had him on the panel the other day. It does sound like he knows what he's talking about emergency. But then again, any other job doesn't require too much information, just enough that is required for your specific perfunctory role. How's that sound? Oh, wow. Good to see Mr. T.J. Jones. Be careful, you may get hitch slapped, Mr. Jones. I'll leave you two boys talking. Well, he's going to need that turtle helmet, don't they? It's a tough shell. That's all I can say. A tough shell. Either their head's in the shell or out. Mr. Jones, may want to peek outside your shell. Check it out. Check it out. Mr. Jones says, ever looked at a globe model? Oh, Mr. Jones, ever looked at a globe model under the ball, it should say a label saying not for educational purpose. You may want to go to Walmart. Check out the label. Check it out. The globes are all out there. Even Target, Circuit City. Take care, ladies. All right. But Mr. Jones, you're missing out. All the bowler girls are all jumping in. They're becoming flat. You're missing out. Who joined me? Josh.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's going on, my vegetarian friend?
Oh, dude, so I had that sandwich yesterday. That sandwich was fucking amazing.
Oh, don't give me the munchies.
Like, so have you ever heard of or used tempeh? It's called tempeh.
I don't know what it is.
It's fermented tofu. Wait, say what?
What does it taste like?
Dude, it's interesting because okay. So what I had was supposed to be like a vegan form, I guess, of like a BLT, because it said it was a TTLA. And so instead of bacon, tomato, and lettuce, it was tempeh, tomato, lettuce, and avocado. Right?
All right.
With a vegan garlic aioli.
Garlic is good. What's an aioli?
An aioli is basically it's like a mayo dip or a mayo spread.
Okay.
You can have like an onion aioli, you can have a garlic aioli, you can have any kind of aioli. You just basically add mayo to whatever.
Who made it? Did you make it? Or did you buy it?
I got it at Whole Foods, actually.
Or they have the recipe.
Whole Foods has, I think they have all the stuff there for you to be able to actually make it.
It's about an hour away from me.
But you can actually just go in and order the freaking sandwich from them.
Absolutely.
And you don't have to get, like, because if you bought everything that you needed for it, like if you bought like a bag of like the ciabatta rolls, and then you bought the veganese and then like the garlic or whatever to put in the veganese, or if you just want to use regular mayonnaise or whatever, and then if you buy like the smoked tempeh, and then like, dude, you'd end up spending like $20 on this fucking sandwich.
Where did you find the sandwich in Whole Foods?
They have
refrigerator?
No, dude, they have a like a little like deli restaurant kind of area. Like, you know where it looks like a salad bar?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you can walk around and you can grab whatever you want, put it in the container, and they just weigh it out, you know?
Yes.
Over by that area, if you go to where like the pizzas and stuff are, there's the sandwich place. There's like a sandwich section. At the sandwich section, they have a couple vegan options because they have that tempeh and they have stuff like that.
I've actually stopped eating eggs and milk a couple days ago.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you've tried veganese at all yet, but I actually like veganese better than regular mayonnaise now.
I'll give anything a try.
The veganese doesn't, like, you know, you know how if you made a sandwich and then you let it sit out like all day, how the mayonnaise would basically spoil your sandwich?
It looks kind of spoiled too. Oily.
Yeah. Like I mean, even after it's sitting out for like an hour or so, it starts to get a weird film on it. It looks nasty.
It's the oily film.
Yeah, the Veganese really doesn't do that. It's kind of cool because it doesn't have the egg in it to get spoiled. Like it doesn't really take eggs long to
cook and everything.
Well, once an egg is out of the shell, it doesn't take it too long to spoil. You know.
I find that I have very little time now. So that's why I'm just eating food, like fruits and vegetables, and nuts. Oh, nuts.
So I saw this thing today. I need to go to the store in a minute. I need to go pick up some chia seeds.
Chia pet?
No, chia seeds.
I don't know what that is. It's like poppy.
No, it's a okay. So chia seeds are kind of in the same boat as like flax seeds and stuff. They give you some really good like essential oils.
I think those oils are probably good for joints. I don't mean to smoke it.
Let's see. Chia seeds benefit. Despite their small size, chia seeds are full of important nutrients. They are excellent source of omega-3 fatty acids. So basically, instead of you having to eat fish to get your omega-3s and stuff, you can get it from chia seeds because they're high with omega-3s and rich in antioxidants. And they provide fiber, iron, calcium. They help raise your good cholesterol that prevents heart attacks and strokes.
What about joints?
I don't know if you want to smoke the chia seeds.
No, I don't mean to smoke it. I mean joints like your elbows, your knees, rotator cuffs.
Those kind of joints. I don't know.
Like grease.
Well, okay, so now let's see what omega-3
Yay. Go Josh.
Fatty acids do. The three main omega-3 fatty acids are alpha-linolenic acid. I am not going through these fucking names. They are ridiculous. Well, so there's anagrams. There's ALA, EPA, and DHA. ALA is found mainly in plant oils such as flaxseed, soybeans, and canola oils. DHA and EPA are found in fish and other seafood.
Those are your omega-3s.
Well, no, they're all three omega-3s.
Yes.
But
ELA, DHA, EPA, I think?
Yeah, EPA, DHA, and ALA.
Okay. And I wonder if they're good for joints.
Here we go. The benefits. Omega-3 fish oil contains both DHA and EPA. Omega-3 fatty acids are essential nutrients that are important in preventing and managing heart disease. Findings show omega-3 fatty acids may help to lower blood pressure. Let's see for our
fatty acids, blood pressure, and the other one disease. Heart disease.
A weapon against arthritis. The two types of omega-3 fatty acids found in fish oil are DHA and EPA. Can reduce inflammation, which causes swelling and pain. Some studies have shown that the acids might also suppress the body's immune system.
You're on target, Josh. Excellent. So
You know what?
They're not so great for arthritis. And presumably joints. Inflammation and all that.
Okay, so this is weird because the more I keep searching this, the more it keeps flip-flopping from all omega-3 fatty acids, and then sometimes it only names those 2 fatty acids, and I'm trying to find a difference between those 2 and the 1.
Well, it's finding a legitimate side.
Like,
don't worry about it. But at least we're on point.
Like, I don't think that there's a difference between those 3 different omega-3s, you know? Like, I think that they're essentially the same thing. It just matters where they come from. And I think they're being a little, biased on where it's coming from.
I see. Pharma.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a legitimate site. A flat earther.
But yeah, it's saying that omega-3 fatty acids, period, reduce arthritis because it reduces inflammation.
That's excellent news, Josh. Really.
But yeah, but what's cool about chia seeds is if you take chia seeds and you soak them for about 40-45 minutes, they puff up and they get real soft. And
you can squeeze them.
Well, a lot of diabetics have started actually turning chia seeds into like a pudding.
Okay.
And you can make like a vegan version of it. You take some coconut cream or something like that, or some soy creamer or something, and you dump it in a bowl with a bunch of chia seeds, and the chia seeds will soak up what you put in there with them, and they'll get really soft, and it becomes like a pudding.
Now, diabetics they lack insulin or produce insulin. So I haven't done research on that yet.
They either lack or they have insulin resistance.
Or something stopping from creating insulin.
But you know what, man? I'm with the stuff that I've been learning over the last couple months, I'm realizing that they just don't know shit about diabetes.
Yeah. They don't
or if they do,
how much.
Or if they do know anything, they are hiding it completely on purpose.
And everything's placebo. Uh-oh. TJ Jones didn't make it. He got slapped. Gotta wait for the paint to dry.
Wait, somebody kicked them out already?
No, just ghosted.
So I got to chat with Bob earlier. That was cool.
That's cool. How's he doing?
Well, his name is Bob the Science Guy.
Oh.
And he's a Glober. And he had a response to the Monterey video that was put out that we did for the free group. And he brought up some excellent valid points as far as what was shown in the photographs.
Right.
But it's nothing that we can't fix. It's not like it was hidden or anything like that. He just gave us a different point of a way to look at it from a globe-style mentality.
All right.
So basically the guy is gonna... He doesn't know it, but he's gonna help us destroy the globe.
So if I believe in the globe, I want you to look at it as a globe. And see what I'm saying. All right.
I'll entertain his thoughts for a minute, you know? I'm down for a good thought experiment.
Where's this photo?
It's the footage from the Monterey observation that we did.
Does anybody have a link to that photo?
Give me a second, and I'll grab it off of...
Or if you
Give
can
me one
present
sec.
that, that'd be great.
I don't have controls to be able to present.
No, you can't use your phone to log it.
Oh, I can't use my phone to present anyway.
Oh, all right.
And I'm on my phone right now. But give me 1 sec, and I'll throw the link to Sydney's video in the chat.
And I'll show it to you.
Alrighty, so here we go.
I'm in the chat. Dan put up a link for Nathan Monterey Mirror. Is that it?
Yeah, that'll work.
On the Tony Superouts.
No, never mind. That's not it.
Okay. All right. I don't know about super rap.
Here you go. Here's a link. Yeah, no, Dan, thanks for the link, but I wasn't talking about Nathan talking to Antonio. I don't want to put psychics through all that. Because honestly, dude, I really don't like Antonio.
Do I?
So, here you go. Psychics. Here is...
That's right, Larry.
There's a better link for y'all.
Thanks, Josh. So flash going up. Let's see what we got. All right, so we're looking at the mirror of the world. Is that the line of target?
Yeah, that's the mirror, and they're trying to say that is bending around the curve.
The distance from the observation?
13.25 miles or something like that.
Stand by for 1 second. Height of the observer.
Height of the camera was like 4 to 5 feet off the water.
5 foot off the other.
Yeah.
And it was 18 miles?
No, 13.25.
Okay, 13.25. It's kind of loud. Hold on.
No worries.
Seventy-three feet. At 13 miles?
Yeah.
So how is it we're supposed to see the curve? I don't understand.
That's the funny thing is he brought up some interesting points. Let me log off on my phone. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll come back and I'll hop on my computer, and I'll show you. I'll show all of you the pictures that he sent me from the video that he was talking about of what's missing and what should be seen and stuff like that. Because either way, it's a good idea to get his ideas on this so that the next time that we go out there, we don't make those same mistakes so that we don't hear that shit again, you know?
Who took the picture? Oh, go ahead, Josh. Just go to the bathroom.
We took all the footage.
Okay.
He just took screenshots.
What's that?
Peanut butter cup?
Okay.
Are you guys gonna make your shakes at this time though?
Yeah, I can make it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, got it. Hang on for a second, Justin. I gotta make a smoothie. All right, I'm back. What's going on with you guys in the chat? Let's just see what we have here. So we got a distance of 13 miles. And somebody's supposed to tell us that we're supposed to see some kind of arc or some kind of deviation of an object that's not supposed to be there. But really, I mean, really the question is, even though that we did the math and we scaled it down, does the scale really match really our perspective, our plain sight? It's pretty much the observer's view on what they see with the vanishing point or the diffraction zone that we call it, that actual glass beyond the curve that we assume, but who knows? Objects still can be seen at a distance, and yet everything is still says everything is in plain sight. Not curved sight, it's plain sight. But yeah, I'm willing to actually look at it and talk to this guy if he ever comes on the panel or on chat. Let's see what's going on over here. TJ Jones, what you do, man? Do I have to log in here and find out what you said? I'm pretty sure it's more of a straw man. And rather than evidence or anything of that matter, were you parroting? Were you giving information and then you just pass it along like a relay race? Were you observing? Did you take any tests? Did you see how things work? Because we'll find out if you're just talking above the surface and they're heading the shell. You have guys over here that can get you out of that shell. Trust me. Don't like that snort too, Stepler. Could be all night. Unless you want to hear people here screaming. As if I work in the BDSM. Hey, them.
BSMDTPQRTVU.
Welcome to my torture chamber.
Torture chamber.
People screaming. Whips are whipping. Oh, yeah.
Really?
People drag racing.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Good shit, man.
Sounds like you're in a parking lot. Good. You finished with work?
Yeah, just walking out.
Yeah, me and Josh were in here doing we're doing some kind of observation test on one of the pictures. Very interesting, I guess. But
You
more
and Josh,
interesting.
what are you talking about?
Well, no. I mean, he actually he was able to talk to a baller.
Oh,
And you know how this, yeah, and it's kind of rare now, these ballers. So I don't know where they're at. They're either converting very fast and turning flat earthers, or just not coming around. I don't know what's up. But he was able to talk to a baller. So it's based on a picture, a photo, and Ash wants to tell everybody that he sees a curve on a photo. Okay.
So the Earth in a photo?
Oh yeah. 13 miles away. And 13 miles away, and at a photo of a mirror across the ocean. I mean, across the water.
Does he know any kind of third grade math or anything like that?
I mean, that's math, but
At least?
I could see it. I don't know why we have to do the math. Just to.
What I'm saying is there's no way the curve of the Earth should be in 13 miles of his vision. If no one can see it for fucking thousands of miles.
I mean, things should be glitchy, and there should be things going down. You should see some kind of arc.
Well, the curve should be 13 miles in front, 13 miles in back, 13 miles on the left, and 13 miles on the right.
All around, all around top of the, top of the. He's in top of the hill. You know what I mean? The roller coaster ride.
So he can see really clear for 13 miles.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
13 miles what?
The funny thing is that we're doing mini math based on the curvature. Now here's the macro math, right? And the macro math is actually we do like arc minutes, and that's like degrees. So arc minutes is like you look at a crosshair.
Well, yeah, but I think you can see a lot farther than 13 miles. So
I know, but here's the funny math. It's not as like further, but here's how things get funky or wonky in math. So, for example, you're not using any camera or anything, right? You're using your sight, just your basic sight. All right, but presumably you have this math in your head, and it's called, an arc is actually you're looking at a crosshair at a target. So the line of target would be in a mirror, and your crosshair would be there. So now you have degrees, which is 1 degree, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, correct? So you put that crosshair there, and you have 1 degree. Now in math, 1 degree is 69 miles. That's 10,000 feet. So that means if you and I are looking this at a natural distance in plain sight, we are to look at the math and it's telling us it is 10,000 feet in curve, which is wonky already. And that's just like an observable view without any cameras. But now we have a camera, and we're able to go through the diffraction zone, and we're able to isolate it down to an object and do the accurate math. But although the accurate math and the math that we scaled still does not match up with perspective, so everything else still comes into plain sight. So it is wonky in a sense, where if we were to go so at 13 miles already it's just a high. You're claiming than that, maybe from the Everest or any mountains at a distance, and that is perspective. But now that's where the wonky math comes in. With arc minutes, or we're dealing with curvature math, it won't match up with perspective at those large distances. So I mean, we can talk to these guys, at 13 miles, but it's could be very, very, very funny once, and that's where they're pretty much going to be at surface. This is where the Starman attacks come. And, oh gosh, they call you an idiot. You don't know what to do. You actually don't believe in science. It still doesn't make sense. So presumably, you're supposed to believe on what the math says or the body of science are telling you, that the curve is the curve. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. Oh my gosh, where is everybody tonight? Shout out to the chat.
I'm just listening.
No, I was talking to the chat guys. They just like want to sleep on us. I'm wide awake.
About that time.
I know. You know what I mean about that time, them. About that time.
Oh, you did?
I almost passed out here smoking a cigarette.
You forgot to bring me some weed.
I ain't got none.
Yes, he's like, what are you talking about? I don't know.
Don't forget me.
Don't forget Cy. He would need some weed too.
Yes.
Always
Good timing too.
It's like, quit smoking cigarettes. Weed is good shit.
Speaking of cigarettes, I forgot my chew.
For real? You got a cigarette? That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is empty. No, it's empty.
Yeah, no. Yeah, 7 days.
Oh shit! What is this thing?
7 days, cold turkey, no cigarettes. Yep.
Who's not smoking?
Do what?
You're not smoking?
Yeah, I quit smoking cigarettes on the 12th. Today's, 19? 18, 19?
If you feel the need of tobacco, pick up a can of chew.
Oh, hell no. Fuck
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Fuck that. I'm not picking up no chew.
It's a pouchy. It's a pouchy.
Fuck that. I just quit cold turkey and just don't do it. I'll smoke a joint.
All right, good.
Yeah, I'll smoke weed. I'll still smoke weed.
Because there's
nicotine and shit's bad for you now.
yeah, there's two types of addictions with cigarettes, man. Socially and also regular addiction.
The nicotine really is bad for you.
Oh, yeah.
You got like 1,300 different fucking chemicals plus a hallucinogenic. Because that's what, you know, and cigarettes don't do anything. I mean, they do in that aspect of the bad shit, but they don't do anything for you. Like weed, at least if you high when you smoke. There's an after effect of it. And nobody's ever fucking died or got fucked up, you know, from smoking weed unless you're allergic to it. So.
Smoking is there to kill you financially. $10 a day?
Well, probably 5.
All
I mean,
for 30 days? For
I
30
wasn't
days?
smoking a day or nothing unless like fucking I had 3 packs in my possession. Then I'm
Not you. But there's people that buys 2 packs at $10 a pack. Here, that's $20 a day for 30 days.
Oh my god.
And that's not even gas to go to work. That is just the joy of having a cigarette in the car. So you, when you have your lunch at work, you can still smoke a cigarette. So that is your 30 days for just without gas.
Right.
$10 a day for 30 days, $300 without gas. Imagine that.
Yep. And at $20 a day, that's $600.
And we're talking about just like cigarettes. We're not talking about gas. We're not talking about phone bill. And those are just what we carry in our pockets and what gets us to a place. Oh man.
You might get sugar
So-
Well, I usually don't eat a lot of sweet shit. Now that I need to smoke, I'm fucking eating a whole lot of sweet shit. Well, normally around holidays, I'll eat some sweet shit anyway. It's Christmas. Fudge, shit like that. I like peanut butter fudge. Peanut butter fudge is good. It's not too sweet. It's not too much. It's not too bad.
And this is great.
Yeah, peanut butter fudge is fucking good. And my wife makes fudge that's very good. That's not too sweet. Like fudges can be too sweet, like almost like cheesecake, like unbearable to eat. But man, she makes fudge. It's fucking good. It's just like chocolate. I don't know. It's good. It's not really sweet. And the peanut butter fudge is really good too. It's not a sweet. You take the peanut butter, it takes a little bit of sweetness. You know what I mean? But the peanut butter is where it's at because it's not, you know, just, I don't know. The peanut taste kills some of the sweetness of it. Makes it put together really good. You can try something that you never have. Peanut butter fudge. Or a fudge that's like less sweet. The less sweet fudge. It's fucking good. The best fudge you'll ever eat. I don't know what the fuck's going on right there, but I feel like fucking all kinds of cops. I'm not turning that way, I'm turning the other way.
They're just trolling.
Fuck that. They're scaring me.
Yeah, nothing to be scared about. They're just they're trolling. They're just trolling.
Oh, somebody broke into that store.
Oh, somebody
That's
broke
why.
into the fucking, damn.
I thought you were gonna turn.
I'm not. I'm going straight, but I'm not turning that way.
Put them on video. Put them on video, Dems.
But yeah, it looks like a fucking car ran through the building and then fucking took what they wanted. Or back truck.
You mean alcohol? Is it a liquor store?
No, it's a clothing store. It's a dry cleaners.
Oh, so they had to get that
What's that? Is that a pair of clothes right there? Right in the street right there? Thing like
I'm talking about 5 of 12. Inside, man. I'm trying to set up the movies.
So they broke into the fucking front window of the cleaner's place. And there's like 8 cops outside or 6 or some shit.
What the hell is an inside man?
What?
Nothing. I have to set up a movie in the movie theater, and I don't have the movie for it to play because I have a calendar. What plays every day.
Good night.
These are just making up stuff.
See you tomorrow, Heather.
Don't forget to tip your waiter.
He's the bartender. He's the bartender.
Don't forget to tip your dishwasher.
He does. When I give him a ride, he gives me tips.
Better. I know they work hard, but you work harder.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Somebody
Know the game.
told me that I'm a very interesting dishwasher.
At work?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They said, you're very interesting. You're smart. I said, say that again. I'm what? I'm what? And they looked at me. I said, say it again. They said, smart. I said, oh, okay. Cool.
Doesn't the bartender make more money?
Do what?
The bartender, doesn't he make more money?
Oh, yeah, they have the opportunity to, yes. Brown knows, and you can make a lot.
Right?
Well, I mean, you know, you're giving them alcohol, your buddies, they're drinking. Yeah, they'll leave you 20s and 10s and shit for tips, yeah.
I think it's time to change your Groundhog Day.
My Groundhog Day?
Yep. What do you think, Dems?
Yeah, let's change it up.
Just a little bit. You're still in the same narrative. Just a little bit. So what you can do, how to change it up, is you put it up in the air. Think about it hard. And then it'll just come out of you. The frequencies will come out of you, and it will put you in a placeholder. They got a placeholder for it.
I want to have a little business to where I just take in clothes. You know, people can donate clothes, and you know, instead of throwing them away or whatever. And then like you clean them, and then you put them in your neck. You know, you clean them in one side of your building. You have like a little pull in. You bring in all the shit. You clean it. Make sure it's got no bugs, or you know, make sure it's clean. And then put it over on the other side for like $1 or $2. Nothing over $1. Like clothes, pants, coats. I don't care. A couch for $1, a couch for $5. I don't give a shit. I'll give it all away for $1. As long as I have it and it can help you and you need it for $1, I don't care if it's Nike Air.
Hang on for one second.
Yeah.
What's your phone number?
I almost yelled out my phone number. That was good. 8675309.
I'm back. I gotta make a citizen's card for one of my members here. Okay.
Make a citizen's arrest on them.
No. You want to do a Dinobot? Hang on for a second. Hey, Ron. You ever watch Transformers? Yeah. All right, hang on for a second. This guy's Den. Say what's up, Den.
What's up, Dan?
Hey, what's up? Autobots, roll out.
There you go. Is that an app?
Sound similar?
Say Bumblebee.
Bumblebee, get over here.
No, that's his real voice. That's his real.
Autobot, roll
I'm
up.
talking to one of the actors right now. It's an app. It's an app. Oh. Yeah, right. Watch. I'll show you. There you go. You have a phone?
Hello. Hello.
Talk to the computer. Bumblebee?
Hello.
He's saying Bumblebee.
Yes, Bumblebee. This is Bumblebee.
That's some wild shit. That's some wild shit, ain't it?
Autobots, roll up.
Get it.
I mean, roll out. Do what you
don't
want to
do?
do.
Watch. Go put on YouTube. It is the actor. He is an actor.
Cornbread. Have you ever heard an Autobot say cornbread?
What's his name?
Cornbread. I mean, no. PonchoPete live. And we can talk about cornbread, right? Cornbread.
One man, one robot, one machine.
That's you. You're on the show. I told you he's an actor. He's an actor, man. That's some cool stuff. Now you're in there. Sub to that, and now you can actually listen to us on the show.
We talk about anything and everything.
And everything. Everything you want to know. You say, yeah, you say, Dan, what's up? And he'll tell you all the news that you need to know. What's going on with France? What's going on with France, Dan?
Right now, they're in a little bit of turmoil. They're trying to tell the government to stop being pedophiles. We're going to change this shit for the better.
That's news. That's real news. He'll tell you that. He'll tell you the temperature, everything. Better than Siri. Better than Siri, my man. All right, let me get to your citizen's card. Hang on for a second, Aaron. Hang on. You gonna pay a bill or something? Let's go check it out. No, you good. You good. You good. Yeah. Good. Take time. What's going on with you? Oh. You signed up recently, girl. I'll work on this. Take this. You're still good as long as it takes in there. You're okay. No. Let your mom. She has nothing to do with it, Ron. I'll take care of it. So while you work out, I'll be back with you. All right. Go get yourself, get pumped up and everything. I'll be back with you.
So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue skies from pain? Can you tell a green field from a cold steel red? A smile from a bed. The hell do you think you can tell? They get you to change. Heroes for ghosts, hot ashes for trees, hot air for green.
That's a good one.
Oh. Just hang on. Where am I?
We're in a movie theater now. That's awesome, man. I love this guy.
This
Okay,
was some
so-
effects you had going there.
I know, right? I'm by myself, so kind of.
By myself.
If I get bored, I'll just hang out there. You know, put a movie on.
You get a black eye for the straight guy. What?
I should bring that movie home.
What you talking about, Willis?
Black eye from a straight guy. Aaron thinks you're an actor, then.
Who does?
Oh, yeah. I told him you're
Who?
an actor.
What's his name?
Aaron.
Aaron. Well, you let
Aaron.
I'm a very good actor. I know how to act like an actor.
He thought you were an actor. A robot.
Like Siri?
Yep.
I shouldn't have said the word pedophile then. Huh?
And cornbread, too.
I said, have you ever heard a robot say cornbread?
That's why he said.
What do you do? Did you look up?
Yeah, that's why he thought you were. Then he asked you if you were an actor. But first, he thought you were an app.
Oh, I didn't know which. I didn't know which to be, the actor or the app.
No, we play it. This is how we freestyle. Don't worry. It's called Flatsumaki.
Flat Somaco. Is that like tobacco? No.
No.
Somaco. Somaco.
Some Samako. Samako.
I heard Dave.
Yeah, he made it back from the store, wherever he had to go take care of things. I think it's you're with Paul, right? Still, Dave? I think he's still with Paul.
I heard the sweet sounds of an ukulele.
I know. As usual, I run my mouth.
Ice and song.
Put this sucker in here. Oh yeah, that's a good movie. I'm gonna take that movie home with me tonight.
What?
Did you see what I was playing? In the theater? Fast and Furious 7.
Oh, no, I didn't know. Shawshank Redemption, I thought.
No, it's Fast and Furious. Definitely, I love that action-packed type of thing.
Yeah, it's all right.
Perfect time for a slow night.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
If I worked at that place where you work, I would lose my fucking mind.
I already lost it. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is now. Somewhere in here.
I mean,
I'm still looking for it.
I have anxiety really bad.
It goes quiet too, you know? Nobody around. And that's like where most of my times are like that anyway.
I would have the Guinness Book of World Records of the dumbest shit done at your work.
You'd get a lot of things done.
Yes.
If you were
going
going to school.
And I would get extra things done that didn't make no sense, that shouldn't have been done.
It don't matter. As long as it gets done, it will get done. This time is the done part. Get things done.
Right.
You can do the boring stuff over here. All the stuff, the administrative stuff in the morning they couldn't do, they pack it onto my side and I'll take care of it. Because it can't get done during the daytime. It needs to be done at night.
Oh, yeah.
It needs to be
I
done
saw
at
that
night. Yeah. Like if they can keep the bar guys there and the managers there, they can do it at night. They could do the paperwork at night if they wanted to.
Yeah, but that's like a dishwasher leaving like 20 minutes, 30 minutes early, talking about, oh, when you come in, you're slammed to all hell. Because
Sure.
I couldn't do it.
Nope, that's during the daytime.
Couldn't do that. I couldn't do that work for you to keep you looking good. I couldn't get the table straight for you. But when you leave at night, you gotta have everything fucking spotless.
That's right. So every night is like really for the next day. But really, my night is throughout the day. Throughout the night, I'm sorry. I that's what I mean. My night is throughout the night. And then you got so many people coming in and distracting you. Oh, jeez. What is today? Today's Wednesday, right?
On the same house. That's weird. These shows on TV, it's weird. I think these people are all in the same damn house. It looks like the same house. Like different YouTube little things that go on, and it looks like the same house for the different people. It's weird. I always wonder.
Well, they'll have different arrangements, different fashion, different couches inside, but same house outside. Saturday, you'll find the same neighbors will probably go out the same time and mow their lawns. During the week, you'll find the same neighbor will take out the garbage the same day of the week. Groundhog Day. You can find a lot of that near suburbia. But in the country, you won't.
You'll see people getting shot. No, I'm just playing.
Well, on the city part or stabbed.
It's just a joke. Every once in a while, you'll have that.
Most of the stuff is in the cities and stuff.
Street lights, the only light we know.
Let's see what's going on here.
Street lights. Gotta hustle while I go.
Oh, snag. Please tell us the retracted ones.
Lucifer, Lucifer. No, I'm just playing.
Fear.
In case
What?
you didn't know.
There he is. Dave. It's Dr. Dave to tell us more.
The man in the hour.
Doctor? Oh, I'm elevated to doctoral status. I don't even have a master's degree. I only have a bachelor
And
of
you
art.
fitted master's degree. You are.
Yeah,
PhD.
but I got the YouTube doctorate.
Yes.
There's
No,
the
common sense.
Wow, wow,
You
wow,
have-
wow, wow. I wouldn't think they were supposed to play hard rock on when they played country like that.
They shouldn't. You have a master's
They're
degree
not supposed to.
in Hawaiiology. Hawaiianology.
No, you said I was a doctor. What, you already demoted me?
No, you are a doctor. You
Sliding
said you didn't
backwards
get your
fast.
master's degree. Hold on. You said you didn't have your master's degree, so you couldn't be a doctor. I said, yes, you do.
That's right. Yeah,
You
that's
had a
right.
master's degree in Hawaiianology. Now you're a doctor. Dr. Dave High. Dave High? I got you covered.
Okay.
I stand by your credentials, Dave, of Hawaiianology.
Thank you very much.
Dave,
You know, it's funny you're talking that because they just created this new law in the social services where you got to prove your high school diploma. And so I'm having to dig up, or my my university diploma. And
Or
so I'm
your
having to dig up this old.
education GED.
It's paperwork, I got some kind of proof.
Yeah.
I got to show paper, proof of graduation.
Yes, sir. Like a diploma.
Yeah. You're not allowed to take care of special needs people unless you have at least a high school diploma. Which, kind of makes sense, really. You know what I mean? If you can't get a diploma, like you say, a GED, just go take the GED, whatever.
Well,
couldn't you just run down there, take the test, and have your diploma, boom, like that?
yeah. Well, not a diploma. It's actually better. If you ran and did the GED and just got it that quick, you'd be smarter than a person with a diploma.
Probably.
Not guaranteed.
They don't have that test every day, though. You have to, wait till they're having the test.
Right.
That's the problem.
But
matter of fact, I think I'm going to look that up right now.
Yeah, if you out of nowhere.
Look for it. I have the document.
And pass it, the GED, you would be smarter than the fucking person with the diploma.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
I just forgot.
There's another thing. The people that started all this shit never even worried about a diploma when they started it. You didn't have to have a diploma to take care of someone that you love. Like
right. It's a brand new law.
Or a mother, or a grandpa, or a friend, or a neighbor, or someone you take care of in your family or something. So it didn't equivalent to having a degree. It's just like, okay, I have the time to be able to help this person and take care of them.
Talking on the phone.
One was in Kiev. That one was.
You're watching a movie, Paul.
That one was in Lahaina, and then one was right.
You guys were partying hard. They're talking about having 3 after parties. It's pretty exciting stuff.
Oh, hell yeah.
From the Lee Bryce concert.
Let's have 4 after parties.
Hey,
You guys heard
if you
of
have
Lee
time, can
Bryce?
you come to chat? Or to the panel?
Who are you saying, Psychics?
New perspective. I was
We might have a
reading
couple
his chat.
Hey, you guys
We
in
need a new
chat,
perspective on the panel. Come to the panel right
guys,
away.
come to the panel right away. If we have a couple people in the chat, there might be people I told to come, so I don't know.
I'm on the.
Don't be too mean.
I was reading New Perspective's link. I just want to know who this guy is that he's sending over. He's got 3,200 watchers right now watching his live channel.
Oh, well, I don't know what that means, but I'm saying, like, if a couple new people come around, like people in chat, don't be mean to them too bad. Like, I don't know, they might be people I told to come and check out the channel.
Be careful with the chat. Well,
if they say Dim sent them, then you'll know. But if they don't, I don't know.
All right.
I told them to say Dim sent you. That way, maybe people would see, okay, Dim sent them. Okay, we'll give them a little couple. We'll give them, benefit and be cool with them for a while.
If they don't mention the word Dim, them people in chat, they're gonna start flat. They're gonna start flattening. Latsumaki.
Oh, you can always flat smack, but I mean, you don't have to be mean with it. But now,
Let's get him on stage.
All right. So what's going on?
Well, I say we everything.
You always go to the U before they come to you too.
Okay, that's in 2 months, Paul. I'm on the phone right here.
You go to the after party 2 days.
Testing 1, 2. Yep.
I can hear testing.
The lights lit up when I tested the microphone. It's a slow night on the plane.
It's plain sailing for this evening.
It's plain sailing. You guys have snow flurries, what have you?
Oh, I hope not.
Icebergs. Any icebergs?
Oh, lettuce.
Iceberg lettuce only.
Please.
Let us have the icebergs from the North Dakotas. You don't like snow? What are you doing in the snow country then?
I'm trying to get out.
What, your previous generations kind of immigrated to the
crazy life.
Crazy world, New York City and what have you?
Mm-hmm. First chair at the circus show. That's what we have.
If my people in the past, forefathers had never moved around, I'd probably be in a very cold country, like in friggin' Norway or some shit, or Germany at least.
Well, I mean, if
probably a really Viking, it'd be a Viking in Norway.
It's funny that the way to control this is through consumption, which is currency. So these guys created the currency, which is the forefathers, and then they created the bankruptcy, the forefathers. Now they handed we're here at this present moment. They handed us the bankruptcy and the currency they created, so we're in debt. So that's why we're like living paycheck to paycheck. And that's why we owe people, So with owing something and showing that we owe something is the reason why we're in debt and to put us into control. And the control of accepting this type of currency is real that the forefathers created, which is funny. They're
it's
not
a debt
here.
slavery system.
Yeah, they're not even here. That's kind of funny how they left it that way. Now, normally, I mean, any nuclear family that has children, first and foremost, is to have whatever tangible property that they have and they kept, and if they were to leave, it is something that they've inherited and also entitled, given by their parents or their previous ones, right? That's normal. But no, it's like our parents just went into debt, and here you go. This is what you have to pay. What a shitty way that these four parents created, So that's why everything seems like we owe things, but technically we don't have to owe. And Agave's always said this. I mean, really, it's always there. It's there. These are inheritance that should have been inherited from our four previous, and which is and also entitlement. That meaning that everything that's here, that's on land, is already created. All we're doing is we're just putting it all together and giving it to one another, and whether it's food or whether it's energy or whatever stuff that we created. But no, these four parents had to create a ball dicker, which is like the currency. So we have a third party system, which is actually in the middle of this crap system here that's making it look like this is real. The time is real. Work is real. Even the words seems to be, they're trying to make it real, but it's all fictional. So that's my rant, and that's how I see things right now, and that's why you and I are every day almost like governed with time, and we're looking at our watches. Yay, it's almost time to actually go home, time to actually go to work, or it's time to eat. It's always about that time, and they make it real, so real. But really, it's just a concept. Hate to rant. I think it's the coffee.
Might be the coffee. Steaming hot coffee.
Yes, I'm still drinking it. I'm almost done. I got large for the resident for me. It's kind of loud here right now. I think I'm gonna turn down some music. I hear Paul's quiet. Is he still there?
No, he's not quiet. I actually just keep muting.
Oh, really? That's all right. Let me just.
I keep talking to him with the open mic and stuff.
That's all right. Just hanging out. It's better than quietness. One second. Oh, you guys can hear my movies or watch my movies with no sound.
No, you better not do that because of copyright infringements. What are we looking at here, Paul? Lee Bryce live in concert? Are you going to watch it? Maui Arts and Cultural.
I'd be back to.
His time has come to take the main
Yeah.
stage.
You guys heard of Lee Bryce before?
No. Is he an
He's
actor?
a country singer. He came to Maui and he had a concert and Paul went. And there, he found on YouTube, apparently he found a YouTube video of it. He's watching YouTube on a Roku device on our TV.
Can you watch
and
movies with that?
Yeah.
You just watching YouTube, that's all. You but
Watch anything you
the way
want.
you type in is with a weird little remote control. You don't have a keyboard.
Yeah, you can watch everything. Psychics. You can watch
Well, I don't know how to use the TV first, but I do know I have a Roku somewhere attached to that TV.
Well,
you have to have that hooked to the internet, and then you gotta
Wi-Fi.
You gotta you set it up to use YouTube, but it doesn't cost anything, you know.
So
it's like you gotta set up the channel,
Roku?
basically. Huh?
YouTube is linked with Roku?
Yeah, it's one of the channels you can set up with a Roku.
No, but I'm talking about movie play. You know, you can watch any movies.
Well, if you got
Well,
a smart,
if you have Netflix, you can use that on a Roku, or if you have Amazon Prime, you can use that.
Yeah,
There's
you
a
can
couple
have
of free
both of them.
channels. They try to get you hooked into Hulu and all that.
Yeah, all right, that's fine.
And YouTube has a service now that's supposed to be better than cable. They claim for like, oh, I don't know how much it is. They keep trying to get you to use it for free.
Yeah,
that would
that's
probably
valid.
work. That would probably work on a Roku.
Can Roku be jailbroken, or in a sense?
I don't know. It's an Amazon product.
Yeah. It came with
You're talking
we
about
bought this like
Poncho loves.
Well, we got the 50-inch TV from Amazon. It was like this high-sense TV.
Oh, you did? You bought your TV from Amazon, huh?
Yeah, it came with a Roku. It was a deal.
A Roku. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be able to. Those things are pretty cool. You can actually, whatever you're watching on your phone, you can make that display on through the Roku onto a TV.
Okay. I mean, I grew up watching TV because it became more complicated for me to watch. That's just how I think. So I stuck with the phone.
I can't quite understand what you're saying.
Oh, I gave up watching TV because it was too complicated. So I just never turned it on.
Yeah.
Cause mom won't get to the channel. The Eagles play on Christmas Eve live.
Philadelphia Eagles?
No, the
Oh, the
Eagles,
band?
The band and Aloha Stadium. They're gonna play live on the internet.
They can't play because Glenn Fry died.
They're gonna still play.
With Joe Walsh?
Yeah.
Really? And in Hawaii?
Yeah, in Hawaii they're gonna play at the Aloha Stadium.
The Eagles are going to play again. He's telling me.
Yeah.
Where'd you hear that?
David was flying over there for to watch the Eagles and some other
Rock show?
Rock show.
Is it before Christmas or after?
It's like I think it's before Christmas.
Huh. I never heard that before.
Yeah, the Eagles they're going to be performing at the Aloha Stadium. They're going to be playing live. I think they have a computer. Tickets are all sold out too, Dave.
Are they going to screencast it? So we can watch it on the They probably sell the stream though.
Yeah.
And you could probably pay for it.
Oh, really? Can you pay for it?
I don't know. Find out how much it costs, when it is.
It's like, it's Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve.
You're probably going to be over Rory's anyway.
Yeah, I know.
What happened with the baby?
Not yet. It's going to come before Christmas.
They never had the contractions stopped or something?
It's still going, but not.
She just doesn't want to give birth, does she?
No, it's coming. It's coming.
It's overdue, right?
It's overdue, but we hopefully get it before Christmas.
Yeah, because Christmas is still a week away.
A week away. So if it's gonna be a Christmas baby.
That's what you say, huh? Yeah.
It's gonna be a Christmas baby.
I thought they were already gonna have it before, by now.
No.
You don't think so, huh?
The Today Show.
That would be a real biatch being born at Christmas time. Because then your birthday, when you're growing up, your birthday is right on Christmas time.
Mine was always close to Christmas.
Yeah, mine was too. Same month.
Yeah. Mine's the 8th.
Oh, really? And what's your mother's maiden name? What's your social security number?
I already told you this shit, Dave.
Oh, that's right. I have it written down.
I already told you last week. You're grilling me again?
Megan Kelly today. Megan and Kelly.
I only give that information out 3 times a month. 3 times.
Docs. Why do they call that doxing yourself? When you let everybody on the internet know your name, address, and phone number, I guess.
Oh, your documentation.
Oh, docs is short for documentation? Oh. That's where it came from, really? Doxed? Hey, they doxed him today. Pillbox doxed somebody today.
Documentation, documents. Yeah. Doc, show me your docs.
You got your papers, please? As they said in East Germany.
Your people's people, my people's people, and our people will be people again. What?
Your papers, please.
Your peoples and papers and people.
Have your people make an appointment with my people, and from there.
Your buff with my paper, your pencil with my people.
Oh boy. I gotta look for my diploma.
I don't think you have one, Dave.
I know. I'm gonna have to fake it. I'll get my Photoshop fired up.
Yes.
Fake it.
Photoshop
I couldn't have
it.
passed 3rd grade, actually.
Well, you can get online and pay these one people like $5, $10. They'll give you a diploma.
Really?
Yeah.
$5 diploma. You give me $5, I give you a very nice diploma.
They put you really good. You be real smart. They give you A. You have master degrees.
$5. That's hilarious.
You watch
can't
your
get
mouth.
anything for
It's
$5.
cheap. It's very, very cheap from my school. You will be
Actually, you
master.
still can get something for $5. Some cheap Chinese piece of shit.
Hey, what's going on, Jen?
Hey. Toy or
How you
something.
doing, guys?
Jen in the house. Dude in the house.
Jen's here. Oh, boy.
Yeah, all you it's amazing. Put yours in. I'll let you use my diploma. I'll just put. Hey, what's up? We're just making David a diploma.
I'm having a martini stirred, not shaken.
Stir.
'Cause
Okay.
I'm anti-James Bond.
James Bond styling.
I'm anti-James Bond. Stirred, not shaken.
Stirred, not shaken. Okay.
What the hell is going on in here anyway? I just got here myself, man.
Right. I've just watched Roxanne and Robin, aka Lifting the Lid podcast. Did you see that, guys?
I watched the first like 10 minutes today or something.
Okay. Well, it's like looking.
Oh wait,
good
no,
news.
I didn't. No, I didn't watch that. I was watching Anthony Riley earlier.
Yeah, Anthony Riley. That's the one.
And Robin.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
And then Roxanne. When Roxanne came on, I had to go back to work. I didn't get to watch the rest.
That's all right. Basically, it was going on about the legal aspects of the teachings of the heliocentric in our educational systems. Is to hijack the education system, is how they termed it legally.
Right.
It's partisan, isn't it? It's partisan education, and legally, the education ministries are supposed to teach
the truth,
a balanced, opposing view of the heliocentric model, but they're not
Well,
doing
right.
it, and that's against the law.
Correct.
Basically, and that's the route they're going to take.
Well, we have Sleeping Warrior actually has already published already a report into the education department in UK.
Yeah, but there's lots of them. So
That's right. That's
we
right.
need
Yes,
everybody
we
to
could worry
do it.
about.
Yeah,
And-
the barrier.
Now, his peers are with the solicitors.
That's
So
right.
now what's happening is that what's in those published papers are what they're teaching the kids about the 93 million miles away, which is the sun. We're trying to find the evidence to that. We're also trying to find the evidence to the measuring tape of the diameter or the circumference of the Earth.
The R.
That's another part that's being taught to the kids. Another part is actually the reason for gravity, since it's emphasized as just the concept.
And say 50%. 50% of the stuff that's taught to the kids is wrong. All of it. Like
Correct.
50% of everything they teach them is wrong. Just wrong.
Yes, absolutely. Everything is wrong.
So
Everything.
so just leave it at that and say it's wrong and it needs to be done right, and you need to teach them the truth or opposition. You know what I mean? It's okay to teach them heads and tails. The coin can fall on both sides, or even the third side. You know, it can fall on its side.
Well,
You know,
here's
anything that's possible. Anything that can, you know, anything that's performed. I don't have no problem with anything that's testable, repeatable, provable. At least, you know, I mean, you can discuss anything, but you don't have to say it's fact when it's
That's
not.
right. It's not fact.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. And that's where the FE Corps are going to come in, I think, with Anthony. They're working together. They're actually looking for a UK solicitor stroke barrister to handle the case, the right one. My fear is Anthony's got to be careful, because we're now beginning to rattle their cage, and you know how they like to bump people off. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
You know.
Correct.
You mean,
For the audience, we're speaking with Sleeping Warrior Anthony Riley. But go ahead, Jim.
yeah, sorry about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? You know, when you
One
start
good
to
thing,
get
one good thing about it is it doesn't have to do with. It's not really dealing with like the drugs. It's not really dealing with like the big mob aspect of things. It's kind of,
That's
you know,
right.
our children and what we perceive is best for them. So in that aspect, he should be okay. He should
Right.
be, but you never know.
No, you never know, because you know this is a big one, because this is their way of controlling us at this point. That's how they've controlled everyone. And when you break free from the heliocentric model and you realize that your life has been a lie, for me, I want redress. I want the government out. That's what I want. I don't want to carry on with the economy, the same monopoly game. I want a new board, new money, new everything. Do you see what I mean?
Right. We don't even need money. The new money is us.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Or
exactly
the energy.
that. Exactly that. I want to throw away the board and start again. Start
Yeah.
again properly. You know? Yeah,
Yes,
right.
sir.
So that's why whenever I'm on the comments, I always leave my comment with roll on the flat earth revolution. And what I mean by that is obviously I mean, first of all, legally, legal representation according to your constitution, according to the British Magna Carta. That's what I'm talking about, first of all. Then if it has to get rough, then women and children should stay home, and it's the man's job to get this done, and then we have to fight our way through, if that's what it's going to take.
Common law.
Common law, that's it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about when I say, some people have been saying of late that I'm crazy to talk like that. And I said, I'm not crazy, because I've been saying this for 20, 30 years. I've been saying it's time for a revolution, because that's the only way you're going to get change.
Exactly. The only way you're going to change something is to change it. I'm not trying to talk over you, but yes, I agree.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem, man. It's the nature of the medium we're on. And when you're passionate about something, you're going to do that. So
and killing, stealing, destroying doesn't really have to be that a certain aspect of it. I mean, if somebody comes after you to stop you from protecting yourself, like, hey, man, I'm gonna protect myself. Don't hurt me in the process of doing this. Yeah. I'm gonna walk over here and do this. Now, if they try to hurt you or stop you, then of course you got to protect yourself. But in the aspect that you're going to just state your terms or reiterate how you feel, or what the community needs as a community, or what the people need as a whole, you shouldn't be in trouble for that. That shouldn't be a bad thing. Never.
But do you know what? It's actually written in our constitutions that we have a duty. So there you are.
That's our job to do it right. And they've been scaring us. Oh, you don't do that. Don't do that. That's wrong. That's wrong. It's not wrong. It's not wrong to make things right. How can it be wrong to make things right? I don't get. That's an oxymoron if I ever heard one.
Thank you, man. That's defeated. That's what we call defeated talking. I don't want to hear that. And even regardless of it, legally, it's the human thing to do. The human thing to do. It's humanity here.
It's the mother and father. It's the grandma, grandpa. It's the sister. It's the neighbor, the brother. It's the human. You're right.
Yeah. It's not. We need this documentation to feel to have that feeling. That feeling should be in every human being, regardless of your constitution. The constitution is just highlighting it. So for those who have forgotten that you're supposed to fight, it's written there so you don't forget. It's your duty. Duty. That is the word. Duty. So step out, everybody. Stand up. Come on. Sorry to have gone on.
That's not right. People should be held accountable.
Get your yellow jackets.
Yeah, so I'm quite excited for next year. As I left a comment, looks like good things are coming over the horizon. Usually they're disappearing. In our case, coming over, eh?
Right. I wouldn't dress in a yellow vest. I'd dress just like the people who are detaining you.
Yeah. Play their game. I agree.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Everybody in all geared up black. All and you're not going to hurt nobody.
No.
You're going to set things right. Shit's wrong. It needs to be right. People that are in the system have been doing wrong for the last 50 years. So there ain't no there ain't no other chances. Change it. It needs changed. There's no other chance. Yeah. It needs corrected.
I've often said as well, though, that when you have your revolution, or you're making your move for change legally, I think it's important that the police and the military understand the undertakings that they've undertaken, in that they have signed to protect the people of the country. So before you begin to attack the people of the country, you have a duty and a responsibility to check those orders and to find out why the people are upset. First of all, that's what you signed for. After all, everything you have comes from the people. Everything you have. Your pension, your salary, your weapons, your clothing, your medical care, we pay for it. Everything. So before you attack the people, check why the people are upset. And if that is the case, once you realize what we're doing is peaceful, it's for your benefit, because do you want to go? Do you want to go and kill somebody in another country in an illegal war? Is that what you want to do? Who do you want to kill? Right. So put your weapon down, join the revolution, or stand aside. That's all you've got to do. That's your choice.
Yeah, man.
You can't stop us.
That's it.
Do you know what I mean?
Understand that if you If you are stopping us, you're stopping yourself. If you stop us, you're stopping your children. If you stop us, you're just stopping right. Do you want money to rule? Do you want your kids 10 years from now to be in the spot we're in? And then somebody be policing them and over this and this way for this? And yeah, it's not right.
Yeah. So you educate the police, you educate the military. You tell them we're not going to stop. You don't scare us. It's for you to look into yourself. You're a human being. You have every right to think. When you sign and join the military, you do not give up your rights as a human being to think. You don't lose those rights. We have the same rights. So think. Think before you act. Okay. You don't go to another country, kill children and women and kids because your government says go ahead. You're supposed to say why. Why are we going over there to go and kill those people? Did they attack my family? Are they threatening this country? Are they affecting any installations we have over there? What's going on? Before you go over there and you start pulling your guns.
Should be like a unanimous decision. It shouldn't be Bill saying, hey, man, I don't like these people, so all you 50,000 need to get up and stop what you're doing and go over there and get them because I don't like them. That makes no sense.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's what I've said. And then you know what I've said as well? I said to prove the people's integrity, men only go, and we go in our underpants. We have no clothes on. There you are. Bravery. With the Constitution in hand, the honesty and the integrity of our cause. What do you reckon? No weapons. And they're not going to start blasting and killing people like that, because that would be completely wrong in the eyes of the world. It's all gone silent.
Well, they could. They could do something stupid. They could shoot us with hoses.
I gotta yell.
We're not going to be. It's a non-violent.
Hitch, man, we got to just stop the corruption, man. The corruption is so out of control. If we could do that alone, I think we fucking.
I'm sorry, Hitch. If you love the system, you're crazier than the pet coon.
Are you brave? The question is, are you brave enough to do it just in your underpants? You know what I mean? In your boxer shorts.
Well, hell yeah.
Like an African Zulu
hell
warrior,
yeah.
for example.
Hell yeah.
Get your underpants, Hitch. Yeah, and put on that yellow jacket.
Yellow jacket and underpants. That's the new.
It's not his jacket, it's his safety
vest. Get your GTA outfit on.
It's his yellow safety vest.
No, you got it wrong, guys. Yellow underpants. Yellow underpants. Come on.
Yes.
Get your safety yellow underpants on.
That's right. Your GTA action pants. GTA 5 action pants. Get them on.
We're all going to look like Bumblebee.
With the reflective stripe on the back.
We're all going to look like
Bumblebee.
Go ahead, Dan. Say Bumblebee roll out.
Everybody, action pants. Roll out.
Right. Well, what do you reckon? What do you reckon, guys?
Action pants. It brings a whole new meaning to the word action pants, huh?
Yeah, right. You know, I'm looking at it as a.
Are you going to fight a guy with his balls hanging out the shorts?
It's going to be Jimmy Balls.
No.
Jimmy Balls. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Cracking me up.
What do you reckon, guys?
I don't know. I'm laughing now. Shit.
Yeah, good.
That's so funny.
Well, I'm going to support Jin on this. I mean, it's also just putting down the weapons, but the people that's in the control should start switching the switches.
Yeah.
Start waking up, switch the switches.
There are certain buildings that are supposed to be public buildings, like schools for public, the heating, the cooling, the public court,
the county offices should be public.
Certain buildings are supposed to be for the public to handle public procedures and public stuff, not a private entity for a private amount, for a private tax, for a private thing. That's all. That all needs to just be reoccupied or redone. You know, if they agree to the way that it needs to be, okay. But if they don't want to agree to it, then they need to find a new job or do something else.
Thank you. They need to step down. Exactly.
Right. Step down and push on.
Push off. Yeah. Go away because
you got somebody better for the job.
Yeah. Not representing the people, which is what your job is all about. Representing and looking after the people's needs, and that's an easy job to do. It's a no-brainer. Anyone can do it. Anyone. Oh, it's gone quiet again.
No, we're just thinking. Dem's. I think Dem's at work. Are you at work, Dem?
No, I'm at work right now.
I'm right here.
Dan just got out of work, and he's doing some kind of.
I'm right here, Kenny.
All right, we're just hanging out. I just got here. I wasn't sure what we were, this was the subject I was.
Yeah.
Said Dem
so it's
left
quite
the call.
interesting that it's interesting that the FE cores are on the move on your side as well. So it's all happening. Nathan Thompson's going to be the place where they're going to inform us in America's side, and then in the UK it'll be on Robin's channel. So both channels are coming up. With,
What's FE Core? That's
Robin?
the field engineers, right?
Yeah, field engineers. Yeah, Robin is in the UK. Works with the Roxanne and the Globe Life team. His name is AKA Lifting the Lid. Nice guy, really nice guy.
Robin, yeah, I've met him. I've met him a couple times. Lifting the Lid.
From the UK.
Yeah, he's a good bloke, man. Smart dude, man.
Smart man. Yeah, smart man. Yeah, he's got some.
I think we're all smart.
Yeah, I know, but I'm the smart drinker. Okay.
Okay.
That's true.
Well, we need one of those.
Yeah,
gotta have one of those on every team, man.
It takes all sorts to make the world. It takes all sorts.
It takes all sorts to make all sorts.
Painfully cold.
Amen to that, Dan.
It's indeed an honor. It's indeed an honor to be talking to you people at this time.
Yeah, man. This is a great place to hang out.
Mute it down, psychics.
Talk about everything.
Yeah, it's indeed an honor. It's indeed an honor to be talking to you guys at this time of our lives, at this junction. It's an honor, because I've been watching.
If Poncho is here, he could talk the legalese shit all day long. He's,
I'm into the legalese shit, Poncho. I'm into that, definitely.
He's been through it. He's been through it, and
yeah, me too. I've been through it, mate. I'll tell you.
You don't like us? You don't like us, Larry? Fucking Larry. Larry. You're killing me, Larry. You're killing me.
Bring in Larry. If Larry comes in, I mean, we could speak legalese too as well.
That's right. Larry's the shit, man. I knew about the bullshit legal system like in '94.
Okay.
So I've been really aware of it. Fortunately, I stayed out of trouble, so I hadn't had to use my God-given rights. So,
right. Now, when you're in England, in the UK,
God-given
go on.
Inherent rights. Is that the right term? Inherent.
That's correct. Yeah.
And alienable rights.
Inalienable rights. Inalienable rights.
No, it's unalienable.
Unalienable rights.
Yep.
Unalienable rights. That's it.
Yeah, it's tricky fucking wording, man. Fuck.
Legal name fraud is a real trip, isn't it? That whole corporate legal name fraud thing.
Jack, dude, it's just
fictitious name.
Yeah, but for me, I kind of like toyed with the system. I toyed with the system basically. I got a load of parking tickets on my motorbike, flying here, there, and everywhere. And what broke the straw on the camel's back was I got one outside where I live. I'm getting adamant I wasn't going to pay. And as the months go by, the fine increases. Yeah. So what I did was I pulled up all my parking tickets and I took them to the parking office, parking tickets department of the city hall, and said, "This person doesn't live here." Like that. Okay? Right in their face, right, all of it.
Right.
Pile of parking tickets for about a year and a half. I gave it to them, and they said, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm the person who lives at that address." And that's what I'm telling you. I didn't give them my name. I just said, "I'm the person who lives at that address." Now, at this time, I wasn't aware of any legalese or anything. I am trying out the system. I'm trying my luck. I'm rolling the dice. You see what I mean? That's what I'm doing. And then after that, nothing happened. Nothing happened. No comebacks.
Wow.
I was expecting the police to be knocking on the door or the bailiffs to come round. And if the bailiffs had come round, I wouldn't have opened the door to them. I would have just said, "Yeah, who are you?" "Oh yeah, well that guy doesn't live here. Yeah, good luck. Thank you very much. Goodbye." And put the letterbox.
Right?
You know what I mean? Never let them in anyway. Never let them in. But it didn't get to that. It didn't get to that, right? No comebacks. No comebacks. So I said to my brothers, if you ever get a ticket, leave it to go ballistic in your house. Let it warm up a bit, and then take it back to them and saying that person doesn't live here, and you get no comebacks. And that's what we were doing. That's how I started to learn about the system, how to overcome it.
That's beautiful.
That was my first experience. Yeah, my first experience. Because who wants to pay?
Jen, was that in Japan?
No, this is in the UK before.
Oh, the UK. Okay.
UK. Back in the 80s. In 85. In the UK. This is, yeah.
Right on. So yeah, you've known about it a while too.
That's right. That's right. This is because I've been toying with the system, right? I actually got a ban, which means I was disqualified for driving because I accumulated 12. Then you get a year's disqualification. Now I'm on my license. So you know what I did? I went in on an alias and took my driving test again. That's what I did. Never give up. Fight the blasted system. So I went in, took my driving license again under an alias. Okay, passed the test, got my insurance. I was back on the road within a month.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Fight it all the way. Never give up.
I can't pass a driving test. I haven't had one over 20 years.
Really?
Oh. Yeah. They've put so much difficulties in trying to get one these days. It's a joke.
I mean, I can drive.
Obviously, I've seen you drive, man.
No, I'm saying I could. Yeah, I could drive, but I could travel. I could drive, but I can't take that test. I don't know.
For example,
traveling.
They've given me
in Japan. I just
tickets too. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jen.
Here in Japan, I just qualified for a gold license. I've got a gold license now.
Wow.
Gold license I've got. No, yeah. In Japan here, your license come under review every 3 years. So when you become a first-time driver, you're under a green line, or green group. Okay, 3 years. Then you go blue group, 3 years. Then you go gold license, 5 years, like this. Yeah. It took me like 14 years to get the gold license because I've got so many speedings. Over here.
Your license is colored?
Yes, it's a color. It's a proper ID card, and they have a color scheme. So if you're a new driver, you're on a green. Then after 3 years, you go onto a blue, and then if you're within that time, which of course entitles you to all the cheap insurance and everything else.
That's what I see. I see the gold colors as far as your Chinese menu.
Yeah, which I don't buy, but I don't buy insurance, but I drive without insurance. Don't buy any. Zero.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
19 years.
Damn.
19 years.
Yeah, I have a friend, man.
19 years straight.
My best friend, man. He never had insurance for decades, man.
Yeah.
Decades.
And I've had a few knocks, but it's been third-party knocks, so they've had to pay me.
There you go.
So, yeah. I've taken it easy, so drive carefully. But yeah, 19 years straight. It's just another rip-off, isn't it? It's another rip-off. I remember being 17 years old, but just I'm on a provisional license, so I haven't got a full license yet to ride the big bikes. I'm 17. Got myself a little Honda 100cc. When it to a Kawasaki shop, come out with a Honda. Brilliant, Right, so I'm on the road now, and then as I was signing all the documents, I had to get the insurance as well because I bought it on a hire purchase. Okay, so I asked them, if I have no accidents with this insurance, does it carry over to next year? He says no. I thought, what a rip-off. At 17. I thought, what am so they get free. I'm saying they get free money because if you have no accident, they've made money, ain't they?
That's the name of the game.
Yeah.
They make that's how money is being shown that it's real.
They just go on.
Well, I mean, before you came in, Jin, it's like this is how everything was set up with our forefathers. Our forefathers created this system, which is called currency. And with that currency, they also created a debt, which is called bankruptcy. And that's all over. That's everywhere. Now, think about this, Jim. You and I, Kenny, Dem, and everybody, we've been here for just a brief moment in time. Very, very short. Only because we get to see the people disappear and reappear very fast. So, for example, the baby that you strolled, the baby that you coddled, that is your neighbor, now is a police officer, a politician, or a person that works in somewhere in NASA or an engineer at this society, and maybe paying those bills and also getting those tickets and stuff like that too. But my point is that we're here very, very quickly and only here for just a moment in time. But this system's been going on forever, since the very beginning. We're talking about thousands of years now.
Yeah.
Right? And then this control system was created. That now we're at the present moment.
Most beautiful form of alchemy ever.
Yeah, and then we owe it. We owe it now. And it's in this, and we're practicing it. And now this is what we have. These courts, and it's really, if we're here very quickly, it's really our choice whether what we're going to do today. And David Banner always says, what we do today affects 2 weeks from now. What I mean by that, Jen, what did you do 2 weeks ago that got you here today at this present moment that we are discussing this type of discussion and the people that you're around you? So you did something 2 weeks ago.
But remember, what do you do today though? Don't think about the past till today. Think about what the hell what tomorrow can be from today.
Yeah.
So then let's identify a time capsule. So if we have a time capsule, what are we going to put into that time capsule that's going to affect for tomorrow? So
absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
In that
Then
time
basically,
capsule,
I always say, what's the legacy in a way, innit? What's the legacy for what we're leaving behind for the others? Is that what you mean?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, doing what we do, being a damn man, doing the damn thing. You know, doing the right thing. That's what you're supposed to leave behind.
Yeah. That's what I've said to people, that we have a responsibility to leave this earth in a pristine condition that it was found when before humanity was born. But at the moment, this capitalist machine that is destroying everything is stepping in our way. So we need to readdress that. I would love for hemp to be reintroduced as a fuel base. Bioethanol, biodiesel is the way to go. Apparently from the experts who are in the USA, California, they have said if you just set aside 6% of the US landmass and you dedicated it to hemp for fuel only, you wouldn't have to go to Saudi Arabia. You've got fuel forever. At less than $1 a litre or gallon or whatever. Because the infrastructure is there already. A big change. Just got to grow your hemp, which is a free resource. The resource is nature, you see.
Right.
Right. Yeah. So this is what I mean, And if we began to use hemp as a fuel and as
material, clothing, fuel, housing, everything, food,
everything. Yeah, food, 5,000 different ways to use it. The earth, the air and the pollution would be cleaned up in about 25 years. Back to pristine. By eliminating all chemicals. That would mean no chemicals could be used. Literally. It would be a crime. So that's the beauty of the earth that I'm looking for in the future.
Hemp fuel, hemp paper, hemp everything.
Yeah. I currently use. Go on. I currently use hemp like body wash sort of thing, right? And I get that from the body shop. I've been a member of the body shop. I used to work for them for a year, so I use their products because they're natural. They don't test on animals. And if you were to throw it into nature, they would biodegrade. And that's the key word there, biodegradable. So I use that. I use those products. you see. I don't buy anything chemical. Here in Japan, it costs a little bit more than in the UK, but I don't mind. I don't mind paying that extra, so as I don't harm nature. I do want to walk with my head high, knowing that I'm not harming nature. But I am disappointed when I drive my car, for example, or I ride my motorbike, because there I am polluting. But you know, what I would like to see in the future is, of course, in the near future, is the shutdown of the so-called fossil fuels. Because dinosaurs never existed, so I don't know why they call it fossil fuels. But
yeah, it's an algae, but yeah, that's the feds need to shut down the banks, the oil stuff, all that shit.
It's abiotic. It's not from dinos.
Yeah, it's not dinos. Yeah, so if we can get rid of that oil and use nature's oil, the cleanest. I mean, I saw a test on the YouTube. I think anyone can see it on the YouTube. They had the regular gasoline on a teaspoon, and they burnt it from a lighter with a Bunsen burner from underneath, and it was just pure black and soot. Then they did the same for the ethanol, bioethanol and diesel, and there wasn't a single smoke, just a clean gold flame. Right? They put it in an engine. They opened the engine up after a few thousand miles, and there was no soot in there. Couldn't get a white glove dirty, they said. You know?
So it leads to belief that petrodollar, money and oil, one and the same.
Yeah.
It's gold, Jerry, gold. Petroleum gold.
And they're not even using the system. They're completely outside the system that created the system.
Hey,
system.
Hey, Dave. Yeah? Hitch called you gay biotic. I'm not watching chat, thankfully. You fucking dick.
Tell him to bring his ass on the panel.
Glitch.
You're getting hitch slapped. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. I just had to shout that out because that was cool. Abiotic. It's a technical term. Glitch wouldn't know about that kind of thing. It's a Glitch technical would know term. About that. You fucking dick. Abiotic. Yeah. Yeah, I'll shout out. The Russians discovered it, you know, because they that's their theory. They drilled it. They got all kinds of oil in Russia. Yeah, they figured it out using that theory. Hold on. Yeah. There we go. Hey, that's Zern. That's Zern, man. Yeah.
Who's playing that prick? No, I'm just playing.
Zern, man.
Hey guys, everyone's having a party, eh?
That's cool, man. I love how he did that video. That's cool. Thanks, Dan. I'll watch that later.
Has PonchoPete been in today?
Yeah, he was in earlier. He was playing some videos and stuff. I don't know. I was working and running around all day, so I didn't have a whole lot of time to check it out. Things got pretty heated the day before. Today was a pretty slow day. Yeah. Well,
oh, that's all right. No.
What did I miss, dude?
It's all
Today
night
was a
of
slow
like.
day.
It was all night of like on the guitar and everything.
Today was a slow day. Yeah.
We're chilling.
Oh, sounds good.
Bob's finger should be
Pretty leaving it.
Marcel was on.
Marcel came on? Did he play music?
We tried to get Aeon in. Oh yeah, all three of them were. Even
really?
Dave too. It was like four musicians. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that shit.
Yeah, Dave was there too, man.
Dave who? Dave's not. Dave.
Well, somebody from Hawaii. Somebody from Hawaii.
Like, that guy was on here? Oh man. Yeah. I heard
gay biotic.
Gay antibiotic gays. Take your vaccinations, folks. They're poison. They're putting poisons in the vaccinations.
Oh yeah, they have been for ages now.
Ages? Only in certain countries, apparently. Only
Jen,
in
did
certain
Anthony tell you
locations.
to be on the show January 6th? And this is for Jen. Did Riley tell you? Did Riley tell you he was going to be on the show next year?
No.
No? Okay. Well, I'm not sure which show it is, but he's going to be on. It's like one of those network channels in the UK.
Oh,
think they got-
Anthony
yeah.
Riley, are you talking about?
Yeah.
Sleeping Warrior.
Yeah. He mentioned it. Yeah, he did.
Is it BBC? I'm not sure if that's the channel or.
Yeah, he's still to let us know, but yeah, he did mention something about that today. Yeah.
So things are going on.
Yeah,
I'm
a few
pretty sure.
things in the pipeline.
When that works
Fuck,
with TV,
I just can't keep up, man. I can't keep up with all this shit that's going on, man. It's awesome, man.
No, but that's not a problem. That's why this kind of forum is good, because you can get updated. So no problem.
Right. We all throw out a little. Did you see this? Did you see that? Here's a link.
Yeah.
Here's a
And I
link.
can always leave a link and that as well if you want, but no big deal.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you know, you're up to speed anyway, because now you know where Flat Earth is moving towards 2019. We've got a legal attack happening. You know.
So I want to talk a little bit about Anthony Riley's schooling education he's getting right now at the age of 39.
Yeah, he's studying law, isn't he? He's studying law. That's
well,
right.
he's getting in with the academics, and he's trying to figure out how they came up with this, the radius of the Earth, the R, right? The R value.
Yeah.
The 3,959, whatever.
Yeah.
And
93 million miles away.
93 million miles, right?
Yeah.
And the sizes of the planets and all this shit,
Yeah,
and
that's right.
he's running into dead ends, man, at the highest fucking level.
Yeah. Yeah, but
they're like, no, man, well, there was this one guy at JPL, he okayed it, and that was it. And he's been trying to, get this guy's information, and even his professors won't give him the goddamn information that proves anything. And that is huge as far as, academics and proving something. If you can't get the guy's information, you are in the same system as he went through, and you can't get his information on how he proved that Venus was whatever, or the sun is 93 million miles away.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
This is
huge.
That's
red
right.
flag.
This is where bringing them to court, bringing them to the court arena is going to be in our favor, because they can't prove it, can they?
No.
This is what they're doing. They're looking for a barrister. As we speak, they're looking for a proper representative, either a lawyer or a barrister, that will handle the case and bring it to them. Bring it to them. That's what they're doing. It's great.
Sounds like almost subject to jurisdiction. But anyway, I speak with Anthony Riley on chat, and on a Hangout, and also on chat separately. I spoke with him just last week, and he's been trying to get to Poncho's show, but Poncho won't reply to him. So just let me know. I can get Anthony Riley on here on the panel.
Get his email and send him a link, dude. It's that simple.
Is there any friction between them?
Anthony would be more than welcome. What's that, Jen? Go ahead.
That's a good question.
Is there any friction? Any friction between them? Friction.
I don't know, but that was the reason why he won't come on, is because Poncho won't respond.
Just send him the link.
Just putting this out there.
Okay. Well, the next time I speak to Poncho,
he has been on before and talked to us. We talked to Anthony. We talked to Nathan.
I'd like to
speak
to Poncho.
Wolfman in the chat.
Yeah. If you give me an opportunity, hello Wolfie, I'll speak to PonchoPete and try and get him to
not Wolfman.
I'll talk to Anthony in a few hours. I'll let him know. In about 8 hours from now.
Yeah.
I'll give him a heads up, and hopefully we can get him on tomorrow night.
Yeah, because Anthony should come on the show, because if he's got time, he should have a few minutes, an hour, spend and offload what he's got, because it's all interesting, and there shouldn't be any. We haven't got time for animosity in the flat Earth. We haven't got it. We've been ripped off by our governments. So the last thing we should be doing is arguing amongst ourselves. That's the last thing. Doesn't matter what color, what religion, whatever. Put that aside. Put that aside, man. We are human beings. We're living on this wonderful earth that we don't know quite what it is. Okay, but we're not to destroy it, and we're not to destroy ourselves. we're not to be allowed to be controlled by a system that's just devalued humanity. Wow, I can't believe it. So we've got no time for animosities amongst ourselves.
No, we're cruising.
Room for that.
You know, there's occasional pissing match in the chat. Occasionally,
well,
some people come on here. Some people come on here. They got rants and raves, and they bitch and they moan, and you know that's just getting some frustration out. I think mostly, but
come with their baggage.
They wouldn't. You know, I don't think they would call those kind of people out to their faces, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they actually met them face to face, you wouldn't call out Mark Sargent as a dick, you know, or whatever you think he is or isn't.
I wouldn't call him a dick to his face. No, I wouldn't call him a dick to his face. But if I disagree with something, I would say I disagree, obviously. But you know, you know, I mean, I wouldn't call him a dick. There'd be no need to call him a dick anyway, because even though you know, I think he's a dick.
What's that?
I'd only call him a dick. I'd only call him a dick if he put me in a negative light. Then you know, he'd get some certainty. Some definite interesting adjectives.
Right.
Apart from that, you know, I'm not into just ranting off for no reason. You know,
some people around here are.
I'm here to.
Oh, some people are definitely.
And hopefully we're all on the same boat.
Damn, you were gonna say something. What?
I was just gonna say, do you have do you like have Facebook or whatever?
Not really.
Well, if you do, or you can just add me to it, like just add Democ.
All right, I might do that.
Yeah, to be able to get like information or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate Facebook with a passion.
Me too. So how else would I? How else would I do it? That's why I was asking.
I only go on there like once about every month or so.
But you could go on there to see an address or something, right?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I can go on and see shit and watch videos and that kind of thing.
Well, add my name and then you'll be able to see my address or whatever. That way, if you want to send
I might.
Yeah.
I'm not on Facebook.
Yeah, neither am I. No.
I don't use it either. I just don't know how else to give him the address without like giving it to everyone in the world.
All right, Larry. Yes, you would say it to their face. We would call bullshit to somebody's face, but we wouldn't call them. You wouldn't go up to Mark Sargent and go, "You're just a dickhead, you fucking flat tard." You wouldn't do that. But yeah, you could say bullshit. I think you're full of shit. Yeah, you would. I'll do that all day long. But,
you know, if I had to put him a dickhead, I'd put him a dickhead if I had to. If he pushed the button, depends on what buttons he pushes. That's all. At the end of the day.
All right, Larry would do that. Larry, that's the kind of guy Larry is.
Yeah. Well, you got to think. You got to think logically. I think. Anyway.
You know. I think you can make. You can get farther with people, man, if you're, just being nice. I mean, it doesn't have, you don't have to be a dick, man, to get.
No, just be straight. Just
be straight. Consistent.
Don't be gay.
Yeah.
Don't be gay.
Yes. Don't be gay.
Yeah, don't be gay. Yeah, don't be gay. Correct.
It's not what you know. It's not what you say. It's what you can prove.
What you can prove, yeah. My man.
Hey,
Robert
Jim,
Pisano,
man.
Love the guy. Robert Pisano.
I know. Shout out to
Did you love Robert Pisano? You a big Robert Pisano fan?
Absolutely, 100%.
Hey, huh? Right?
Sheeple. Morons, sheeple.
Fucking.
The moon is not, and the way he delivers it, the moon is not 380 kilometers away.
Right.
You can see the moon with the binoculars, people.
Yeah, how about that one? That was a good one.
Binoculars, people.
Come on, you can't see that far with your fucking eyes, you dumbass.
Yeah, you fucking dumbass, you say? Sheeple.
Why
morons.
You dumbass. The fuck is wrong with you people?
Yeah, I'm a Robert Pisano fan. When he left, because he's studying, he's on a study course. He said, just have some porosity and mention me whenever you use my material. And I said, I will always do that. I will always do that. Always do that, Rob.
I got at least 4 videos of his shit on my channel.
Yeah. I'm gonna load up all this stuff on my channel.
I loaded up my
all
favorite.
good.
I loaded up my favorites on my channel.
Yeah.
Just kind of
I've
as a
seen
backup. I did it more of a backup.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
In case somebody fucking. But yeah, when they broke down the science, I think that was one of them. I have on my channel, and they just broke it down. Him and John just fucking crushed it.
Yeah, they
did
it smooth, man. I loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite ones. I liked all his shit, really, man. Yeah. I mean, he was really a forefront runner in the flat Earth movement, man. He was serious shit.
What about when he called up NASA, right?
Oh,
and
fuck.
The Hubble telescope. The Hubble telescope blinded.
That's on my channel too. I got that on my channel too.
Yeah, the Hubble, and the guy was working there for 25 years, and he'd never seen the Hubble telescope. How do you know it's up there? You know what I mean?
I never saw it in real time. Nope.
Yeah.
Why would we put a camera on it? Why would we do that?
Yeah.
He's saying. And Robert's like, well, dude, man, I had like a drone. I had a fucking camera on it. You know?
Exactly. He said that. Yeah. That was brilliant.
Why wouldn't I put a camera on it? Because, it was fucking brilliant, man. I came out of my. Even when he got off the phone, he was like, how's that for a call, motherfuckers? It's like, oh, fucking shit.
Unbelievable, man.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
And he did it live, man. And he did it live.
I've been working here for 20. He says, I've been working here for 25 years, and I haven't seen the Hubble. Could that man be right? Can he be right?
That was beautiful, man.
That was a classic.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest flat Earth moments of all time, man, right there.
Yeah. And then later, just after fake rocket companies, shuttle companies.
Shout out to Ephesians on the panel.
Who jumped in?
Hey, Ephesians.
Ephesians.
Just wanted to say hi, everybody. Don't want to interrupt.
No worries.
You can interrupt anytime, man. You can't interrupt on Ponchos. It's impossible.
It's impossible. Jump in, man. Jump in.
If Poncho's playing a song or anybody, you got to shut the fuck up. All right. That's
right on, man.
But yeah, usually, jump in, man. Wherever. I never know where I'm jumping in either, man. Sometimes I just come in blind. I'm like, what the hell is going on in here? Oh shit. So it's all good.
Yeah, I haven't been on in quite some time. Just wanted to finally jump in and just say hi.
Bless you, brother. Bless you, man.
Bless you guys out.
Yeah, welcome, brother. Welcome.
Pleasure to meet you.
Jin's in Japan. He's outside of Tokyo.
It is a pleasure to meet you all.
Yes, Jen, my name is Lloyd, by the way. Pleasure to meet you, brother.
Pleasure to meet you, Lloyd. Pleasure to meet you. Where are you based? Where are you based, mate?
I am in St. Louis, Missouri.
Missouri. You're in fucking Missouri.
Yeah. Misery. Oh, misery, not Missouri, but misery.
Isn't the postal MO? Is it MO?
Yes, sir.
So you're Mo.
Lloyd, my best man, always used to call it Misery, St. Louis, Missouri, and then he would call Cleveland Shitbagville.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
No gray area there.
That's where he grew up. He goes, dude, it's Shitbagville, man. Fuck. Compared to, like, California, it's like shit. Although, it was a lot of industrial shit there and smog and the fucking lakes and shit caught on fire, and it was nasty.
That's where they make tires. They used to make tires and stuff around there, probably.
Yes, haunted interrupts like a broken dump truck. Fucking A, haunted.
Okay, I've got a question for you, Lloyd. Your icon, it's got, property God? What's all that about?
Property of God?
Yeah.
As it says in Scripture, we are all created in the image of God. So I am bought with a price.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure that's what you meant by your icon. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really a God believer. Well, I'm a creator believer. That's all I can say. I mean, God's work, if God's work is there, it's all there. Nature itself. And I've always respected nature. I've never thought I am better than nature. I am of nature. So I never harm nature. So my ethos of living is to live in harmony with everyone. That's how I've always been. And the reason for that is people have been good to me. As I've been growing up, people were kind to me in my childhood days, especially during the 60s, the flower people. Those people's action on me, I will never forget, because it was all earthy. Yeah, and that's where my love for the humanity and the human race comes from, as it were.
I would agree with you. I don't like using the word God. I refer to him as my father, or the creator, as you said. So yeah, I would like to clarify that as well.
Thanks very much. Yes, I'm not, no disrespect to you at all.
No.
You know, I love you as I love everybody else, and that's how I am. As I was loved by my parents and by people who are not related to me back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, even today. So that's what keeps me alive. And as I said earlier to the guys earlier, it is an honor to be talking to people like you at this time, at this junction of our lives. Okay? On this medium.
No coincidences.
None.
Truth is truth.
No
Truth
shit, Lloyd. That's
Top
it.
respect. We are the real soldiers. You know, we don't need the weapon.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean? To win. We are the real soldiers, for real. Okay, some of us might be in good health, some of us might not be in good health, but that is all rectifiable. All that we help each other to gain good health. When you have good health, you can really do things. Do you know what I mean? You know, even in your 70s, here in Japan, they proved that. You know, I mean, they've got people at 90 still running competitions. You understand? At 90, a woman. 90-year-old woman climbs a tree to collect, just like a monkey, to collect fruits, citrus fruits, which they live on in Okinawa. 90 years old. Climbing trees.
My wife is from Romania, and I lived over there for 4 years, and there were 3 generations living under one roof. And you probably encounter this in Japan, where the respect for the elders is what I saw over there. Was truly humbling. And like you said, her grandmother was 83 years old, no water in the house, no running water, no plumbing. She still used an outhouse. She would get up at 4 o'clock in the morning every morning, climb up to the 2nd story of her little house, this wooden, rickety wooden ladder, throw this 20-pound bag of chicken feed over her shoulder, climb right back down. The chickens were her kids. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm such an ass. I'm too lazy to take out the trash, and here's this 83-year-old woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Yeah, you're making me laugh, man. Yeah.
This channel will make you laugh, Jen.
Yeah,
But some of the shit comes out of here, man. We were like, what?
So yeah, respect to you, Lloyd. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? It's a true story.
Well, like you said, coming together, truth. Whether it's, 9/11, Sandy Hook, Pizzagate, whatever. Truth is truth, and truth doesn't care about feelings.
Fukushima.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, if you don't mind me, Jen. I am a believer in nuclear weapons, and obviously what happened over in Fukushima. I don't know if you're located in that area, but do they still talk about it over there?
Oh yeah. They do talk about it over there in the Fukushima area, because they're living under it, aren't they? Obviously. Further afield, people are generally getting on with their lives. They're eating their vegetables. They're just getting on with. People like me are the ones like you guys. You're doing the research. You're concerned.
Right.
I mean, I used to go camping there every year with my children. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The place is called Lake Inawashiro, which is right on Fukushima, right there. Okay. After the incident in 2011, that year we went to Mount Fuji, the total west, right, to go to do our camping to avoid the irradiation. Okay. So I went back there last year. Okay. The vegetation had thinned out. You could see that the vegetation had thinned out where we usually camp. Okay, so it did suffer. It did suffer some, but the people was healthy as ever. Do you know that? They was healthy as ever, the people. They were so glad to see me come back because I'm the only foreigner who goes there to this camp. Do you know what I mean? And they've seen my children grow up.
Jen, you kind of stick out in Japan a little bit, man.
You know what I mean? Especially with this orange jacket on, yeah. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm guessing a little bit. A little bit.
Fucking orange, man. Anyway, go ahead, Jen.
My favorite color, orange. My favorite color is orange.
I like oranges. I love oranges.
Are you Gemini?
Yeah, so you're right. You know, thanks for asking the question. Yeah, so people are still talking about it in the Fukushima area. Of course, they're worried about their children, aren't they? You see what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. So no.
I know Pete, who is, you know, he does not agree or believe that, you know, nuclear weapons are real, and many people whom I've spoken with on this panel. I've done a lot of research. My grandfather was a member of the OSS. I've been enthralled with, you know, World War II history. I was a member of the military and just done a lot of research into those types of weapons and footage and so on and so forth.
All right.
Chernobyl, I've watched a lot of footage and documentaries on that, and obviously that happened. I'm 49 years old, so that happened back in the 80s when I was in high school. And you know, you see what's happening with the children, the birth defects, and the things like that they'll never talk about on mainstream media. And I was wondering if you were if you were seeing any signs of that.
Well, I'll tell you what's happened. They are constantly monitored. You know, they have regular checkups of the children, and the people who live there on a regular basis. But nothing on birth defects as yet. Nothing at all as to you know, nothing like that's come out in the media. And don't worry, because it will come out, because the Japanese but once something happens that hurts them, they're vocal. Do you know what I mean? Especially the women. They're vocal, especially when it concerns their children, okay? Because why should they believe, why should they be suffering when other children are not suffering? Why did they hurt my child? Why did they lie to me, you know? So they were already upset when the government wasn't letting them know the level of radiation that was coming out from nuclear reactor 1, 2, 3, and 4. They were not telling us the truth on how much was coming out. And they were vocal, the women were, front row. And that surprised me, because usually the Japanese are very reserved. But in this case, the women were very vocal, you know, and they were asking the government.
How long have you been over there?
19 years.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so you've been there quite some time. So, I mean, just simply since 2011, what has occurred in Japan with the earthquakes, with Fukushima, and the natural disasters, the typhoon, the endless typhoons.
Absolutely, and the endless earthquakes.
They are a resilient people, and like you said, you know, I can't. We don't hear about it at all.
No, we don't ever hear about it. That's why I brought Jen on here, because I know we don't hear about the real shit that's going on in Japan. I know we don't.
No. This is what I'm telling you firsthand now. Yeah. So basically, the children they have regular medical checkups because they have to do that. The parents have asked for it because they're scared. It's their first time to have a Chernobyl-like disaster happen right on their doorstep. They've had to move, evacuate, and move out. So when you go back and look at the houses they've left behind, guess who's taken over? All the wild boars and the animals are back in there. Back in the houses.
Just like Chernobyl.
Yeah, just like the animals. Thank you, yeah. Then the radiation levels are still there because they're checking on the birds. We've got crows, so they capture crows, take a blood test, and they've noticed a difference. You know, they are definitely affected. So they've been affected. Okay?
All right.
Now I originally know that the exclusion zone, just like Chernobyl, was 30 kilometers. But if I'm not mistaken, was it a few years ago where they dropped it down to like 20 kilometers, and people were actually starting to move back in there?
Well, this is what happened. Yeah, they was trying to say only 20 kilometers. Then, due to a few Western experts with radiation and that were screaming at the government that that's not enough. So then they extended it to 30, okay, the exclusion zone. So they moved everybody out. Then they were thinking of moving people back in, but not to live. Go and get your stuff and get back out. You can't stay there, not yet. So no one's living there. No one's living there. They're only allowed to go and get.
We've all seen the pictures, obviously, when they were having, vast amounts of trouble storing the contaminated water.
Yes.
We were also told that there was roughly around 300 to 400 gallons of radioactive water that was leaking into the Pacific, when the reactor failed. Now, this is back in 2011, been going on almost 8 years now. We've seen mass animal die-offs on the coast of, on the coast of many continents, but, on the West Coast and many Pacific islands. Again, what are they doing? If that is leaking the way it's leaking, and what are they doing? What is going on?
Right. Yeah. Well, what is going on is this.
You to be there.
That's still ongoing. That hasn't changed. That has not changed at this point. What they're doing is all they've been doing is removing topsoil, certain school areas, because when they've done their Geiger counter reading, and this is outside the exclusion zone, they're checking. So they're removing the topsoil and then stacking them on the coast. Okay, in sandbags. Giant sandbags, if you will. That's all they're doing at this point.
Gosh. So basically
they're not doing anything to stem that. That's still
basically nothing, Lloyd.
Yeah. Basically nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Failure at this point.
My gosh. And I do also recall there was a lot of time when much of the Japanese, we know that their source or their diet is fish, and that much of the food over there was contaminated at some point. Do they even still test for that?
They test for it, of course, because no one wants to consume tainted food. And no, I eat the fish. I eat the fish. Okay, I love sashimi. It's my #1 favorite. Yeah. So no, the fish situation is perfectly okay. Perfectly okay. They check for it. So we're eating good fish, man. We don't eat contaminated fish. Not at all. Not at all.
May I ask, in your time there, have you ever been to Hiroshima or Nagasaki?
Oh, I've been to Hiroshima twice. Nagasaki, no, but Hiroshima twice, purely because of my wife's relatives' grandmother lives there on her mother's side. And she's 86, still rides a motorbike. There you go.
That's fabulous.
Yeah, yes. Where she lives, right, is the place where it's the lowest populated area in Japan, and I tell you, it's spotless. You go and have a barbecue, and you finish your barbecue, and there's not one bit of rubbish left behind. You wouldn't believe we had something. You wouldn't believe anyone had been there. And I went there twice, 2 years in a row, yeah, and I was amazed at how clean it was. And where they live, they've got a campsite, they've got all the aqua park. It was brilliant. Hiroshima, lovely place.
What are your thoughts on nuclear weapons, real or not?
Okay, now I thought they were real. Okay, recently I'm hearing they're not real. Now the reason why now I'm beginning to have a little doubt is this: when I came into the flat Earth, before I came into the flat Earth, I have to go back to 2004. I'm researching, the moon landings, and my research started in 2001. Then 9/11 happened, so I'm on that one, and I'm still doing the moon landings, and then I'm getting this pop-up suggestion, fluoride deception. Fluoride deception. Now, the reason why it got my attention was because fluoride toothpaste in London. Okay, purely because when you're single and you're on a business course and that, and you're paying your rent, I couldn't afford to buy toothpaste and mouthwash. So I done away with the toothpaste because it was too messy, and used mouthwash only to brush my teeth. Yeah. So I was worried all my life, all from that moment, from 21, 22 onwards, worried about, am I getting enough fluoride on my teeth, right? So when I saw this fluoride deception, I thought, well, what's that? 30-minute video. I click on it, and it tells me all about how fluoride was the main ingredient in the atom bomb that they dropped on Hiroshima. You may as well called it you may as well have called it the fluoride bomb. Okay? Fluoride was the number one ingredient of great concern. This is according to the documentary I watched. So it was called the fluoride bomb, really.
Yep. I think I've seen that.
Richard Brayson.
Unfortunately, none of us have ever witnessed anything like that. A lot of people attribute what the history books tell us were atomic bombs were just simply the firebombing of, the cities.
Yeah.
Again, we know that happened. We know what happened in Dresden. We know what happened in Hamburg and Cologne, and that it could certainly be done. And that they could have lied to us, like you said, when you came into the flat earth. Now, again, with my limited military background and history, I would, in my humble opinion, if we're using nuclear power, say, for like power plants like Fukushima and like we have here in the US for benefit, for electricity and so on and so forth, for powering cities and submarines and what have you. Certainly they would take that technology, again, in my humble opinion, they would take that technology and turn it into something sinister. And if you watch the history and evolution of atomic weaponry, it has gotten smaller. And if you listen to the evolution and why they wanted to use it, was simply not to destroy an entire city, because they knew it would contaminate, like what you're experiencing, a 30-kilometer radius. It's not going to be inhabitable for a gazillion years. But what they wanted it to do was basically make it a small enough yield to use on the battlefield to where they could eliminate a whole army, but not take out an entire city or population or whatever. And what they call bunker busters. There's a lot of evidence of these being used in Syria and Yemen, where you watch the video and you'll see these clearly identifying proton flashes, these flashes of lights. Looks like a million cameras going off, and what that is the neutrons and protons, reacting in the air.
Magnesium.
Yeah, it's a chemical reaction that you're seeing, and like I said, it looks like a million cameras going off, and that is indicative of uranium and plutonium. But again, that's just what I've seen.
There's substance in what you say, because that's what it is, probably. Because nuclear. In America, you're using fluoride because you're making weapons still. This is why you have fluoride in your system, right? Because we have to go back a little bit. A wonderful woman by the name of Rachel Carson, she highlighted the fact that the aluminum industry, together with the weapons industry, were polluting the rivers and nature itself. Yeah, so she was a whistleblower, okay? And if her story had got out at the time when the Manhattan Project was working on an atom bomb, they would have to shut it down, you see, okay? So fluoride is a dangerous chemical in itself, right? Number one.
Right.
Secondly,
Universe.
The people who worked there died, wasn't it? Something to it. Okay. They all died, didn't they? The people who worked there, and also.
Hang on, Jen, you broke up.
Jen, you're breaking up, man. Turn your camera off, man.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, okay, man. I'll do it.
Poncho, my brother Pete, how are you, my brother?
Hey, Ethan, how long's it been? Good morning, mate.
Okay. Right, how you doing, PonchoPete?
I'm good, Jen. How are you, mate?
Nice one, man. It came to my attention that you know Anthony Riley.
Anthony Wright.
Anthony Riley.
Who?
Riley.
Oh, Riley. You're both speaking over each other. You spoke at the same time. Go on, Anthony Riley. Yeah. What about him?
Yeah. Well, I mean, would you welcome him onto this channel?
He's never been on panel.
Okay, but would you welcome him if he came, Mr.
We welcome everybody.
All right, well done then.
Amen.
Mate. Okay. Okay, so
I
I
can't promise that everybody will welcome everyone.
All right, well done.
You seem to have survived the backlash. You do, Jim. Nobody's had a go at you.
Poncho.
Yeah.
On here.
Poncho Riley wants to jump into the panel, so I'll talk to him on the side here. So just a heads up. Just a heads up.
Not to interrupt, Poncho, if I may be so inquisitive, my brother, how is the little man?
Oh, he's unbelievable. He won't accept fluoride. Fluoride comes from chemical waste.
Yes.
Nobody can tell me otherwise. I've watched the videos. I've watched the documentaries. And the guy from the 50s who said the most dangerous thing to all children is vaccines and mercury and fluoride in the toothpaste and water.
Yeah, I think his name was something Hodge. Neil
Yeah,
Hodge.
well, I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
It was 34 years in the
Hodgson.
cancer
And he said 1 part per million. It's safe up to 1 part per million, he was saying.
Yeah, and
On your toothpaste,
something stupid like
right?
50 million. But nukes, I don't do nukes in any way. Until someone can show me an atom, I don't do nukes.
Yeah. Lloyd was just mentioning the fact that, you know, it's probably. I think I'm right in what Lloyd is saying. That probably not real. Is that right, Lloyd? Sorry.
No, I actually believe they are real, but they have developed them in such a way that, like I said, that they're small enough that where most people won't recognize them, but there's certain things, like I said, that are indicative of, say, certain chemical reactions. In other words, when you're, say, gunpowder and a gunpowder explosion going off, like we all, you know, in old footage, World War I, World War II, and Vietnam, and so on and so forth, versus what you see in Yemen and Syria and certain parts of Iraq.
I know what you mean.
It's a different type of weapon. You know, people will go on and say, they're using DEW weapons, directed energy weapons in California to start fires, but my thoughts about nuclear weapons being real on the battlefield is ludicrous. Right. Show me a laser coming out of the sky burning houses.
A box of matches is a lot cheaper, isn't it? Jim, think about common sense. Like, the US spent 50 million designing a pen that'd write upside down in space, and space don't exist. The Russians had a pencil.
Right? It costs like $20,000 to bring one lemon into space. I think it costs $1.2 million for them to ship an espresso up there. An espresso machine.
$3 million for a fucking espresso machine or some shit, right?
Yeah, it was $25,000 per bottle of water of taxpayer dollars.
And don't forget
$25,000 a fucking bottle. Are you shitting me?
They do acid.
$23 million toilet. Hang on, $23 million toilet. $23 million toilet.
Is that how much the toilet cost? 23 mil. Oh my god.
23 million.
Shitter, Punch. Oh my god.
$23 million toilet.
I gotta.
What about the shower head?
23 million. Oh my gosh.
Fathom what a $23 million toilet would look.
That's the most expensive holy of holies there is in the world, then.
Let me tell you something, right?
And on that note, I'm going to hit the bowl.
Oh, shit. Lloyd, always a pleasure, Lloyd. Hit the bowl, man. Hit the bowl, brother. Oh. Dude, I need a fucking $23 million toilet. Are you fucking killing me?
Taxpayer money.
Yeah. Taxpayers' money, yeah, exactly. And they're not, and it doesn't exist. They're not using that toilet, are they?
They're faking it over there too, Jen. You know that Japan's just as fake as NASA.
In reality, it's not a toilet, it's just an Hoover.
It's just a Hoover.
They paid 23 million quid for an Henry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right, Lloyd. Yeah.
They go get a free enema.
And China was so bad at faking it that they just scrubbed their entire live feeds altogether.
Well, basically, the US was helping them, weren't they? The US was assisting, and because it wasn't good enough, on their advice, they had to cut it off. It was embarrassing.
Somebody needs to do the math on how much it costs to take a shit.
You would think, I mean, especially with all the exposure over the last
that would be some funny math, Poncho. Come on. That would be hilarious, man.
That they would hire, that NASA would certainly have
shit, you know,
to hire a decent graphic artist instead of these friggin' interns. Have mercy.
100. One meal a day if that was real.
What's that, Ponch?
You wouldn't be having more than one meal a day. A, for the rations, right? And B, for the amount of poop you're going to poop out.
Exactly. Exactly.
And they supposedly recycle their pee and drink it.
Yeah, of course they do.
Yeah.
I still
back
have,
in the past, they did all their stuff. I had the same question. What'd they do with all their poop?
Yeah, I heard they just. I heard
blast it out into space.
Building. No, not the space stuff, but I mean, the stones and the pyramids, all that stuff. Like the big groups of people who made big things. Like what did they? How come nobody ever explains where they shit?
Oh, I see. They'd have been somewhere. There'd been a latrine somewhere when they built the pyramid. You mean?
That's what I'm wondering. Like where was it at? How did they do it? There had to be a lot of poop.
That would be one big slit trench. Have mercy.
Maybe they are 3 piles of poop that are giant Nephilim shaped into cubes and then sprinkle sand on and thought in a million years' time, all the people in this earth are going to sit in here praying at the fucking things.
Yep. That'd be funny, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be funny.
Well, we know the Romans, invented basically aqueducts and plumbing, so they did have it, roughly around that time, but probably not so much out in the outlying areas. So, yeah, that would have certainly probably been an issue.
Well,
the Egyptians, didn't the Egyptians have it before? No?
Well, yeah, but then you have to also think of all the livestock that was around with them, too, the sheep and the cattle and donkeys. And, have mercy. There would have just been a poop cart.
Yeah, man, I tell you.
There you go, we're sussed it.
Come on, man. It's a
the
zoo.
pyramids were a fucking sewage station. Cleansed by the Nile. There you go. They're all mystery gone. They're not power sources, they're shit houses.
Sewage plant.
There you go, Pete.
Poop is a power source.
As they filled the original hole in the ground, they just basically added another layer of stone, to cover up the poop, and until they got a pyramid, and then we got to dig another hole, and then once they fill that hole with poop, then they started.
Have you seen the poo hoax?
Blimey.
Have you seen the poo hoax?
Satan's gone down.
Oh, here we go. The poo hoax.
The poo hoax. Have you seen the poo hoax?
No.
Right. No. So they pay you have to pay to have your poop flushed away. It doesn't go just flushed out to sea like they told us. It goes to a treatment plant, but they're not treating it, they're storing it. And it makes methane. Methane is natural gas. All you got to do then is add a scent to it of natural gas, the natural gas we know, and voila, shit becomes natural gas.
We're cooking with our own shit, Jan.
Bastards!
Right down Dave Murphy's alley, that one.
Occam's razor. Just like they sell our electricity back to us.
Oh, as soon as he showed us the size of these keeps that they keep this poo in, and this was just for Boston, New York, these 6 bullet things they had.
I've always wondered why it has to go to a plant, why your poop and everything has to go to a certain process down to a plant, and they're supposedly just processing it to clean it for water.
Right, the water comes clean from the sky, right, and from the freshwater fissures in the ground. Nothing needs cleaning, nothing at all. It's called precipitation.
Right,
nature's natural cleanser.
Right, but what they explain to you is that's what they explain to you. But in reality, they can do a lot of other different things with this because they're using all of it from everywhere. Like they take it and they put it to something and they use it. Like there is like a sewage like thing.
But it's mega money. That's what people don't realise. Billions of pounds a year they're making off this shit. Because it's natural gas. You're selling it to everyone. You're selling their own shit back and they're cooking their own food with it. Like Kenny just said.
Exactly.
And so mining could be really a fake.
And then
natural
water. Yeah.
natural gas is really from us, and mining is really a fake.
Yeah.
Well, just like all the oil in the ground came
fluoride.
from all the dead dinosaurs. That was a hell of a lot of dead dinosaurs.
The Japanese sells US all their fluoride.
Dinosaurs.
Did you know that?
Japanese what?
The Japanese sell to America all the
Ah, fuck, you're breaking up.
fluoride, so they sell it to you. Breaking. Sorry, yeah.
What are they selling to you?
Fluoride.
Fluoride. They
Yeah.
fucking sell. Oh, you
It's a chemical waste product. It should be treated. The people who making it should be treating it, which costs them billions to clean it, and then we shouldn't foot the bill. It shouldn't be going in our water supply. But yet the first man to use it was that little bloke in Austria there.
Right. But yeah, it's been sold back to you, fluoride, on your bill. That spares money again.
Yeah, but it's only a matter of time, right? Jin, this is like for them it's a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
They're trying to trigger World War III between white Christians, Catholics, and black Chinese, Eastern,
and Muslims and
Arabs.
And
Yeah.
Muslims. That's what Albert Pike predicted, and he's been right 100% to this point in his letter to Manzini. So yeah, I mean that's the propaganda that we're fed, and I'm sure Pete would agree. They probably get the same thing in the UK. The endless anti-Muslim
in Japan. Wow.
2001.
Now, in Japan, it doesn't happen. It's very, very, very. No sign of that kind of thing happening over here at all. Although they have their views.
I was going to say the Japanese are a very religious people in general. Are they? I mean, there's a lot of Buddhists, but not. Other than that, there's not much outside of that. If I'm correct, Jim.
You are correct there, Lloyd. That they are definitely into Buddhism, Shintoism, Islam is here, Christianity is here. So you've got Buddhism, the main, closely followed by Christianity, then Islam, and then you wouldn't believe it, their own natural Shinto's bottom of the list.
I would not have believed that Christianity would be number 2 on that list. Wow.
Yeah, because there's more. The Christianity has had more of an impact here through Brazilians, British people, Americans. Islam is fairly new in Japan. It's been around a while, but it's not. It's third. It's the third, I would have to say.
Are they as extreme over there as they are here, or I should say, as fundamental and dogmatic as they are in some places in the world?
It depends on the topic matter. If we're talking flat Earth, they're going to be dogmatic. But I'll tell them off. I'll just say you're misunderstanding the Quran.
Well, I'm sorry. What I was asking is, are there like no-go zones in Japan?
Oh no, none of that.
Okay.
None of that.
But there should be. Hiroshima and Nagasaki should still be radioactive. 100 years, they said.
No, you're free to go where you like. There's none of that at all. None of zero.
And what about Fukushima? Is that still cordoned off, or are people moving back in?
Yeah, no. People are not moving back there. No, that's still cordoned off. Cordoned off. That's a no-go area.
That's just propaganda and fear that's done that, you know.
Well, no. There is genuine contamination. There's genuine.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it's radioactive.
You can take
poison.
It's radioactive. It's radioactive. I have seen the Geiger counters myself. It's radioactive. I went up there last year with my kids. We used to go camping there every year. And in 2011, we went, instead of going up there, we went to Mount Fuji, Fujinomiya campsite. Brilliant. Then last year we went there. Went there with the kids last year, and took them back there. And the vegetation had withered. Most of it had withered away.
Right, but that could be poison, right, Jin? They could have just poisoned the place.
Well, they could have. Yeah, they could have fertilized it with poison of type. They could have.
Right. I'm with you, Punch. Yeah, they could have just sprayed it with like cropped up.
You know for a fact. We know for a fact that when the accident at Chernobyl happened, and the Soviets and no one in the world at that time had encountered anything like that, that there were roughly around 2,000 of those poor victims, soldiers, that they sent in there to try to clean up and figure out what the heck was going on. And all those people died from
man.
What you would say is fake radiation or some sort of poisoning. We know that there's evidence of that in the wildlife to this day. And also the children of Chernobyl, the documentary. If you want to watch something that that is probably one of the hardest things I have ever watched in my life, just to see not only what these children look like and are going through physically, but the lack of care that they're getting, because there's no money in the Ukraine anymore, once the wall fell. So in my humble belief, man, there is something definitely real to the nuclear weaponization, or the weaponization of some sort of nuclear weapon.
Right. What about Galen Windsor?
Galen Windsor.
What about Galen Windsor, Efi?
That's it.
Galen puts the old nuke thing to bed.
I know, Lloyd. You've never seen Galen Windsor?
No.
Oh my gosh! Let me grab the page.
God, dude, you have.
Are you kidding me, Efi?
No.
Right, let's put nukes to bed once and for all for you, okay?
Link him up there, Ponch. Link that boy up, man, because he needs to.
Link me up.
And for you, Jin, I'm going to screen share it. I'll show you now. There's a 1.5. Well, the clip I'm going to show you is from a 1.5 hour documentary, right?
Go on then.
This man swam in the nuclear rod pool. Come in, the water's lovely, Jin. Come in, it's lovely, right? He didn't give a fuck. He used to take. Let me finish. Hang on, let me finish. He used to take plutonium home with him. He let his grandkids play with it, right?
Yes. I have seen. I didn't know his name, but I am familiar.
So here he is. Here's Galen. Oh, I don't like that hand sign.
How do we know that what the experiment?
It's got the pyramid sign there,
Right, hang on. We're all talking at once. Right.
Catch that.
How do I know what he's using his plutonium? The same way you two are telling me that Geiger counters go off. That's a Geiger counter there. Okay?
Okay.
Right, now, you could put something in Chernobyl or Fukushima that would set a Geiger counter off, right? Not being radioactive, just something that would trigger the machine.
Sure.
To make the soldiers and everyone think they're in a radioactive area. So, where is he? He takes
I
out...
have no idea how a Geiger counter works. So, like you said, Pete, that is certainly plausible that they can do anything they wanted in there.
Yeah. Right, so there he is, look.
The frequency setting off the machine, like the woodpecker.
Yeah, exactly, right. So, oh, there we go. We'll do it again. I'm just a little bit back. He's got it in his hand, look.
So that you don't disperse radioactivity.
And he's telling you it's safe.
He fucking eats it.
He eats it. There you go. He eats it. It's on his tongue, black on his tongue, look.
But then, and guys, how did he die? How did he die, guys? Come on.
Cancer.
Right.
You got it.
So what about all the other people that die of cancer who don't work with plutonium?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm not knocking
They can give you cancer, right? They can give it to you.
You weren't on earlier, Poncho, but I posed this question to you. We know that they've developed nuclear fusion and power to, for electricity and submarines and so on and so forth.
So they say.
So they say, but don't you think that if they had done that, that certainly they would take that technology and use it for sinister purposes, try to weaponize it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this splitting of the atom. Show me an atom first before you go any further. Show me the atom. If you can show me the atom, 99% 9 empty space. It's nothing. They're telling you it's nothing. The 1% is the lie.
They can't show me an atom, but I've seen the footage, man. I've seen the explosions. Now, I'm not even talking about what happened in World War II. I'm talking about the stuff modern day, HD, Yemen, and Syria, that, like I said, it's small, small enough bunker busters you know, that they can use on the battlefield.
Just throw a shitload of magnesium in there, man. Make it look fucking.
Or phosphorus, Kenny.
Because of that, you know, there's a lot of white smoke, isn't there, afterwards?
Phosphorus, Jin, it's phosphorus.
And then the white smoke.
Phosphorus.
It's about depleted uranium.
Phosphorus.
Depleted uranium rounds. It's basically the same thing minus the large explosion, right?
Yeah.
It's toxic. We know those are real, right?
Good observation. Good observation point.
Depleted uranium rounds are basically the same thing as a nuclear weapon minus, like I said, minus the large yield explosion.
Okay. Lloyd, what about this one, Lloyd? What about this weapon? It proves the flat earth. The railgun.
You don't have to sell me, Jim, on the flat earth. I've been on that. Pete will tell you since 2016. Blessed to know that.
Yeah, me too.
Black,
since 2016,
baby, black.
me too. Me too. Love that weapon. Love it.
I'm
on the comments.
786 days.
And again, I will say this from my limited military background, that when I was on the range, not a single one of my instructors ever mentioned the Coriolis effect. Ever.
Exactly. Same here. Same here.
I love you guys. I got to bounce.
Later, Kenny.
All right, guys.
Have a good one, Kenny.
Nice being with you, man.
Shout out to the chatters. Dread, Dan, Wolfie, Manic.
Dan the Waterman. Dread.
Yeah, nice, man. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, that railgun. What a beauty. What a beauty.
But it has got a trajectory, Jim.
All right. I got to go.
Bye, Kenny. Jim, it has got a trajectory. It's parabolic, but it's not like an artillery shell.
No, it's not.
It's like a sniper aiming just above the target, just above it.
They call it a sight of line targeting, right?
Yeah, it's a line of sight, but you are above the target, right? The optics
energy,
set it down for you.
Magnetic kinetic energy of its best. It's clean, it's powerful, and it blows away the heliocentric model one time.
I mean, the heliocentric model was blown away 2 years ago. All we're doing is just repeating the same repeatable evidences that anyone can do in their own home.
Yeah, all this was in the first
right outside the front door. You know, I mean, the globe model is done. It's done. Sorry, Jesuits, you lose. Jesuits, you lose.
Well done, man. I love you. That's it.
Jesuits not allowed in Japan, are they, Jin?
Say that again?
Jesuits, they're not allowed in Japan. It's one of the countries they never got into.
Oh yeah, well, I wasn't aware of that. Wasn't aware of that fact.
But that's why I'm shocked when, like Lloyd is, that second is Christians. I'd have expected Catholics. I'd have expected the
the
Jesuits
Christians are here. Christians are here, mate. They're well here. They're well established. Well established. Look, I've got students, right, who are devout Christians, and they talk to me, and they say, "You're not a Christian, but you speak like a Christian." I said, "I speak because I was born under the Islamic religion, but I don't follow that religion really. I follow nature and humanity. I don't need a religion to love man and womankind.
Agreed.
I don't need that. I don't need that," I said. "I don't need that. I don't want to be under. I don't want to be under a control of anything. I want to be free to express my love my way. That's it. I don't want to read a book and then follow a book. I don't want to do that.
Love it. That's the spirit of Christ. That's the spirit of truth.
All religion comes from the evil one, and Pete will attest to this. I've said it from the beginning. I do not even define myself as a Christian. I am a follower of Christ. I define myself just as his apostles did. I am not a denomination. I am not a label. I keep his commandments to the best of my sinful ability. I repent, and I profess that he, the Son of God, came in the flesh. He paid our sin debt on the cross. He rose from the dead. You will be saved. How easy is that? How easy is that?
Well, yeah, see, I myself is, I don't know if all that is really true myself, because I was born into this system, and I can see that this earth is, of course, of a great design, and I have no right to destroy it. I am following my path, and my path is hurt no one, don't hurt nature, leave as you find. Don't destroy what you can't make. Do you know what I mean?
That's the law of the land. That's the law of the land, Jim.
Don't devalue the animals.
It's common law.
We're talking about animals like we are better than animals. I said, let me tell you something. The worst living thing on this flat earth is human beings, because at this point we are destroying everything. Animals don't have wars.
We are the animals. They are creatures.
Yes,
we are the animals.
Animals are just intelligent. And you know what? My student said, I never thought of that. I said, yes, because you are thinking you are better than an animal. You're thinking in a system where you've been educated to think animals are below us. But that's the wrong. I don't think like that. I think nature is above me. I have to look after. I can't make a grass. I can't make a leaf. I can't make a butterfly. I can't make a crocodile. Who am I to bring my gun out and to kill the thing and put it on the wall as a trophy? That's not my way. That's not my way. It never will be. You know, respect nature. When you respect nature, nature becomes your religion. Just simply, without even fighting. It's just harmonious.
Something you and I were talking about.
I don't need a book for direction.
Sorry to interrupt.
But Jesus came to destroy all religion, Jim. That's the message that most people miss in the truth of it all.
Exactly.
He hated the church. He warned everybody. He's the only man in script, recorded his, and I hate his story, Jim. I hate it. Right? But there's a gut instinct that tells me there was a truth about people, and it's that they crucified. The truth, the knowledge. And it left us all, even following a religion, you're still godless because you're on a ball. If I ask you to point where heaven is, you're going to point 63 degrees the opposite direction to the way I'm pointing.
Yeah, exactly. And I've often said, heaven is right here. You ain't even seen it. Look at this beautiful nature that you are missing. Beautiful. Look at it.
It's always been here, Jim.
If I may interrupt, and I'm sorry, Jim, you and I were talking about earlier about the elderly and how you've been in Japan so long, and my in-laws, you know, like I was telling you about her grandmother. I think as you know, tying in with what you said about nature, we have lost so much, especially those of us who grew up in the concrete jungles of the cities. We lost so much of what our grandparents and our great-grandparents knew. You know, just simple home remedies like, you know, say you got poison ivy or you got a cut or something. You didn't need to go to the store and buy some ointment or take a pill. You know, they had some natural remedy that took care of you. Like you said, being in touch with nature.
Yes, yes. That's what I've got so many beautiful photographs of me and my family in the bush, where I belong. I always say to children, I said, it's nice to be in a house, but look at this tent. Look at it. It's so simple, yeah. Even if there's an earthquake, nothing can happen to us. But if you're in a house, everything's falling on top of you. You know, so natural. Yeah? Nature's noise. You know, beauty, canoeing, fishing.
And I've said this many times, Jim, you've probably experienced this. If you get a good, 100, 200 miles outside of a city, where there's no cell towers, there's no electric lines, nothing.
Farmland.
Middle of nothing.
Farmland.
For me, there's a literal physiological feeling that like this cloud or this oppressiveness almost goes away, and you almost reconnect with, like you said, with nature, with his creation, and your eyes almost start to open up in your ears, and you hear sounds and see things that, you know what I mean? You kind of slow down a little bit.
I know. I tell you what happened to me, right? I've had military experience myself. Okay, I was in the Army Cadets for 3 years as a teenager, and then as an adult, I was in the Royal Engineers for 2 years. Okay, and that's where my kind of my love for nature has always been there, but it was enhanced, if you will, right, for survival and for being with nature. Okay, but putting that aside, just the fact I went to live, and I'm sure. PonchoPete will probably recognise this. I live in London. It's a populated city, a lot of traffic, a lot of smoke. Now I went to Liverpool to stay with some friends in Liverpool for the weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Come back on a Monday. Monday was a bank holiday in England, and I went by motorbike all the way. I stayed there the weekend. Come back to London, and a feeling of strength came over me. Enhancement. And the reason I put that down to was the air quality, because there was less traffic in Liverpool. So just in the short time that I was there, breathing cleaner air gave me strength.
I would agree, and we are taught in Scripture that our bodies are the temple. We are the church, and we should treat our bodies accordingly, because we were, as I said earlier, bought with a price.
Yeah. So yeah, I totally concur with you when you talk about leaving the city. You're moving into the rural areas where it's all beautiful. And clean air, yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Like you said, fishing and just sitting back and not having to worry about paying a bill or being here or being there or whatever the case. You know what I mean? It's you're there and you're in the moment. You're in the moment. You're not thinking about what you're doing 5 minutes from now or back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Forget that. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? And, the setting up of your camp, getting it all ready. And I do the cooking. I cook everything for my kids and the wife, and I clean it all up as well, purely because it's what I want to do and control. Nothing gets destroyed. My wife's a busy woman, that she has a way of cooking, and that my way of cooking is cooking, but not destroying my utensils. You see what I mean? Yeah, I don't want to buy a new one. So if you just let me do the cooking, everything will work perfectly. I don't rush the food. Cook it gently, get it up. And you will enjoy a feast, is how I deal with that.
What? Sorry to interrupt. What time is it over there, and what is the date?
Well, the date is the 20th of December, Thursday, coming up, just gone 4:15 p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay, it is 1:17 a.m. in the morning here on the 20th. So it basically just turned. Thursday an hour ago.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so we've gone through half the day already.
Yeah, I was going to say you're quite a few hours ahead of me on our flat plane.
Yes, on a flat plane. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't it, the flat plane? It's wonderful.
That was that was a revelation. I will say. I mean, not in the sense that, or I would like to ask you, Jim, what was how did you discover it? Because I don't know you. I've never had the pleasure of speaking with you. How did you come into the flat Earth?
Okay, well, thanks for asking me for that. Well, basically, it all started off with me doing the research on the moon landings first, you see, in 2000, 2001. Then 9/11 happened. So I didn't do much with the 9/11. I just kept on doing the research. We was told it was a load of Arabs and all that. And I'm talking to my friends in London a year later. Are you sure it was the Arabs? Because I don't think it was. They sent me a link. I looked at this link. It didn't make sense what I was watching. I can't believe what I'm looking here. Let me type in for myself. 911. Porsche turbos and German cars. No. Loose change. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Now it makes sense. So I'm watching loose change. I'm doing research on the moon landings. Let's fast forward, but during that period, from 2001 to 2015, I researched everything: vaccines, Gary Knoll, and the Gulf War syndrome, dying to have known, the beautiful truth. All these things I researched, all to do with health and wars and nuclear weapons, everything. Okay. Fast forward 2015, got to the end of my research on the moon landings. And during 2015, I was getting suggestions, flat Earth, and I said, don't be silly, flat Earth is not flat. What idiots sending me this crap? So I didn't touch it. December. Okay, let me have a look. I've reached the end. Click on the video for a laugh, and I wasn't laughing. All my childhood questions that I had as a child were answered. Yeah. And the videos that I watched were ODD, Mark Sargent, not necessarily in that order, Jurism, Eric Dubé, and The Greatest Lie Ever Told. But I was already convinced within 5 minutes. As soon as I stopped laughing, I knew it was flat. As soon as I stopped laughing. Because when you're close to nature and your head is not full of rubbish, you quickly understand. You understand what I mean?
Your common sense kicks in.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So I understood immediately. And I felt my emotions was this. Yes, of course it's flat. How stupid I've been. Next feeling, my teachers ripped me off. Next feeling, I'm going to tell everyone. That's how it was for me. How about you, sir? How did you get into the flat earth?
Beautiful. Oh, everybody here has probably already heard the story. It was like you. I had started a YouTube channel in 2011, and 9/11 and geoengineering were basically my first trips down the rabbit hole, as it were. And from there, you know, it went into the Vatican, UFOs. It was predominantly a Christian, you know, channel, and you know, bringing people, you know, to Christ, but you know, also researching and just trying to bring, you know, truth to people through various subjects. And I covered a lot, like yourself, you know, and just did hours and hours of endless research. Yeah. Then in February 2016, you know how on YouTube you get like a series of recommended videos in the right-hand corner. At the top of the list was Under the Dome, Mark Sargent, and I'm thinking, and it was the 2 hour and something, and I'm like, what? And, you know, again, being a professed follower of Christ, you know, there's numerous verses throughout Scripture. And so I clicked on the video and I watched it. And like you, it just made sense. Common sense. My common sense, you know, just kicked in. But it wasn't like I wasn't angry. I wasn't mad. I didn't dance a jig or, you know, or it wasn't an epiphany or a revelation. It was, for me, it was more almost guilt for not knowing, like I said, what was written in the Bible. And then again, like I said, just the fact that, oh my gosh, you know, I wasted 12 years of my life through not education, but memorization and indoctrination. They just fed me a load of horse caca.
There you go. There you go. You see, same feeling. Exactly the same feeling.
Proved, and I always believed, again, being a follower of Christ, no matter if he was a gazillion mile, the creator was a gazillion miles away, and there were planets and stars and universes and galaxies and blah, blah, blah. He created it all. That was never a doubt for me whatsoever. But the fact that when I saw that first video footage that someone, you know, set up a video camera with a balloon, and just the I don't know, the staggering beauty of the colors of the ocean and the real clouds and the real little local sun and you know, you're like all the stuff you were told about NASA 93 million miles away and just everything looked so real. It wasn't from a computer like we got from NASA. It was just beautiful, staggeringly beautiful. And then the stars. You know, there were, I can't remember, she hasn't done a lot of videos in a while, and if somebody said her name, Pete, you probably know
Ashley
her.
Webster.
Thank you. Yeah, she did her first video on stars and cymatics. Pete knew it right away as soon as I didn't even, you know, seeing those as they really are in the planets and just the vibrating, dancing colors and you know, oh my gosh, you know. Again, beautiful.
That's real nature. That's real nature. For
again, exactly. His creation.
That's how it was for me. Just common sense. I realized, this is correct. I didn't have any sort of, I didn't go into a depression. I was like a firework. Do you know what I mean? Just went up.
I wanted to tell people. And for me, strangely enough, I actually came into the flat Earth before I learned about the moon landing. I was never really interested in space as a kid or even as an adult, you know, never found, I was like, oh, well, you know, shuttle launch, blah, blah, whatever, you know, blah, blah, you know, just never really interested me, you know. But once, like I said, once I found out, you know, how much money they were stealing and that they were basically blatantly lying to us and taking our money on top of it and just and then how it all just tied in with, you know, the Masons and the whole, you know, new order that's coming upon us. It was just, you know, oh my gosh.
So that's why I call us the real soldiers, because once you realize, of course, you're going to love man and woman, mankind, but you're gonna want to take out those devils. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, I actually I had instances where at my workplace it actually almost came to physical blows when I was talking about the flat Earth. I mean, they got so angry, and these were well-educated people, and so I think for a lot of people, the simple fact of admitting, one, in this narcissistic world that we live in, that they've been lied to, and two, probably the hardest thing for a lot of people is swallowing your pride and admitting you're wrong. You're wrong.
Exactly. I'll give you a story. I'll give you two stories, short, very short. As an English teacher here, I back in 2016, I was invited to teach at 3 elementary schools through my mother-in-law's connection, which was, and I was very thankful for that, because she has a connection with the education board. Okay, so I took on. They needed English teachers at the time, and they didn't have enough. So I had some time, so I went. I used to teach English at 3 elementary schools. Now I'm a flat earther now. Now I'm bursting to tell the truth, you know, but got to hold it down. So I'm holding it down. But the questions come up in the end. You know, nature stuff comes up. So it had to come out in the end. So what I did was I did an experiment. I thought, let me see what they know. Let me see if I can prove something here. I asked the teachers and the students to draw a picture of the seaside scene. You know, your horizon, the beach, the little yachts, the sun, and the birds flying in the sky. Yeah. Now every single one of them drew a straight horizon. On my board, though, I drew a curved horizon, deliberately curved on the blackboard. Okay. Then I asked the kids, which one is right? And they said I was wrong, all of them, because my horizon was curved. I said, but how can I be wrong? We're living on a ball, aren't we? You see, I tried to drop the seed there that way, right? I said, but we're living on a ball. Because no, you're wrong, they were saying. And the teachers were laughing. I said, oh, sorry about that, and I rubbed my one out. You know?
I don't want to interrupt you, but do you have, or do they in Japan have a curriculum in which you must follow like they do here in the U.S., or like you were trying to do, plant the seed when you get in trouble?
Thank you very much, Lloyd. That was a very good question. Yes, they do. And I said to them, I'm not going to follow that. I told them to their face that I'm not going to follow that curriculum because I have an experience from England to bring to you. That is why you've asked me to come. You haven't asked me to come to do the Japanese education. I can't do that, and I'm not going to do that, I said. So, you know, I did do some of it, but not all of it. Do you see what I mean, yeah? And my classes were the noisiest classrooms whenever I was in. Do you know what I mean? Because I was teaching the way I was taught in England. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
That's all I know. That's all I know.
I'm noticing your icon here. Do you have to wear like a suit and tie, or could you wear a shirt like that to school and teach in it?
Thank you very much. I could wear a shirt like that to school if I choose, and I did.
Sweet.
Yeah. No, I didn't wear it. The other teachers were wearing suit and ties. I come as me, natural. So I wear hiking gear is what I would wear. Hiking gear. Okay? Just hiking gear. So simple trousers with side pockets, a t-shirt like that, long sleeve, lycra sleeve, and then that t-shirt or another one with the actual flat earth on it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No.
I have another question for you. I hope you don't mind, and I'm not keeping you, sir. But
go on.
We both know the Japanese are a very what's the right word? They are just a very astute.
Good word. You took the word out of my mouth. Astute, studious, and
yeah, they're very very they will think critically about matters. They're very, you know, their technological advances, their science advances. They're very, like I was saying, astute. If what you know about the globe to be a lie, and yet they are promoting that to your students and forcing you to promote that to your students, could you, again, because the Japanese, you know, they are reasonable, astute people, could you sit down with what we call a board of education and present your evidence to them and say, listen, look, this is what I have.
Yeah.
You know, and possibly go from there. Or do you think they would just look at you and laugh at you and like you were just saying?
Well, you know what? Because of the kind of character I am, in that I'm very vocal and I'm very forceful in what I say and I mean, when I had the interview, they were asking me, "Are you nervous?" I says, "What have I got to be nervous about? Am I going to be killed?" No, I'm not nervous at all. You've asked me here to do a job. I can do that job. I run my own business. If you want me to help you, I can. If you can't, then fair enough. You know what I mean? But I've got nothing to be nervous about. I'm not nervous. No, I'm not. So I'm very direct. So if I had to deliver do a presentation on the flat earth, I could do it quite easily. But I'll tell you what happened. Basically, some of the teachers were saying that some of the things that I was teaching them were maybe too technical. I said, it's not too technical because it's easy stuff. And if you call yourself a teacher, then you must teach the truth. Otherwise, you are not a teacher. I said, I can't. This is in the staff room. I said, I cannot not teach the truth. I said, so I'm going to carry on. That's what I said to them. I'm going to carry on. You know,
I mean,
having
science
fun,
is science, right?
Yes, science is science, exactly. And they're having fun. My classes were the noisiest classes, I'm telling you. The
I
noisiest.
mean, real science, like, you know, if they would allow you to, you know, use the experiments that have been presented in the flat earth community over the, you know, last few years, you can certainly show the younger generation, you know, like you said, plant the seed.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I did. I planted the seed. I explained to them that, you know, because here in Japan again, they like to have the children drink milk, and they insist. They're insistent. They're forceful on this one, right? But I know that milk and dairy is not good for your health. I mean, when I was at school, 1960s, I'm in the St. Mary Magdalene's Elementary School. I used to drink milk. 15 minutes later, I'm throwing up. So the teacher said, after like three weeks of this, the teacher said, "Jin, you don't want milk?" I said, "No, I don't want milk, miss." So I had to drink water. Freedom of choice. So when I heard that here in Japan, that they, you know, the kids can't say no to milk, I said, I don't want my kids drinking milk. So I had to go to the school and tell the headmaster that I don't want my children drinking milk. It's not healthy. And if you indeed really care for the children, please do the research. You said you care. Do the research. Don't believe what they take the American program. That's what they're learning. They're using the American health system, if you will. You know, the diet, that dairy is good for you. You know, the old 1950s model.
I would love to know when the transition went from a mother feeding their child her natural breast milk to giving it a cow's milk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like you said, many people, I guess they had to put a name on it. You know, with the medical industry, they call it lactose intolerant, and there are a lot of people who can't digest, you know, dairy products. And I don't think it. I love cheese and I love milk and cereal, you know, and all those kind of things, and I've never, thankfully, had an issue with it. But I, for one, am a big proponent against, like I said, giving infants, you know, cow's milk or some sort of, you know, powdered substance as opposed to, you know, natural mother's breast milk.
Okay, yeah, great. I'm gonna later on. I'll leave a link to a documentary called Dairy, Essential Nutrition or Health Saboteur, and it's made by the Vegetarian Society of Hawaii. Wonderful people like yourselves, down to earth. They're a non-profit organization, so they're not out to rip you off. They just want everyone to be healthy and enjoy life, yeah. And they tell you that the main connection here is prostate cancer and breast cancer is caused by this dairy, okay? And you can watch it. It's about 50-minute documentary, beautifully done, well-informed, non-stressful, easy to understand. And once you watched it, you'll then make your decision yourself in your life. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Uber?
What's up, gentlemen? How's it going?
How you doing, my man?
Hey, Uber.
So, this whole, speaking of milk and stuff like that, I thought it was quite interesting that humans are the only mammals that will drink milk after infancy.
Well done. Good point. That is my go-to point. Why is it only humans? If you look at all the animals, They don't drink milk once they're an adult. There you go, my man.
Ice cream is
You
good.
hit the nail on the head.
Cereal is good and ice cream is good.
You know what?
Yeah.
I still eat cereal, Lloyd, but I use coconut milk, dude. I use like almond milk.
Yeah.
When I make hot chocolate, I use the chocolate silk almond milk, right? And just heat that up in a cup. And dude, that is the best freaking hot chocolate you can have, actually.
I was going to say, that does sound amazingly good right now.
See, Lloyd, you're taking the dairy. No disrespect for you at all. You do what you think is good for your body, for yourself. Take
Oh no, I know, Jin. I know it's terribly bad for me. I know it is.
Right. So you in due course, as the flat earth really kicks in, and you will change. I'm sure eventually you'll come round to saying to yourself, there'll be a point you say, yeah, I'm gonna cut down first of all, and maybe try the almond milk or try something else, and then in the end, dairy will be off your menu, and you won't look back. Nature's medicines are vegetables. Now, if you can eat them raw when you can, if you can't, drink them raw. Get a juicer and juice them, and then just drink it. You don't have to eat everything all the time.
I love juice, and yeah, the natural way is the way to go. It's just, unfortunately, as Uber would attest, when you go to try to buy some of those things off the shelf, it's like $17 for a quart. Great.
Yeah. No, that's why you don't buy. I make my. What I'm saying is, I make my own juice. I don't buy anything off the shelf. I buy the raw vegetables, put it through my machine, and it comes out liquid. There's no middleman. The farmer to my machine. That's it.
Yeah, we do have one market here in downtown St. Louis, the Soulard Market, you can go to on the weekend, and the local outside farmers, just outside of St. Louis will bring in their produce, and oh my gosh, it is good.
Yeah, that's it. That's what you've got to do. And once, if you get yourself a nice proper juicing machine, this is a machine where you put it into the machine, and liquid comes out immediately, and it separates the pulp. Now, the pulp you can use to fertilize your soil, give it to your pets. Your pet can eat it, mix it in their feed. That's what I do. I've got a dog. Everyone's laughing.
I love the pulp. I love pulp in my orange juice. I love it. It's like a liquid orange. I love it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool then.
Yeah. I always have loved orange juice, but again, here, in the States, especially in the middle of the country, it's quite expensive. All that kind of stuff is really expensive here in Missouri.
Yeah, that's quite surprising. Why? Why is that so? Why?
Well,
because the outside of the United States is where it seems that the oranges grow. It seems like they grow like Florida and California, pretty much.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Right. I know the Florida.
Missouri is predominantly agriculture. Corn and wheat are the main crops that come out of this part of the country.
Right. Okay. During my research, to you guys out there, I was doing the research on Monsanto, murderers of nature, and how they forced the farmer to use their seeds, and you can't save your seeds.
They're based. Their main headquarters is based 20 minutes from my house here in St. Louis.
All right.
Yeah, Monsanto started here, in St. Louis, and I grew up probably a 7-minute car ride from their plant on the river to Pear, and you can still Google that if you have Google Earth.
I have. Yeah.
Look up, you can look up the plant, and oh my gosh, the smells that would come out of there, and what they must have been dumping into the Mississippi River, during my time growing up. Have mercy. Of just what I've learned about Monsanto over the last few years, and like you were saying, how they've just basically genetically modified everything.
Yeah, they were going to introduce here in Japan, 2013. They were going to introduce. Do you guys know Costco? Costco, yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Costco, the big supermarket, the big wholesaler, Costco. Do you know them, Costco?
Oh yeah, we got them over here.
Okay, right. So we got them here in Japan as well, yeah. Now they were going to introduce genetically modified papaya from Hawaii. Hawaii being the GMO laboratory of the world at the time, right? For about 30 years, who knew? And they were going to introduce the papaya to be sold here in Japan without labels. Okay. Now, I contacted the Consumer Union of Japan because I was shocked to read it. And when I asked them, what are you going to do? They said, we're already on the case and we're not going to import it in. I was so glad. Blows.
Yeah, it's got, I mean, we all know in the truther community that more or less probably 90% of the product that you would buy in any grocery store or supermarket, irregardless if it says it's a non-GMO food, it probably is. And your best bet, like you were saying, Jin, is to try to find a natural market, you know, and basically become self-sustaining. You know, that's the way to do, that's the way to really ensure that you're not putting these, you know, god-awful chemicals into your body that are causing the cancers and the leukemias and everything else.
Yeah, and that's where I'm lucky because, you know, I'm surrounded by farmland, and then there's they call it the JA, Japan Agricultural Market, and that's where we go to get all our produce. And it's just wonderful. Not only that, sometimes I don't have to buy because some of the students' mums grow their vegetables and they give them to me here. So I've been and they always say, sorry, it's not much. They always say that, it's not much, it's a bit boring. I said, you are giving me and my family substance. This is better than chocolate, biscuit, wine, beer. This is the food. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. My family appreciate it. Thank you very much. You know?
Again, another question, if you don't mind my asking, sir. What is the pay rate, are you as a teacher, because here in the US, and I think Pete would agree, probably in the UK, the pay rate is more or less deplorable for teachers. Are you able to support yourself and a family comfortably in Japan as a teacher?
No way, Jose. My wife's business earns more than my business because her business is she's an esthetician, massage, beauty salon. That's what she does. So her money really runs the show. Mine is like a supplement.
Wow. So it's the same all over, basically.
Yeah.
All over the plane.
And that's been a bit of an emotional fight because you know the man has to be the breadwinner. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I've had to.
Not nowadays, though. You know, you and I both know, Jin, that if you're fortunate enough as a child to grow up in a home where both parents are actually there and present, they have to work in order to provide for that child and or children, just to put food on the table, as you were just saying, because everything is so expensive.
Yeah. So
and that's why my endeavor here literally within the next 30 days is I've got everything packed literally into 2 duffel bags, my computer, laptop, and I'm moving into a van, but I'm converting that van into a mobile tiny stray rescue home. So basically, I'll never pay rent or utilities or a mortgage or any of that again. And what I ultimately would like to do once I save, you know, money, because I'm certainly going to keep working during this endeavor, but is buy a little piece of land and then, you know, grow my own food and, you know, basically be completely off grid.
Yeah, well, top respect to you for doing that. I wish I could be there with you. You know,
obviously, I'm 49. I'm single and unmarried, and you know, I don't have any plans. I like it being alone and that kind of thing, and single. So, you obviously with a family, but something you may look into because I know the Japanese are very frugal, again, astute people. Tiny homes. Things of that nature, just, you know, tinyhomes.com, they have there's tons of YouTube channels, but when I got into the whole van research and converting it and what I wanted to do and how I wanted to design it, I had seen people who had taken like shipping crates, who had just, you know, taken sheds that you would buy like at your local Home Depot that you would store like a lawnmower in or something like that, but they would convert these things into gorgeous tiny homes that had all the amenities, had running water, but it was all solar, propane. So basically, it was off grid. They had the internet, you know, they had cable and all the, you know, all the toys. They didn't rely on the government for squat. Put it that way.
Yeah. Well, Well, my hat. I'll take my hat off to you there. I wish you all the best on that endeavour. Sounds like a good one. Sounds like a good one. Yeah, that's the way to go now. At this point, it's the best way to go.
Again, another question: do people in Japan have pets? A lot of pets, or is it
Yeah, no. Japanese are pet lovers. They love their pets. They're pet
More
lovers.
cats or dogs? I would think cats.
Cats and dogs, both.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, they love their cats. They love their dogs. Regularly, you see them walking their dogs everywhere. No, they do it. They love their pets. Any medical problems, they're in the vet straight away, making sure the pet's well looked after. They walk their dogs twice, 3 times a day. No, I talk to them a lot, pet owners, because of my dog. Now, the reason why I talk to them is with my dog, Labrador, always off the lead. My dog's never on the lead. Okay, what's wrong with her? And they think that's out of control because they follow the rule. I said, my dog, the Labrador, is man's best friend. This dog is not going to attack you. Don't worry. She's a lovely lady, well mannered. She doesn't attack. When I say sit down, she just sits down. When I say come on, she does what I say. She's good.
I've always said this, and this is the reason I want to rescue these creatures, is because a dog is the only animal that the only creature that loves you more than itself. And in my humble opinion, it is the closest that we sinful human beings can get to unconditional love. You know what I mean? You own a dog and you
loyalty.
Oh my gosh, there's like, you walk out, you get the mail, you weren't gone for 5 seconds, but they greet you as if you were gone for 10 years. You know what I mean? They live in the moment. There is no, 10 minutes from now or 10 minutes, from back in, you know what I mean? And like you said, there's a loyalty there and a love, a bond, oh man.
My dog had a good life. My dog has a good life in that I love hiking. So when because she's 90 now, but when she was younger, I used to take her to the mountains with me all the time. And the people used to say, the Japanese people, they used to say, wow, because of the energy, because I'm running up and she's coming up, and they just used to say, wow, and no lead, they said. I said, yeah.
I'm sorry, did you say she was 19?
90.
Oh my gosh, wow.
Yeah, I've had it now a few years.
Yeah, Labradors, all dogs, there's something about them that cats can be the same way. They definitely have a personality, but there is not that there's not that certain bond that you get with a dog.
No, the cats are very independent, you see. I remember when I first came to Japan, and it's 2000, my first son was just born, and a stray cat would cry outside our apartment door, crying, like meowing. So I thought, what's going on here? Every night. So what I did was, I laid down some milk in a saucer, and I took a tin of my tuna and put it, and she ate the lot wickedly fast. I thought, oh, okay, you're a stray cat, you're hungry. She became my friend. So she was my friend for 1 year, this cat, 1 year. She'd sleep in the house sometimes she'd go away, not come back a few days later, all scarred up, scratched up. I thought, what happened? You got into a fight? Okay. One time she was really dirty, I gave her a wash, didn't come back for a couple of days. She came back again. And then when we left, we had to move, because we're moving into the home we're in now, on a mortgage and that. Basically, I put the cat into our van and to see her reaction. If she's going to come with us, she would stay, but she didn't. She jumped off the van. So I left the last plate of meal and I drove off. I didn't force her to come with us because I didn't want to take her to somewhere where she didn't know the neighborhood. You see what I mean?
Right. Did she still have her front claws?
Yeah.
Okay, so see, cats, unlike a dog, cats, like a lion, like lions, they can survive in the wild, as it were, or in a city, you know what I mean, as a stray, whereas a dog is more of a pack animal, and their chances are pretty grim as opposed to a cat. So
yeah, they would survive. But I was thinking like the neighborhood would be strange to her, so I didn't know she could have had I didn't want to put her in a situation where she didn't know the environment. They know their environment. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, cats are very territorial, as are dogs. you know, again, but yeah, cats, like I said, you know, they can manage, you know, outside of human interaction, whereas, you know, especially if you get a dog as a pup, you know, and you feed that dog and raise that dog, and then all of a sudden, you know, that dog's on the streets, that dog's chances of survival, you know, are very slim. So
right, yeah.
I've always said, and that was probably the whole reason I never ever went over to Asia, is that Asian women are probably the most beautiful women in the world. And I always wanted to do what you did, and actually had an opportunity to teach English in China, but I turned it down.
Right.
And yeah, I think if I would have went over there, that was probably
no regrets, Eve. No regrets.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no regrets. No, you're in the van.
No regrets. No regrets. Not at all. I like I said, I've always had a thing for Asian women, and you know, kind of like, just to put a picture in your head, you know, Homer Simpson with the drool running down. It's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah, I always found women, you know, as I always say to men in general, that we need to have the highest respect for women, because without women, how are we going to get born? Who carries us for 9 months? Breastfeeding, yeah? Okay, fertilizing of the egg is okay, but after that, it's a hard work. So I took great pride in looking after my boys, because I've got 4 boys. And the routine would be this. My wife would look after the baby from like 6 o'clock in the morning until 9:30 when I finish work. And then I'd take over. And then she would go into a separate room to recover and be herself, and not hear baby and all that. And I'd look after my son through the 9:30 until 6 in the morning. So I'd do the baby formula milk, or use the milk that she would have expressed in the fridge as well. And I loved that. I loved it. Because, you know, you're busy doing your research, and as soon as the baby stirs up, oh, what's going on? All right, quick nappy change. Okay, here we go. Wipe up, lovely. And then milk time, and then, you know, sit with me whilst we're doing the research, falls asleep, laying back in his little crib right by me. I loved it. I did that for 9 months straight.
What a great way to wait, you know, to become awakened. A blessing, you know, not only to have your child right there, but then also to have all these, you know, truths, you know, just laid upon you, and
yeah. That's how it was for me. I did 4 boys like that. Took great pride in doing that. You know, that was, you know, I called myself hands-on papa. Hands-on.
Daddy daycare.
And that's another thing. I'm not trying or sound stereotypical, but the respect that not only the Japanese people, but the Asian culture in general seems to have, for, again, as we said earlier, for the elderly, but not only. Now, you live there. You please tell me if I'm wrong, Jen, but it seems that there's a different culture with men and women, where women aren't so much objectified like they are here in the U.S. and throughout the Western world. Or am I wrong?
It's actually going that way. I'll tell you exactly what it is. At the moment, women are not wanting to get married, because the men's attitude is that the women have to do everything, and the men go to work, and the women lose their job. But women don't want that life. They don't want to live like the way their mothers live now. So they're very independent. Okay, and so now that marriage is on an old-time low. Childbirth is one of the lowest, in fact, probably the lowest or the second lowest in the world at the moment. Men's attitude has to change here in Japan, I'm afraid. So they're losing the battle at the moment. Women are independent. New restaurants are being built with women in mind. Decor for women. They're the people with the money at the moment. Men are too busy working. Okay, that's what's happening now. So the women are having the right time.
You know, that was all part of the plan, obviously, to get both mom and dad out of the home, you know, so that television and these quote unquote indoctrinators, are what we call teachers. They're forcing you, as you said earlier, to basically lie to your children, or these children that you're supposed to be teaching, but you're blatantly lying to them.
Yeah.
You know, and you have to do that in order to earn a paycheck, you know, but again, that's got to be difficult, man.
Thank you. Right. Yeah. So I always say to men in general that you've got to have respect for women, because if you don't, you're not going to have a good time. You should never be in competition with a woman. You're supposed to be working together as a team. It is not, I'm better than you or I'm making more money than you. That's not the way to live. I'm not stronger than you. It's not about strength. It's about loving and understanding each other, because you've got to live together for the rest of your lives.
Well, we know that. We know that. We're older and thankfully a little wiser, but the younger generation, as you said, just doesn't see it that way. And it's all about, you know, as it's image, it's narcissism, it's you know, tweeting this in social media, it's the latest fashion, and especially in Japan, who I know, they're just tech. You know, they love everything technical. So, you know.
Thank you. Look at my son, who I never buy a Christmas present, ever buy Christmas presents. I stopped that 30 years ago, really, Christmas stuff. But he came downstairs to the classroom. He's gone, Daddy, Christmas present. I want it now, today. I said, what do you want, man? He says, I want this game because his friends have got it. And he plays baseball, right? So they're a group, and they're playing this like military game where you're knocking out targets and working as a team. It's a good game. There's nothing negative about it at all, because they still have time to play together, human contact. And then when they're in their homes, they want to play games. Okay. I said, okay. I'm not going to buy you a new one, though. I'll buy you a second-hand one. Okay. I'm not going to buy you a new one. I'm going to buy you a second-hand one. So I went out and looked for a used one and got him it. Okay. But I said, it's not a Christmas present. This is your New Year present early. I said, your New Year present early. And I got it for him, you know. So I don't mind kids playing games. I don't think games harm children, because my children still go out and play baseball, and they go out and play. Do you know what I mean? And
certain games.
Yeah, certain games are not good. This military game that they play is fun for them. When they grow up, they're going to put it down. They're going to be back at school. So it's just through their childhood. It's fine. It's not mentally affecting them in a negative way at all. Not at all.
You hope not.
Yeah. I mean, my other three boys went through the same thing. They're fine.
May I ask how old your sons are?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, 20. I made a mistake. 18, 16. 13 and 9. That's 18, 16, 13 and 9. Yeah. So
like I said, I'm 49 and single, and I will never have, you know, what you have, and I just can't imagine, you know, just
well, never say never, Lloyd. Never say never.
Right. Yeah.
Lloyd. Come on, Lloyd.
But I kind of for the first time in my life, just because of my track record with women, I kind of made an ultimatum with the father, saying basically that I would be celibate, and I have been since 2010. And I am as God, as the father, as well. We're taught not to swear, so I'm not going to do that. But I'm just being completely honest. No women, no sex, no nothing since 2010. But basically, she's going to have to say to me, quote unquote, the Father God brought me to you. So that's going to have to be pretty specific in order for me to, you know, not run away.
You never say never anyway, because at the end of the day, your life should be that you want to connect with female. You do want to have children, because that's the natural thing to do. And if you,
I do have children. I do have children.
Oh, you do? Sorry, I didn't realize.
Yes, I just was not the I was not the father that I should have been. They are all grown up like yours.
Okay.
You know, and married. One is married and you know, has a husband of her own. So yeah. So you know, like I said, because of my past, I kind of, you know, made a vow, if you will. You know, because of not being there as their father like I should have been, you know, that I wouldn't be with another woman, if that makes sense.
Well, I respect you. I respect you for that. I totally understand what you mean. And maybe you see, even if you did find another woman anyway, it wouldn't be a crime and it wouldn't be wrong. But at this point, you're on your mission, and I respect you for that, and that's fine. Totally understand.
Well, Lloyd, I got like two things from you. I mean, it was almost like two types of talks. One thing early on, you said you love the beautiful Asian women, which is great. So you have an emotional appreciation of the women. But the second thing is that you put out as far as you've been celibate and you're looking for somebody that's right there, that's given to you. So you're anticipating for somebody to actually come down into your lap. So this is where I see things when you're in that reality where you have this, you already know what you want, but you put.
Well, I was being facetious when I said that. You know, in other words, like my whole point is that I plan on keeping this vow. You know what I mean? In other words, unless like Jin said, unless the father specifically brought a woman into my life and she was able to convince me that it was from, you know, the father. You know what I mean? That in other words, it's not about, especially at my age, and I think you guys would agree, it's not about sex anymore. You know what I mean? I want, like Jin was saying, you want that love, that intimate relationship and that friendship, not just a one night fling and, you know, blah, blah, blah.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Well,
don't get me wrong. Physical action also is important in a relationship. You know, that's definitely a must. And I must be honest here, in my relationship, because of the flat earth, 9 months now, I haven't slept with my wife for 9 months, but that's fine. I mean, I'm not fighting it at this point. I'm not going to fight it. I'm not like that. I'm just going to, it's a phase. Still love my wife, still love my kids. Nothing's changed there. But because I haven't had any physical action, it's not going to stop me from loving my wife as it is. So I'll just have to wait and see what happens there. But in your situation, you know, a woman may come up to you because she likes the way you look, the way you're in your van. She's attracted to you because she sees something that is simple, you know, gentle, but yet strong, because you've got to be by yourself, and that she's going to be attracted to that. A woman is attracted to that kind of thing. Okay, so be prepared, be ready.
Oh yeah, I've had.
Don't shut off completely.
I've had many angels disguised as light come across my path. I was quite, not bragging because I'm not. I was quite the man whore, and again, that's just part of the reason why, you know, it's like for me again, because of my beliefs and my faith. It's what I would consider true repentance.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's very good of you, commendable.
If that makes sense. And I'm not looking for accolades or credits or glory, you know what I mean? It ain't about that, because as, again, my faith, we are taught to confess our sins. So to others, and basically to be honest with others about who we are and the mistakes we've made. You know what I mean? And so I'm not gloating. I'm not like, you know what I mean? Or bragging.
No.
Like,
but give credit where credit is due. Give credit where credit is due. If you're deliberately acknowledging your wrongdoings, and you've put the situation into the hand of God, and that's it, and you're telling me that, and I'm saying to you, well done for doing that. Okay, well done for doing that. Thank you for telling me. You don't know me from Adam, but you're telling me that, and I respect you for that. That's all I'm saying, you know. But don't shut the door though, because you never know, a nice woman come along, and you know, she looks upon you. You won't know. You won't know this. You never know. That's the thing. That's what
exactly.
You'll never know.
We talked about earlier, no coincidences. It's just, or I should say, it's certainly not my objective, and it's not, you know, something I'm looking for at this present time.
Yeah, that's right. I totally understand. At this time, you're on a mission to get yourself sorted. Basically, you want to get into your van and get that life moving. That's what you want to do. And
I want to go out and unfortunately, you're in Japan, Jin, but yeah, I'd love to go out and, you know, meet my subscribers and viewers and have fellowship and, you know, is social media, is there any type of censorship in Japan like there is here in the US and the UK?
Right. Now, that's a very good point. I tell you what, at the moment, I'm so lucky, because whatever censorship they have, it's minuscule. Unfortunately, in America, some videos you can't watch that I can watch, and the same in England. You know,
just
especially
like
to do
eBay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just like commerce too, eBay, Amazon, it's all compartmentalized based on region.
So right, yeah.
You would
So
be
I'm
with
lucky.
Yeah. I think Asia. Everything seems to be broken apart in the server, like this World Wide Web or Worldwide Warning that that were introduced with media and also with commerce. But in all I go back into the point you guys were talking. I hate to move forward, but I want to go back to you two, where you both are agree with the fact, which is great based on your realistic values where you're at and the women you're with. I want to be that other person or something in a different reality, but walking the same lonely path both you two are in. So, Lloyd, I am actually the same age you are. I have children as well. I've been with my wife for a pretty long time now, years, 25 years, and still the same. And for with that aspect, I've been with my wife, in love with her. We best friends. We're friends, and we're sexual partners. We're also now business partners. But at the age of 25 years, there's a different type of reality where things have evolved, where now my wife has become more interrelated in a sense where where a conditional love is there. It's no longer not that romance is there, but now it's the conditional love that I never had before, where it's really naturally your family. So that is the aspect where I'm at. But in that aspect where I'm at, I'm bored. I mean, I am 49 years old. Would like to actually travel. I would like to go out. I would like to expand. I would like to meet more people. I would like to know you guys. I want to hear more information, because in my reality, it's like every day it's been always the same people I meet in the same drama, and in the same place. So I want to actually. This is the reason why. Jen, I told you I want to go overseas. In part is business and pleasure. Is to actually, it's more of a many folds. So I'm actually looking for somebody, in a sense where, yes, absolutely. And it's already, but again, in my stage, in my time now with my wife, where I actually see her as a business partner, a friend, and everything else. It's transparent. It's nothing. It's to a point where I still know where my home is at. I know where I can go to, and things where it's open. So if I were to go out, then that's fine. It's to meet with somebody, maybe to explore the romance back up there again, see what I'm missing. And see. So whatever it is, but it's I don't want to stop. I want to be there where there's a valid, where there's an actual agreement where it's considered common law to myself, because it's my space, my jurisdiction. It's nobody else's. It's not a word that's written. It's within my law, and I call it that vow. So therefore, I'm going to respect that vow. But however, I'm not going to be able to leap forward in that aspect where I'm not going to explore that new reality. So that's where I want to say that I am in the same narrative, walking the lonely path both you two are in, but it's a different choice that I'm going forward with. And maybe I can come back with a different story. And that's my point.
Respect for what you've said there. When you go to the Philippines, you'll find that the women are very forward in coming with their affection. So you won't have any problems there, I would have to say, because I went to the Philippines this year and I had the same experience. But I had to control myself. I had to hold it down. Such was the attention that I was getting. You know what I mean? But
absolutely.
I took it right up to the point, and I said, and I had to say to the woman, I am married. I am here with my wife and my kids. You see what I mean? So if I was single, we would be together. That's what I said to her. If I was a single man, we would be together for sure. No doubt about it. Okay? It's not you. You're beautiful. Nothing wrong with you. But, I'm married. There's my wife. My kids. I can't do that at this point. But, for me, I was glad that I was able to connect that way. You see what I mean? Yeah?
For me,
absolutely. Go ahead,
I was
Lloyd.
going to ask, if you don't mind, Warrior, are your children grown and moved away? Is it just you and your wife at this point?
They're all gone, moved away. I'm oversized house with property, looking to downgrade, looking to explore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I have a place to come back to. So
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
I have,
And you're
I have
young, you know.
What I was going, what I don't know if you heard earlier, what I was talking about, you know, literally going on the road. Have you and your wife ever thought about, you know, if you're business partners, you're probably at your age, you're financially secure, and you're probably living in a big house that, you know, most of which is unoccupied, filled with useless furniture and stuff that you never ever use or touch, and it's just collecting dust. Have you ever thought about like selling that and getting, you know, like I was talking about, like a mobile, not an RV per se, but like a literal mobile, tiny moving home, and exploring the country as opposed to, you know, maybe like do like it would be a whole new chapter, say, in the relationship between you and your wife. So you're not tied down, like you were saying, to the same God-forsaken, monotonous routine every single day, waking up to the same scenery out of the same window, the same smells in the same kitchen, but literally change that to the fact that, okay, well, we got money. We do all our business via laptop, so our home is on wheels. Hun, hey, where do you want to go tonight? I don't know. Where do you want to go? Montana? Okay, well, California? I don't know. Where? Nevada? Alaska? Where do you want to go? You know what I mean? And literally, just your life is different every single day.
I bought an RV. It was a 35-foot. I parked it in front of my house in Freehold, New Jersey. 2 weeks later, I got a ticket. Said if I keep it there, then I would have to pay $100 per day plus $2,500 in court fees. Okay,
That's a
so
joke, isn't it?
no, it's not a joke. So that was the code enforcement (CE) for the municipality. So I took that. All right. So I took out the RV, sold it. Now actually. But within the two, I'm sorry, I'm going ahead of myself. Before I sold it, I took the RV to Poconos, Pennsylvania. Oh, I enjoyed it. I loved it and everything else. That's great. But, you know, I only had a brief experience of it within the 2 weeks because I was told to sell it before I was going to get levied. But anyways, sold the RV and obviously got out of New Jersey. And now I'm in Poconos, got a house here in Poconos. All right. So, but the only thing is the reason why we got in Poconos is because I have a business partner more interested in the house, you know, white picket fence and everything else. That's fine. Got that. But the kids are already out of the house and all that. And obviously it's oversized property. But then again, now we're going back to the RV.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good idea, man.
So
go back to the RV.
But
it doesn't have to be an RV. There are people that, like I said, they'll buy a pickup or an SUV and they pull their home and, like I said, got all the modern toys and amenities.
Yeah,
you know,
brilliant life.
Oh my gosh! And like I said, literally, and you know that is literally what I'm looking forward to. You know what I mean? It is going to be.
Done, man.
Well, I mean, I already have a place in but I already have a property in the mountains in the Philippines where I already have what you're saying, which is a tiny home.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
we already got a contractor built up, which is they already put in actual real bathrooms, like your toilet and sink and everything, not like a compost or anything like that. So it's got its own sewer system and then well water, and also running on a little bit of solar. So it's got a little bit of electricity on it. Now the frame itself it's basic itself because we use the wood from my property because we have plenty of trees, and the trees that we have is mahogany. So it's mahogany with the roof on top. It's great.
Right.
It's there. So it is there already, and I'm over here. So that's why I have my choices are a little bit much different into what you guys are choosing. So
I digress, and I did not know that you actually own property overseas. So yeah, then what I was saying about traveling to the U.S. makes absolutely no sense. So
he's going to go back to business and pleasure in the Philippines, like you said.
Correct. But the reason why I want to give you this story, and the reason why we are in this lonely path and this similar narrative, is that we're in different time dimensions, different syncs, different realities. You may pick up my reality in the future. I don't know. Again, what we learn today may affect the future. What we did 2 weeks ago is affecting today. So it's all in one fold. So that's why you guys, when I had to interject, you guys sounded the same. I mean, pretty much. But I wanted to put into the perspective onto this panel, so that there's other choices instead of left and right. There's another reality, and then I thought I'd be honest with myself and explain that heck, there is another.
No,
thing.
thanks. No, that's excellent. I mean, this is it. Like I said earlier, it takes all sorts to make a world, doesn't it? And you're bringing in your experience, so respect you.
That's why I love Pete's channel. We get every, you learn, and people bring different truths to the table, and different perspectives, and that's what we all need. You know what I mean? And listen and hear people and what they're saying. Yeah, I to be perfectly honest, I enjoy, and not to sound selfish, but I'm very comfortable being alone. I've always been rather monotheistic and not introverted, but introspective. I love to, if I was in a crowded place, I would just love, because I can read people very well. So I will sit back and, just watch people and read their body language and so on and so forth. But I'm very comfortable alone, and my money is my own. My time is my own. I come and go as I please. So yeah, again, not to sound selfish and not to sound all pious and, what I mean, that type of thing either. Like I said, I'm just very, like my mom. She was, once she divorced my father and I was 6 years old, she never got remarried, and she was very comfortable, and enjoyed her time by herself. And I'm the same way.
No, that's okay. That's natural. You see, it's natural for you. In my case, I can live by myself perfectly, and I can live with a partner perfectly as well, as perfect as you can get it. That's why sometimes I have to take control at sometimes. If I if I don't want to wait a big whacking telephone bill, I'm like an electric policeman. Like, turn that light off, turn that light off, turn that light off. Come on, are we having a party here? Come on, man. You understand what I'm saying? Getting everyone on the same page to be economically minded. It's difficult for me with my family, but when I was young, it was easy. Because my dad used to pelt us across the head if we wasted any ounce of electricity. But I don't pelt my children, so it's continuous verbal. I don't whack them, So I whack them with vocabulary. Don't waste electric, Come on, think.
Yeah, you and I both know. Jen, were you raised in? You said you were brought up Muslim, but were you raised like in public or private schools in the UK?
I went to the public school. It was a Christian elementary school, first of all, St. Mary Magdalene School. That was the school that I was there the longest, because my family moved around early in the 60s. I was born in 61, so I'm 57 years old now. Just had a birthday last month. And we moved around early in the 60s, but finally, just before NASA supposedly went to the moon, so we're looking at 1960.
69. They went 10 days after I was born.
Right. So 1966, my youngest brother, third brother, was born. So my second brother was born, sorry. And then we settled in a place called Camden Town. Okay. So I went to St. Mary Magdalene's Elementary School, which was a Christian school, church on a Wednesday, Sunday school, all that stuff. So even though I was a Muslim, there weren't Muslim schools at that time, you see.
Did you get a good whacking by the by the priest and the nuns and that type of thing?
Oh, we got a good whacking by the headmaster. We got a cane if we did something wrong. Yeah, cane, not by the priest, but by the headmaster. Yeah.
Oh, see, I was raised Catholic, and the priests and nuns were more abusive than the lay teachers. I'll never forget it. Oh. And so my point being is, like you said, you never put your hand on your children, but you and I know that we were raised, and I never thought anything bad about it. We got what we called spanked. We got hit on the bottom. We were not beat. You know what I mean? Like abused, but we got spanked on the bottom, and also, if we lipped off like we shouldn't, occasionally, very rarely, you get a smack across the face, I got that. But it was never, like I said, there was never any type of abuse. That was natural. And for me, at least, it kind of instilled a certain type of respect and responsibility, going back to what you were saying about, trying to get your kids to turn the lights off and, hey, I'm the one paying the bills here. You're not, come on, help me out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have to keep saying, I don't want to keep repeating myself because because my dad used to beat me. I'm not beating you, I said. So, if I tell you to do something, just do it. Remember, try and remember. Come on, boys. Come on,
my grandpa, like you, because like I told you, my dad and mom got divorced. My mom was, she had 3 crazy boys and did the best she could with the very limited resources she had. My dad very rarely paid child support and that type of thing. So she was a single mom with 3 crazy boys, less than a year apart, more or less.
Right.
And,
so she had a hands full. Right.
Yeah, but she did the best she could. She did, she would spank us, but she never beat us or hit us or anything like that. And my grandfather, who was a professor here at Wash U for 20 plus years, like I told you, was a member of the OSS. He was the type of man that just commanded respect, and he never had to even raise his voice. He just almost had to look at you, and you knew, you just don't cross that line.
Yeah. My dad was like that.
And I know he would never put his hands on us, but it was just, there was a certain type of, a father was a father back then, or a dad was a dad, I should say. We only have one father, but my point being is dad was a dad, whereas today, I think a lot of parents are more worried about being a friend to their kids as opposed to a parent.
Yeah. No, I would say I'm a parent because I did bring them up to respect other people and respect nature. And I said to them, democracy doesn't exist, but it does in this house. That's what I said.
Right.
So they know that they've got their freedom. I said, if daddy's doing something wrong, you say, daddy, you're wrong. Okay, you are free to speak your mind. If I'm doing something wrong, you make sure you say, daddy, you're doing, because you should never be scared of your dad. That's what I said. Okay, a house is not a prison, and I'm not your prison warden. That's not the relationship that I've got with my children. Do you know what I mean? So if I've done something wrong, they can pull me up on it. Right is right, wrong is wrong. It doesn't matter. What do you reckon?
Oh, absolutely, 100% agree. And I will say this, admittingly, that I envy you and Warrior in the sense that something I've come to the realization, especially over the last couple of weeks, since my mom is probably hours away from passing. But no condolences needed. She's, she's saying that we know what comes after that, but my point being is that it's really about family. You know what I mean? And all that's left because of my age, basically now is my biological dad, my two brothers, and my 3 cousins. Everyone else has passed. My aunts, my uncles, my grandparents, everybody else is gone. Right. And something, like I said, I envy about you guys is, with your children and your wives, that is, it's all about family and the love. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But don't get me wrong, right, Lloyd? First of all, you're 42, are you?
49.
Yeah, well, that's not old, is it? Come on, man. You're aging yourself like you're going down. You're going to be dying tomorrow.
No, I don't. No, I don't consider myself old, and I certainly don't act my age.
At all, man. not yet, man. Not yet. No. You're still. You've got a lot of love and energy to give. So.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And that's another thing.
You can never be alone. You can never be alone because human beings are around you wherever you go. Firstly, right. So you might be a single person, no family around you. But there's people around you that you can go and connect with. As you said, you look at the body language of people, you prefer your own company, that's fine. But you can easily intermingle if you want. You can intermingle. It doesn't cost you any money, does it? To say hello.
Like
you
we're
can do the
doing
flat
right
smacking. And then you talk about flat earth. Yeah,
exactly. Just like we're doing right now. Like I said, that's again another reason I want to, become mobile, is to meet very rarely, and I've said this many times, and I think Pete would concur, is that very rarely throughout my daily life, and I'd be interested to hear your response to this, Jen, where you can talk to people throughout your daily routine, your daily life about, going back to being kind of like, holding back and introverted, I very rarely talk about things or talk in general unless it's a conversation that's going to yield or has merit. You know what I mean? Where you're going to learn something or try to teach somebody something, as opposed to just talking about sports or the weather. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I'm like
But
you there.
here,
I'm like you
here
there.
online is where I have the most, for me is the best time. It's like I said, it's like a fellowship, because you find like-minded people and you learn new things and you hear about things that you didn't know. Like Pete was telling me with the plutonium and so on and so forth. That's unfortunate that I don't meet. Do you in Japan? Do you find a lot of people that talk about real things, or is it still just the hollow on the surface?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. Another very good question. And again, being a black guy in Japan, I feel a little bit like a celebrity, because I ride a motorcycle, first of all, so they don't see many black people, and yet he rides a sports bike. What's going on there? So that's their attraction. They come over to me, and the first thing they ask me is, where are you from? That's the first thing. And I said, I was born in England. I'm an African born in England. And then they asked me, what do you think of Japan? Or what do I think of their country? And I tell them what I think. And I tell them the truth. I say, love your food, love the people, love the weather, hate the politics. Do you know what I mean? Straight direct. Yeah. So no, I talk to people about real things. And then I flat smack them with there's my chance to drop a seed. You see what I mean?
Right.
So
absolutely.
Talking to people, I only talk to people on real issues, right? When I go on holiday with my wife and the family, we went to LA this year as well. We was in LA for 5 days only, but it was a lovely 5 days because my wife and the kids went off to the baseball stadium. I'm not really keen on baseball, so she took him to the baseball stadium, and I went off to meet the downtown people. I had a great time because I said to them, I'm shouting it out like a town crier. I bring you news. The earth is flat. Like that. The earth is flat. Right? Into a crowd of young people. And they said, what do you mean? I said, the earth is flat. And then one of them I'd heard about flat earthers. Are you a flat earther? I said, yeah, okay, you can call me a flat earther if you want. Yeah, that's right. Where are you from? You're not from around here. I said, no, I'm an African, born in London. I'm living in Japan. I'm here for 5 days. So I'm on holiday, but I've come to tell you something. The earth is flat. Okay, how do you know the earth is a sphere? I asked them. And, they tell you the same old story, the ship going over the horizon and that. And I just said, no, it's a mistake. I've got my iPhone out. And I spent 6 hours with them. Look at that. I went back to the hotel 4 a.m. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 a.m. Right? So I went out in the evening because baseball starts late in LA, doesn't they? Have the night games, don't they?
Yeah, sometimes, 7, 8 o'clock, just depends.
Yeah, right. So I've gone back to the hotel at 4 a.m, talking flat earth with this group of youngsters. When I say youngsters, I'm 50, so they're in their 20s.
Right.
20s, 25s, yeah. 6 hours talking flat earth.
Do you think do you think anybody turned? Do you think you brought them to the other side, so to speak?
all they could say was, I asked some of them what percentage they believe, and some of them said 50%. I said, well, that's a start, okay? So it means they're going to have to do some research. I said, go and do the research. That's all I said to them, go and do the research.
That's absolutely the best thing you can say, man. Just do the research, and that's another thing I've said many times. And you, again, are 10 years older than I am, so you grew up with even less than I did. But today, in 2018, and for many years now, we literally, for when you and I were growing up, the only source of our information or truth that we got was from 3 mediums. You either had the newspaper, the television, or the radio. That was it.
Yeah.
Now,
and the library,
right? But basically, that was everything that we were fed as children growing up. Came to us basically from television, newspapers, and magazines, and the radio. Now today, you literally hold the world in the palm of your hands with the internet in your phone. And so that anything I tell you, you can say, okay, Jin and Lloyd just said the Earth is flat. Well, okay, I can Google the Earth is flat, but instead today they're too worried about tweeting the late, what they just ate for dinner, as opposed to, or whatever, the 7-Eleven bombings in London, the UK bombings, or 9/11, or the Vatican, or whatever. They're just they're like I said earlier.
I totally understand what you're saying.
It's aggravating because they don't want to do. I think they're comfortable in their ignorance and their apathy. They don't want to. They don't want it to interrupt their house in the burbs, and their car, and their flat screen TV, and the latest iPhone, and their PS4, and their friends, and tweeting. You know what I mean? It just takes people out of their comfort zone when they realize how badly they're being manipulated, and how badly they're being lied to, and how much money is being stolen from them on a weekly or every how often you're paid. You know what I mean? And I think if people actually, I mean, people should be in the streets like they did during Vietnam. There should be millions and millions of people in the streets in front of all governments, not just in France, but in front of the White House and in front of Parliament in Japan and wherever, just demanding answers, or at least give my money back.
That's right. That's right. You're right, because these youngsters, like you said, you hold the very tool to have a revolution. Listen, I truly believe that, I don't know if Warrior believes this, but Steve Jobs, right, brought out this iPhone, okay, as a revolutionary tool. Now, the reason I say that is, you've like you said, you've got the whole world in your palm. You can smarten yourself up, right? And you can link together and overthrow the government. Remember, Steve Jobs was a hippie. Okay, he came from the flower people, and his current new building, the new Apple building, is the shape of the flat Earth. Did you know that?
And it's also in the perfect shape of a smaller version of CERN.
Yes. And the Apple iWatch is flat, and the Samsung Gear is round.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you very much. So what do you think? So he actually designed this for our revolution, right? That's why they took him out. Every time he brought out a new product, and he had this interview with a Jewish woman, a Jewish man, and a lesbian woman. I can't remember the names, and Microsoft, and they were sitting down on them orange seats, blue background. Do you remember? Anybody watch that? Did you ever watch those introductions of his new products? The interview was like he was a criminal. The way they interviewed him, the style of interview, I totally hated it. They were grilling him, like, why did you invent this? And what's the idea of this? And what's this? Do you see what I mean? Yeah, it's like they detested his ideas. What do you reckon?
Well, I think we know that obviously the internet was developed by the CIA basically for building a digital profile on every person on the plane. However, like you were saying, there were certain people that came up, and I wanted to ask you, Jin, and Pete's still not here, but there were certain people that came up, in the techie group, out of Silicon Valley, if you will, that, like you said, that wanted to use that technology for good, as opposed to just, like I said, using it for basically data collection. Again, I don't know if he was taken out per se, but what I heard recently, or some of the scuttlebutt online, and again, you can kind of take it with a grain of salt, is that there was some sort of warrant or indictment for Zuckerberg in the UK, and that he won't leave the US because I guess he's wanted by Interpol. Is that true, or do you know anything about that?
No, I don't know anything about. I heard something.
New news to me.
Go on, Warrior.
No, it's new news to me. So that's it.
Oh, right, yeah. No, I heard something in the grapevine. Yeah, something seems to be ringing a bell there, but I'm not fully sure of the full SP on that one. But yeah, something says there was. But what I vaguely remember that there was a dispute between Jobs and this guy many years back. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but strange at this point.
Yeah, again, bottom line is, everything that we're saying right now, we all know is being recorded and stored in some database somewhere, and we know that a digital profile is being built on us, and
I've got nothing
at some
to hide.
point will probably be used against us. As I've always said, I think it's coming to a point now where because of, well, say for instance, here in the UK or excuse me, here in the US, you have the whole Trump fiasco. Then in France, you have the yellow vest protests. And then in the UK, you have Brexit and so on and so forth. We're coming to a point, I think, where there's only going to be two camps. In other words, they're going to round up the truthers, the flat earthers, the Christians, and all those who are basically opposed to the new order, which entails or envelops the globe model and space and all of those lies and the science lies that we've been fed. And I think, like I said, I think it's going to come to a point, where they're going to separate us, where they're going to give us a choice. They're going to say either you're going to go along with the program or, here's a FEMA camp, or you'll just simply disappear. And again, something I wanted to ask Jin, we talked about briefly earlier, social media censorship over there. What are the police like over in Japan?
Okay, well, the police are not so very hands-on. They're very relaxed. There's no pressure here with the police, The only time that I've had any kind of problem with the police is when I'm speeding on a motorbike, but they've always been generous and let me off, So I've been lucky there. The only time I've had any problems is when when my brother comes to Japan and I go to the airport to drop him off. Now, I park where you shouldn't park. I just say to them, give me a ticket then, because where can I park? I want to drop my brother off. Right? I want to drop my brother off and go. You know what I mean? So, and I've parked it in a way I'm not in anybody's way, right? But they want to make a big stink. I said, look, I'm going to use the toilet. I'm going to drop him off. I'm going to go. 10 minutes. See you later. Give me a ticket then. He never gives me a ticket, so that's it. So look, I'm the man you will see at the airport refusing to take his shoes off and shouting out 9/11 was an inside job. That's what I'm doing. Okay?
What do you mean? You don't want to be molested by a complete stranger?
Do you know what I mean? Totally refuse.
I mean, that's what the TSA is, man. That whole fiasco. My gosh, that is just such a ridiculous charade.
Thank you. George
I mean, you and I again are both old enough to remember when you could still smoke on airplanes. Have mercy.
Yeah.
And airplanes, some airplanes still have the ashtrays in the seats.
Yeah, they still have them. That's right.
But anyway, the good old days, when people didn't worry about so much caca.
Exactly.
Every little thing was a problem. Don't offend me.
So here in Japan, the police are very friendly to you, rarely. They'd rather help you. They're not autocratic. They don't follow you behind you and that, Even when I made a mistake, when I did make a mistake, I pretended I did. I didn't want to go the long way around, so I did a quick no right turn. The police just went, woo, and I said, sorry, I'm a foreigner in your country. I'm not sure where I'm going. He goes, okay, but be careful. Okay. You know what I mean? That's something,
again, hearkening back to what I was talking about earlier, the older generation in Japan and in Asia is, especially in Japan, because of my history of World War II and what I've studied about their culture, the older generations still carry a semblance of that Bushido samurai code, that ultimate respect for authority and for people in general. Like you were saying, the police are almost are more respectful to you than you are to them. Whereas you and I both know, you do something like that here in the United States, they're just going to shoot you.
Exactly.
What I mean? You're going to end up in the back
of away.
Yeah, you're going to end up in the back of a car. They're going to beat the living crap out of you. Again, I spent many a day in the UK and love the people. Spent about 6 months in Dagenham Heathway, and then in parts of London. And just like I truly loved it. And the police over there, you know, again, as an American, you go over there, even though you know, you've seen on television and documentaries, you know how the police are, and they don't even carry guns. They're, you know, very polite and respectful, but you still, yeah, again, that's something I never, you know, I should say always admired about the UK police, you know, especially the way people are today, man, how they could go around and not even. Do Japanese policemen carry guns?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, they carry guns. Yeah, they have firearms all the time. Yeah, but they're non-threatening.
But I was going to say, they don't have a lot of crime in that country, do they?
That's right. The crime rate's very low here. Look, you can leave your car in ignition. No one's going to nick your car, guaranteed. They don't nick your stuff. No, they don't nick your stuff, man. It's a safe country.
You could never do that here. Not probably even in the best neighborhoods in America.
Yeah, no, they're not going to nick your car here. The only time there's ever been any crime problem is when a foreigner's living in. That's when the crime goes up. From the Japanese people themselves, no problem, man. You know, they don't nick your stuff. They just don't do that. Although I did lose a motorcycle here. So they do have some organized crime.
I was going to say, man, the Yakuza, and obviously, you know, motorcycles over there are like cars here, and in the UK, my gosh, everybody's got one. So, you know, there's millions and millions of them on the road. So that's probably, that's common over there. I would imagine bikes.
Yeah. I thought it was Yakuza who stole my bike as well. Yeah.
So, what if you don't mind my asking, because I've been riding since I was 4. What are you riding now?
Okay, I'm riding a Honda CBR 1000 RR.
Nice. So you're riding what they would call a crotch rocket?
What's a crotch racket? That's
like a Ninja.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's a Honda.
Nice.
You know, right?
Nice.
All singing, all dancing, super fast, razor sharp. It's blinding. I've been riding since I was 17. All right. So
I like to ask the question about the court systems. I mean, if we want to break it down, the attorneys, the prosecutor, are they set up with a certificate? How did they get their license, or what kind of license did they apply for in Japan?
Where in Japan for what? Legal?
Mm-hmm.
What, to be a lawyer?
Correct.
You're talking about?
Yes.
Oh well, in Japan, if you want to be a lawyer, it's the usual route. It's a 5-year study, 5-year course. 5 years. That's all I know.
Is it called the bar?
If we called the bar, yes, definitely. It's the
then
Japanese
the bar...
law. It's like Japanese law is like British law. Okay.
Then there you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Japanese law it's just like British law. Right. That's why I understand it well.
Right.
So their court systems are essentially set up the same way they are here in the States and in the UK?
Yeah.
Good question.
Prosecutors and defendants and, you know, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Good question, Lloyd. Now let's leap forward more than just the USA, Lloyd. Now we have called the District of Columbia, correct? And
yes.
That's the way that you establish the District of Columbia is through use of sovereign people. So that's how they're able to actually create that sovereign property. They're actually adopting the sovereign law of the people. So almost, if I want to be harsh, they hijacked it in a sense. That's why they operate separate from its ruleship and its governmentship and its bylaws of its whatsoever. And in the District of Columbia, the bar exists in there. All right.
Right.
So all right. Now let's leap forward out of America. Let's go to the northern part. Let's go to the British Columbia. Yeah. And the British Columbia has the Queen's Bench. So now, do you guys see where the relations and words are starting to put together based on in the Asia and to UK and everything else? Right. All right. So to follow its ruleships, to follow its governments, and know everything exactly, it's all the same narrative. And I want to focus this drama again. I hate to sound like a groundhog.
No. Repetitiveness is good. Repetitively is good because we learn. Thanks.
Well, okay, so now how we're operating pretty much is we're operating in commerce right now. So
Yes.
we need to identify what really contract is, and it's always been word is bond. It's always very the beginning where where two people or two partners agree upon.
My word is my bond.
And it always began that. No contract. There's no paper. There's no CODs or anything. That's the very beginning. Second is the handshake. That's another contract. Third is obviously paper form, and then fourth is obviously legally accepted, which is you stamp on a paper. So there's many ways in contracts. We have to do this, and this is the very, very beginning how we've done this before. So we need to identify now, just in the legal system, that we represent ourselves and we always resolve our matters before us, always, and we never escalate any issues. So that's what we do. But now we're looking at all the facades, everything on the legal system, which is great. And in essence, most of the people now, and this is the reason why I'm saying this, is that when you go to the municipality, go to your local corporation, you're going to see the same thing. You're going to see a Dunkin' Donuts line out there. This particular drama. Tell me, since Lloyd, you're a Roman Catholic, and I'm also a Roman Catholic myself, since you know exactly where I come from, and I actually practice it since I was beginning birth. I observed all the sacraments, obviously. I got my confirmations, penance, and all that stuff. Then I went a little bit more further because I was more interested in the theology of the Roman Catholic. So the Roman Catholic and the legal system, I found out to be one of the same, which is great.
Exactly.
Now, when you go into court, and you and I see this ritual all the time, before we go to church, we're gonna have to absolve our sins, and we have to absolve our sins. We're gonna have to see the magistrate. Oh, I'm sorry, the priest, and then the priest. We're gonna go to the penance. The penance. We're gonna go get our. Once we get our penance, then they're gonna give us our penitentiary, our actually absolution of our sins. So they're going to give us a condition, which is on court. Once if you do plead guilty or not guilty, therefore you have an agreement to that contract. So you see the unison or the drama intertwine how they do this into court and into religious. It is very subtle. It's segregated, but it's repetitive, always and always and always. But we're not seeing this, and this is how I see this in all realities and every way. But that's why I say it's always the same to me. It's just wow, and that's why I find myself to be. Am I that insane person because I'm seeing this every day?
No, you are absolutely 110% correct, and people don't realize. And you guys, I think, Warrior, are you a flat earther? If I may use that terminology.
I actually, to be honest with you, I was a truther, like in 2008, like after the war. I mean, I was conditioned, programmed into the military. I went through everything else. I did my duty, served my country, defended the Constitution. That's what I was geared to. Then after that, then I noticed 9/11. Why is my brothers going? Oh, actually, before 9/11, why is my brothers going to Afghanistan and they're repelling? And it looks like they're doing rehearsals and stages and stuff, but yet it's coming out of the news, and that was in Somalia. But that's a whole other story. But then after that, then I see the Iraq. Then I see 9/11. I was seeing things that's a glitch in my reality because I was put in the pieces. Now, I saw the crypto world. I saw the alien invasions. Anunnaki came by. And also, I saw the link called Flat Earth. When I came into the Flat Earth, I've noticed, in 2014, there was a whole bunch of videos, which is great. It found sense to me because it was in a sense, heck, another lie, which I picked up again. All right. And then, I found out that, heck, there's a live chat. So I started communicating. So it was based on my language and my conversation, the community accepted me. They branded me. They've given me a spanner. I was able to do this. But be honest with you, I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, really? Why not?
Because I believe in turtles. I went beyond the flat earth into the turtle world. So,
well, the point I wanted to make is that I think you are probably well aware, Warrior, and you as well, Jin, that the heliocentric model was published in the 1530s by Copernicus, who was under orders from the papacy and the Jesuits in Rome, who are responsible for more deaths than Hitler and Stalin combined. And if you go back
476
prior
years ago.
to Yeah, if you go back prior to the 15th century, every ancient culture, the Medes, the Persians, the Greeks, the Native Americans, the Chinese, they all believed that they lived on a stationary, motionless plane, and that the sun and the moon and the stars revolved around us. Hence, that's how they kept their time and the use of sundials, which is a perfect example of a flat Earth, because we know that those methods of timekeeping are still being used today in 2018, and they are accurate to within the second. Yet, however, those methods of timekeeping were designed, as I just said, to work where the Earth is the center of everything, and the stars and the sun and the moon revolve. And so, in other words, the sun was used as a clock, the moon was used for the months, and the stars were used for seasons. And basically, this is how the ancients grew their food. This is how they knew when to plant their food and harvest their food. You know, and the sundial would tell them that. Now, you can't tell me that a device, a method of timekeeping used, and I'm speaking scientifically, that is designed to be used on a flat, stationary, motionless plane can still work on a globe model. So again, as you said earlier, Warrior, it's a Jesuit lie, and it all, like you said, you look at what they call the Mass, which in Latin, I believe, means to dismiss, and then you put in front of that Christ. Christ, it's basically to dismiss Christ. You look at, if you were raised Catholic, Warrior, you know that you walk into any Catholic church, it is full of pagan idols that break the second commandment. They have deified Mary above the Father and Christ, praying these pagan rosaries and all these trinkets hanging around people's necks, all breaking the second commandment. And it's all a Jesuit religious lie. As we were talking about earlier, Jin and Pete, religion is a lie. It's all a lie. It's to cause division among God's people.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I often said that I can't belong to those kind of groups. I don't want to be under control of any group. I can't. I know for myself that I have respect for other human beings, animals, life, and that's my control. I'm initiating that feeling, and that's how I want to be. I don't want to read a book that tells me. I don't want to go down that route at all. I don't want to go down that route. And I never will for as long as I live. I never will for as long as I live. I never will for as long as I live. I never will.
I think what you would call, or what we could define as the moral code within us, Jin, you know, that difference between right and wrong, what is morally acceptable and what isn't. There's a certain line you won't cross. And irregardless of whomever that person or persons is in front of you telling you to do this or do that, you know, like you said, there's a line you're not going to cross.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? At least for me, there is. You know, again, being ex-military like yourself, and I think Warrior said he was also.
Yeah, he did for his country.
For me, especially as a follower of Christ, now I went in when I was 17, had to get my mom to sign, but my point being is I was, you know, the typical gung-ho teenager, you know, and now I realize that there's a big difference between murder and killing. You know what I mean? You know, somebody breaks in your house and tries to hurt you or your family, your wife, Warrior, your kid, and you kill that person, you're not accountable to the Father for that. That was a justified killing, but you put on that uniform and you march 10,000 miles from home because some guy in a $5,000 Armani suit sitting in an Oval Office somewhere told you to, and that guy's your enemy, which that you don't know, if you met in a bar somewhere, might turn out to be your best friend, but because that guy in that Armani suit told you to kill him, then you just committed murder. That's a big difference for me. And like I said, it's like that moral code, that you know, stealing a penny or stealing $1 million, it's still stealing. Lying is still lying. You know, like we were talking about, truth is truth. You know, feelings don't matter.
Let me tell you a story about a man called Lieutenant Watada. Do you know him, anybody? Lieutenant Watada.
No.
The first man to refuse to deploy to Iraq. Okay, now this man, He was an officer in the American military. He's working in Korea in the no man's, the no man's zone. In South Korea, North Korea. Look, right. That's where he was stationed. That's where he was stationed at first, and then because the Iraqi war was underway and they needed more men, they asked Lieutenant Watada and his men to deploy. Get yourselves ready. Read up on the Iraqi war. Get yourselves ready. You're going to be deployed to Iraq. So he studied it. He studied it, and he refused to go because he said it was an illegal war. Lieutenant Watada, an illegal war. Okay, so he refuses to go. He gets arrested by the military. They demote him. He goes to court. The court finds him not guilty. He's not guilty. He was right. The war was illegal. Okay. Then they try to do him again, second time, double jeopardy, which is illegal. So he won his case in the end. Point being, he refused to deploy because the war was illegal. So every soldier, my point is, every soldier has that right to think of, to look at the orders and question the orders you are given. That's your duty before you deploy. And if you think they're wrong,
that's your duty before you sign your name on the line and enlist. Because I think you guys would agree that more or less most people, when they sign on that dotted line, are hoping to get the chance to go into combat and kill somebody.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean? Very rarely. You know what I mean? They're not going in there to, I think I want to be an electrical engineer. I'm going to join the Army. You know what I mean? No, they're going to go to MIT or something like that. You know what I mean? It's most people, when they join the military, they want to take on a combat role.
Yeah, I joined the Army to be an electrical engineer, actually. Funny enough, you said that. I became a mechanical engineer. Yeah, I was going to join the electric. It's called the REME. The unit I really wanted to join was REME, Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. That's where I wanted to go. But the unit was not near where I lived, so I had to go to the Royal Engineers instead.
No, actually, I would say to you, to be honest, I joined on to basically get what they call the GI Bill over here, Jin, which is they give you money for college. I don't know if they have anything like that over there in the UK. Okay.
Yeah,
and because, like I told you earlier, Mom was a single mom, and I knew she didn't have the money to college, and I certainly wasn't interested after 12 years of indoctrination. I just hated school. Now I know why, because they were just lying to me. But,
your natural instincts kicked in. Your natural instincts kicked in.
Just wasn't interested, man. But I joined the military to get money to go to school to take classes that I was actually interested in, like medicine, and veterinary care and that type of thing. So I will say that, and I will say also thank the Father that I never ever had to pull the trigger except on the range.
Okay. Now, gentlemen, I'm going to go to work now. My next students are going to arrive in the next 10 minutes.
Wow.
So
okay.
I would bid you good day. Thanks very much for talking to us, Lloyd. Thank you, Warrior.
Thank you.
I hope to
You're very
see you
welcome.
again, maybe tomorrow or the day after, whenever. Thanks
nice
very much.
Nice chatting with you, Jen.
Thank you, Jen. God bless.
Guys. Thank you very much. God bless you too, man. And God bless you too, Warrior. Thanks a lot,
Thank you.
Respect.
Warrior, I don't know if we've actually ever spoken.
Nope. I've been here though for about a minute. I'm one of the lost boys here.
It's been months. For a second, I thought you were Jibby. Do you know Jibby?
Jibby?
Yeah, Jibby Jedi. Okay.
Oh, we all know Jibby Jedi.
Okay, because you kind of sounded like him, and sometimes he changes his icon, and so I wasn't quite sure. But yeah, okay. So very nice talking with you.
Thanks. I guess that's what happens when we're in the East Coast. We all sound the same.
Is it all right to say you sound like Jesse the Body Ventura a little bit?
Everybody says that, man. I don't know. I just don't.
Damn, that's right. Holy shit, damn, that's right.
My wife was like,
is that
all I can hear is Jesse the Body Ventura talking in the background. I said in the background. I said that's on my phone. That's the thing. I was like, that's not Jesse the Body. I said that's because he has that TV show or whatever. I was like, I said no, that's a guy that just sounds a little like him, I guess. And she goes, yeah, he does sound a little like him.
You didn't tell your wife it was an app?
Huh?
You didn't tell your wife it was an app?
It's Ephesian.
Okay, I'm just kidding.
I think I saw something on YouTube about him wanting to run for president.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Everything's all theatrical anyway.
Right.
But he's still a 1%. You know that, right?
Here's to the Oval Office, and it'll be like a WWE match up in there.
Right in the middle, right? Instead of like oral sex in the Oval Office, it's going to be like definitely tag team match.
Right. I mean, that would be entertaining. I'd certainly watch presidential address if he did stuff like that.
As crazy it is now that they threw that on the panel, I would believe it already with Jesse. And plus, he likes the conspiracy stuff anyway.
Oh yeah, he's a total plant though, like Alex was. Jones. He's a total gatekeeper, mixing truth with lies. There ain't no way that anybody could, expose what he was exposing on national television and still be walking this earth.
Oh, and by the way, the others will tell me that I sound like wobbly. Good day. Good day, mate.
I haven't spoken with Wobbly. Oh my gosh, yeah. See, I get unsubscribed from. This is my 6th channel now since 2011. I don't know how many they've shut down. So I lost so many people, and then of course you probably experienced the same thing. You get unsubbed to channels, or comments go directly to spam, or if they post it all, it's just getting ridiculous.
I'm pretty sure he's probably up by now, but who knows? But he was on last night for a pretty good time playing the guitar. He was really, really. So
do you have your own channel?
Me? No,
yeah.
I have actually just active. I have an account with YouTube since 2008, I believe.
Okay, because I was just curious because in my when I go into my creator studio, I just posted a video earlier tonight, and above I get this, they'll give you like the YouTube. Like a warn or like a learn more. It's not a warning like you're in trouble, but what they said is between December 13th and 14th. Actually, I could probably pull it up for you and show you because this is very odd why this is showing up on my channel, and I was curious if anyone else would. Okay, right here it says on December 13th, 14th, 2018, you may see a noticeable decrease in your subscriber count as we remove spam from your channel. And I'm like,
oh, I see.
Spam subscribe. Now I know people can buy subscribers and views and all that kind of crap, but I mean I'm so far below the radar, dude. I got like 250 subscribers. And this thing is still showing up. It's the 20th of December, and I'm still getting this damn warning from the 13th and 14th.
Who knows? Maybe it's the content creator that you've signed up to and subscribed and considered as a spam, and now they took them off the list.
Yeah, I have no idea because when I go under the learn
it's kind
more,
of vague.
It says on December 30th. Okay, you may. And then when I click on learn, it says. You will only see this alert in YouTube Studio if impacted, which means that my channel was obviously impacted for some reason. And I'm thinking again, okay, I'm so far down below on the radar that, if I get 50 views for a video, that's a good day.
Yeah.
And so these guys, the censorship is just getting crazy.
The best person to ask the question is really the content creators that's out there. Dan is out there. Snack is out there. Pete also. Those are the perfect questions. Since I'm not putting any content, so I'm not a creator. I may not get that broadcast like you're getting. So
again,
I'm off the radar.
All truthers are probably going through this, and they've been. You probably know as well. Just the amount of truther or channels that have been shut down just over the last couple of years is just staggering.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully, I mean, it's like everything. When one goes down, what I'm looking for is 2 heads go up. So that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, always make a backup, and if you were posting content, back up your content. I've got a website, but I think one of the things we were talking about earlier, one of the key points about the Yellow Vest protests in France, they were saying was that Macron was trying to basically pass a law stating that if you used any, and I mean any sort of copyrighted material on social media, that video would be blocked unless you had permission from the copyright holder.
Correct. That's for the content creator. So what happens if it's not blocked? Is there any penalty?
No, from what I understand, so in other words,
blocked.
I think it pertains to like people who try to make money, whose channels are monetized. Mine is not. However, I have I'll try to post a video and say it may have a certain song in it or a certain clip, from a movie or whatever the case may be. It will be it, and when you go in to post the video after it's done processing, YouTube, you'll go into like the creator studio and it'll say your video is blocked worldwide or your video is blocked in 248 countries. You know what I mean? And then there are, like, I have a lot of videos that that do have copyrighted content, and they allow it to be posted. So I'm wondering if, again, like I said, if the censorship on the internet is going to get to a point where you're just not going to, it's going to have to basically be your own generic material as opposed to using anything from anybody else.
So sharing. So the only way that works is like when a community become bigger, those copyrights become they just vanish pretty much, because if we'll be able to share links and everything else, those informations are not going to be those informations they think that they can couch us. We're not gonna actually use it, because now we're having more channels that are opening up, and then the channels that they create, we could use their content as well. As far as algorithm and how motivated they are, I guarantee you it's going to be so ridiculous to a point, that people are going to talk about it, and we'll see what happens, because sometimes YouTube is reactive when it gets to be very, very big, and posting their servers gets clogged up, so they do change in other ways too. So they do, just like if we come up with a definition and we're talking about something, Wikipedia changes the definition along the way, if you've noticed that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say, you may recall roughly about a month ago, YouTube was actually shut down. And, there were so many people speculating these crazy notions about it being a meteor and, just weaponry and hacks and anonymous and all these just, again, these far-fetched crazy ideas, when in reality, you just hit the nail on the head. What YouTube was doing was installing an algorithm, and I can take a screenshot because it is right here, right now in Pete's chat. They installed an algorithm where if you use certain keywords, as you were talking about, certain words that may be flagged, then your comment will be automatic. It won't post. It will not post here in Pete's comment section or any chat. I experienced that the other day. And so, the reason that YouTube shut down about a month ago was they were installing an algorithm and basically implementing keywords to look for flag words that people are typing. And if those words, hit the list, then that won't be posted.
Well, okay, so question, what comments or flag words do you think that they posted?
Well, like I was on MGTV's channel. I wish I would have taken a picture, a screenshot of it, but I was just simply trying to, post a comment about, something pertaining to IPS, and it wouldn't allow me to post this comment. And it wasn't like I was posting, how sometimes if you're in the chat, it will say, you are posting too many comments, and they give you a timeout. It wasn't anything like that. It was simply, and I couldn't tell which word it was. It just said comment deleted, comment deleted. And I was, I have a wrench, and, I was in MG. So it wasn't anything on his end or my end. It was something that they, that they must have installed in the algorithm.
And MGTVs?
Yeah, on MGTVs, I was trying to talk to him. He did a brief live stream, and it just kept deleting the comment, deleting a comment, deleting the comment. And he's had this ongoing thing, with IPS where he's just basically exposed him for the fraud that he is. And, and so, again. But
IPS
then,
server was crazy too.
Interestingly,
so, if you were a penguin, like a while back when he had the chat, it was like a heavy bombing of trolls, and things were coming up as comments, were deleted, but I think was being rewritten or something else. It was kind of weird, but the server was like glitching or whatever. But I'm seeing probably two hackers probably at war with each other, glitching the servers, and that's what I'm thinking. We're dealing with probably two dedicated polarities that diametrically opposes one another in the same narrative that they're in, which is very interesting. It's all based on probably language or whatever that separates the two, but they're both equal enough to a point where it's back and forth volley, and that's where I see like probably the glitches is happening with the server in a sense. So they have their own group, and then obviously it's like a team from one team to another team. I don't know, so that's what I'm seeing. And think when it's a heavy traffic like that, a lot of glitches can happen. And Nathan's Hangout, with us a flat Earth debate, to get on even to do a Google Hangout, which is open to the public. It's very difficult just to jump into to a public hangout, whether if it's heavy traffic or server. But I find myself ghosted all the time, independently from a hangout from everybody else's, and it's quite several times where I'm not able to join a hangout which is completely open. So again, I'm not sure if it's direct or the traffic is being glitched based on the amount of glitchings in the back door because sniping and they're going into the servers and manipulating it. So I could see that happening.
I agree with you on that end, but also I'm sure you're probably well aware that it was probably 2 to 3 months ago, and you can again Google this to verify it, but YouTube literally hired 10,000 new employees. And this was also basically when YouTube had started the intense censorship, of certain channels. I think, again, it all goes back to who's paying the bills. You and I both know you always follow the money. That's the bottom line. And Google is making big money off of promoting the content they want promoted and basically getting people to think how they want them to think, as opposed to searching for real truth. So my videos and Pete's and everybody else's real truth or videos are going to get pushed down to the bottom of the search list if they even pop up at all. Now, I made a video on my channel, and you can watch it, where the title of the video is called Censorship and Flat Earth, and you type in Flat Earth and in the Google search bar, and it'll show 60 plus million search results. Okay, but when you scroll down and you start going by page, okay, so you can go page 10, page 20, page 30, page 40, you got 60 million results, so there's going to be thousands of pages, right? Well, I got to page 18 and it said that's it. There were literally 173 results that I was allowed to look at, and most of those results in the Flat Earth were the mainstream mockery or from BBC, Discovery, or even it wasn't just Flat Earth. The same thing with like 9/11. You'll get most of the mocking or the debunking or the paid gatekeepers who are mixing the truth with lies and sending people off on these crazy tangents. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, with those obstacles, what it's really limiting us to, or what we're being introduced to, is actually we're to engage with anybody that we speak with in reference to either come directly to the channel and sub directly with us. That's where I find myself. If you weren't here today, where I'm somewhat quasi active in the sense of speaking with people and going over what's going on, because I am bored. So and I do see people walking around, and I do interject. I go, hey, I would try to start a conversation. And all of a sudden, this conversation would lead into, hey, you're in the show. And you're in the show. Oh, that's great. We're in the show. And then they see themselves in the show, and they're like waving and everything else. Then they'll say hi to the people and the panel members like you and I. And then all of a sudden, they're part of the show. So I am quasi-active in that sense, where I do, try to engage with the public because I see them that they're actually still in the mainstream that they're in. But as far as with the algorithm and back with the YouTube, my intentions and my anticipation is that since the 10,000 people are engaged or employed, I'm anticipating they're a fan of the show. They're listening to us. And hopefully they're out there and actually, in the sense, either in the closet, more than one or two, is actually defending this channel in a sense. So whether algorithms that is common sense, maybe they could turn off those switches. And that's what I mean. If it is going to be the revolution, let it be the revolution of the mind, which is going to be a little bit more advanced, where we're going to turn those switches. So we have those switches and we're in control. We have YouTube, we have Google, we have Microsoft, and we have Apple. It's ours. All we have to do is just take control of those switches and give it to the right people and give it to the family. We'll do it right. So that's what I wanted to say.
Oh, well said. Well said. I agree. You hope and pray, and at least that's the whole point of my channel, is that if I could reach one person, and give them that red pill, for lack of a better metaphor and or cliche, but you know what I mean? Just lead them down the rabbit hole and that little nugget of truth, whatever it may be. And hopefully that they'll do that bit of research, because as Jen and we were talking about earlier, we have the world literally in the palm of our hands to research anything you or I say. Is it truth? Is it a lie? It's just people don't take the time, and they simply just don't. They don't seem to care. They don't recognize the writing on the wall. And as I've said, I think we are coming to a time where they're going to make us make a choice. My humble opinion.
Yes, I'm hoping that choice is the ones that most of us are in control of this matrix. Every one of us, so it's not going to be like just us here, but let's smack it back into the reality of the families as well. So,
well, what if that's part of the plan? You know what I mean? Like, everybody seems to, or at least you're obviously here in the States, that, seems to think Trump is this almighty savior and he's going to bring America back and blah, blah. And, he's going to raise a revolution around the world. Look what's going on in France and blah, blah, blah.
The plan was always our duality. It was always like that in the very beginning. It was introduced to us, and it's still doing that. And that duality is the dualism. We are in dual with ourselves, and that's where I guess we're supposed to wake up from that duality to know that dualism is really us. So there is really no enemy other than an enemy of ourselves. And again, it's back to, if you have two positive and negatives, it's really the positive that it's really the actual true energy. So, we can break these things down philosophically and also scientifically and also grammatically and into a drama. But more importantly, that I do want to actually move forward with is evolution out of this karma drama, and then learn from what we got by sharing these stories. That that's something new. It is not just left and right that we're being introduced, which is either Trump or Obama or Jesse Ventura, but there's another options that's out there. It's not whether you're here to plead guilty or not guilty. There is another option out there. I want to be that person to say, hey, there is plenty more options out there, and the reality is not just life and death. There could be another life to life as well. So we are being taught in this very simple dualistic system, I believe, where legal and law is introduced into the legal system, and we're in a science world where we have the natural laws and also the actual empirical evidence and facts and data is on that side. So I see those two everywhere, and I see them every time as my Groundhog Day. And hopefully I can share these experiences so that I see that, heck, it's always the same narrative.
So it's Groundhog Day for you every day, right?
Yeah, I know. And I'm trying to get out of this ball and chain and see maybe I could puncture through this reality and see if I can see what it is, even just a foot, and hopefully I could bring it back to you guys and let you know what the heck there is another reality.
What if, though, as I was saying earlier, Occam's razor, what if it is that simple? You speak of duality. I assume you're familiar with Carl Jung?
Jung, yes, and psychology,
okay.
Yes, sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Maslow and all. I did all physiology. I think.
So.
Yeah.
What if it is that simple? The duality is, I hate to put a label or a word on it, but for lack of a better description, just simply good and evil. Like I said, going back to that moral code, that if it is just, I agree in one respect, because you said earlier you were raised Catholic like myself. Are you still a follower or not?
I mean, as far as if I was inside the book, reading the book, and I actually practicing the book, I could say I'm following the book. But if I say I'm actually, I read the book, I actually see the book how it's told, then I know the book in a sense. So I know both ways in language form. And I'm a shapeshifter. I can actually have a conversation whether or not I'm actually Catholic or not, or I'm actually a spiritualistic in nature. And that's the dualism in me. But the real question you really ask for is which side do I see myself to be true? Having to actually see and understand and to know the book itself, I'm already bored. There's another option.
But for
Is that
me,
my reality?
I don't need a book. It's in me, and you know what I mean. And it's not a feeling, or it's not anything, or unfortunately, I don't possess the vocabulary to put it into words, and I'm not an orator. I'm not a speaker, but I don't need the book to know what I know, if that makes sense. In other words, it is, or for me, it is that simple. It's black and white. It's good and evil. There's no gray area. There's no middle ground.
But your question, I want to go back to your question, is not the know. It's really follower. That's the key word.
Well, when I say follower of Christ, what I should say, I mean following his example. Okay, because when he ascended, as you know, you were raised Roman Catholic. Okay, he said, "Be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect." So for me, that means keeping the commandments. And if I make a mistake, or as the Catholic, if you sin, that you repent. In other words, you try not to do that again. So in other words, for me, that is what it means to observe or to follow Christ. It's not actually like following him like he's, like I'm a slave or a robot. I do it freely, and for me, like I said, it's a way of living my life and treating others. Like I said, it's just not a feeling I can put into words, and I don't need a book for that, and certainly don't need any of those pagan Catholic Protestant doctrine symbols. You know what I mean? Pictures, statues, and all that garbage. It's just an inner feeling. Like, I guess you would call it that duality, because if you know my scripture verse, Ephesians 6:12 for me sums up the entire Bible in that one verse. And it says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against principalities, against powers in high places," or spiritual wickedness in high places. Basically, that tells me that I'm fighting a war that I can't see with my physical eyes. It's a spiritual war, like you were saying, a duality, a war inside you, the mind, the soul, however you want to define it. If that makes sense to you.
No, it makes a lot of sense. So it brings it home, because it is that duality where I'm actually at war myself with my own principalities, where it happens into the drama, and that's where the choices come about. But the choices that comes about is like it's always been an experience to me, whether if I took the right choice or the left choice, and it's always been an experience. So I know there's plenty of times I've taken the left path, and I've learned a lot harder on the left path because the right choices was much easier for me, which is fine. Now, and that's how I see myself in that reality, in that aspect. Now, in a sense, for another duality, I want to emphasize not as far as a follower, but more emphasize that I'm into the spirituality, into the natural system. So I want to reiterate a discussion back with you and Jin at the very beginning. I mean, Jin would say a creator, and you would say God, but to me, it's more of just a language and form. I could just say suspect zero, and the creator. I'm gonna mold both you guys, and the creator is the earth, because it's natural. I could prove it. It's here, and I was created out of the earth. The body is an earth body. It is plant based. It's everything. So that is like the true creator itself is really the earth. Now on The theoretical form. I mean, then I could say suspect zero. Who is that suspect zero? I mean, for myself, it would be the who. For the how, what, and why, it would be me based on my own personal observation while I sit here through that lonely path and what I see, and that's how I build my reality of that creator and that ether. That's subject zero. So I look within myself. Heck, I'm no different than anybody else as far as just raw emotions. I get up, you know what I mean? I go back to sleep. I feel like when I go up the elevator, I know what they're feeling. I use the escalator. They're feeling the same way. They dream the same thing to me. So in a sense, it's showing to me, heck, we're all the same people on the inside, which is basic information and basic emotions. I mean, so this person could be that original person, that suspect zero. But then again, I am not privy to define it what the person his or her is. It could be it could be a natural object. I don't know. So I can't give you an absolution of what that creator or created is. However, from what we come back from this reality, I believe we just walked into it quickly, very fast. And that's how I see it, how we are created. It's just an opening of an eye and everything is created. And then from the time that we're here in this dimension, I guess we're just creating it more and more and more complex. And I guess it's how this reality is in this present moment is from our parents.
Yeah,
in this reality.
I agree with a lot of what you said. And like I said, for me, it's that simple struggle. It's like you said, taking the left path or the right path. For me, as you said, the left path, at least for me, it was easier. The right path was too hard. It was too hard. It was easier to just, to take the left path. But if I were, as you call him, suspect zero, if I were the creator, the father of all things, I certainly, if I were going to create human people, I wouldn't want to create a bunch of yes men, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Yeah. You don't want a bunch of robots and people. You obviously want to give them free will. You can look. The one thing about being a Christian or a follower of Christ is that all the other religions, quote unquote religions, Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism, they all say do this, do that in order to obtain eternal life, in order to obtain salvation, 72 virgins, whatever it is, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this. Whereas Christ said, it is done. I paid your sin debt. Now all I ask you to do is believe. And one thing, as you said earlier, in my lonely journey over the last 8 years or so, going on 9 years, or at least for me, it's just been intense research. I've certainly connected back with what I call the Father and with nature. I've certainly become much more aware and in tune with the world that I live in. In other words, it's getting much easier to discern what is truth and what is not, if that makes sense.
Oh, it makes a lot of sense at this present moment, of course. Yeah, I mean, from where you're at, you're awake. But most people that I see, they're not going to be able to engage in your conversation. I know that for a fact. You're within our conversation at this point, and we need people like you to actually out there. I mean, you're making the channels right now. I'm not, based on what I'm doing right now. I don't have time to actually I can't even chat really in that sense. So because it's like too much things is happening what I'm doing. But there's other people that can actually pick up and hopefully I can pass this information, and then it may be introducing them that they like, and hopefully they create that contact. So I'd like to see more turtles out there. That'd be great. And another but another part is just just the basic things that I'm really looking for right now is just know that, you know, the TV is really you're really a secret weapon, really unbelievable on what it's being used for. The radio itself, and that's just an attack on the optic sensory. And then the consumption part with the foods as well. Know that the environment that we're in, which is the geoengineering, that's taken care of. So we're taken care of from head to toe, and those are just the basic things that I'm looking for people to pick up quickly. And once they see those basic things, then we may be able to have an upswing. For right now, they enjoy. Well, right now is football season, which is everybody loves the competition. It's going to be your left and your right. It's the
distraction.
Being apart. Yeah, it is a distraction. It's one of the dualities. It is the dual. That's what they're using for. They're using the dual.
Right.
We are part, and it is geared. It's in our program, just so we're identified with these raw emotions that Suspect Zero has. So we're manipulating that trigger, and in that part of that trigger, our foreparents or the ones before us created this. They're profiting it off it. So they know exactly what they're doing, and know exactly how to tell it who's going to win too, in a sense. So it is unbelievable. I mean, and not only that, they're even outside of the money, and even though they own the system too, so they're not even participating in it. They're just what they're really doing is they're observing our consciousness, our thoughts, and how we're reacting right now. They're just observing. So
and they're biding their time, and you and I both know it's a military term called probing. They're gaining the information. They're identifying the weaknesses. They're probing, and they're going to at some point use that against us.
I would say trolling for nowadays now, but that's
Pete could probably verify this, but I could play it for you, but it would probably get his channel or the stream shut down. But I've literally gotten death threat emails and voicemails from IPS. He used to go under one of his pseudonym fake names was Tim Osmond, and he used to, in the very beginning back in 2016, he was on Pete's channel here, and oh my gosh, just do horrible things. So yeah, I mean, I've moved beyond the trolls, and I have, fortunately enough, computer knowledge to know how to block certain people, and also, just some little tricks of the trade, so to speak. But yeah,
I don't know about Timmy. I don't think he cares about the shape at all, really. I think he's just being forced to accept the duality.
Dollar signs for him, and that's the whole flat Earth community. Unfortunately, or I should say, not the flat Earth community, the popular flat Earth channels have moved it to a Springer show minus the chairs. It's all about money, and they're promoting the AE/Gleason map, which is the most easily debunked flat Earth map out there. Not to mention that they promote that we're surrounded by an ice wall, which is straight out of Game of Thrones. At least if you're going to lie, come up with something original. I mean, have mercy. If you might as well go back to believing in the globe.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. I just followed the link. This isn't off a tangent news. You guys ready? Bro Sanchez respectfully strikes back at the fake Turtle Island movement. Stan Yetter and Bro. Panic. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go into that show. But all right, I'm so sorry. I just got deflected by Bro Sanchez because I'm a moderator there.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Oh yeah. So now it's like it's a new drama for me.
Understood.
Oh God, I'm not new to this. This is new to me. But let me just digest a little bit. But I am so sorry about it. It just like took my eye away a little bit.
Yeah, I'm familiar with his channel, but I don't follow his work.
He's more into he is into the flat movement, but he's more into the esoteric. So it gives credence to my ear and the reason why he's shout out to the Turtle Island. But it doesn't mean anything to the turtle itself. But the island itself, no, the island itself is there's supposed to be an actual there's rumors or history of a Turtle Island somewhere at the Central Pole. We don't know. I mean, we're making claims that there is, and now he's making claims there isn't, but we haven't been there to visit. So it's Occam's razor. Of forth. So, I mean, but
Question
it's
everything.
yeah,
I've
but
come
it's
to the point, yeah, especially when I, realized the flat Earth. I mean, I realized it, back in 2011, with all the other subjects I had researched, but the flat Earth for me was the amalgamation, or just the capstone of decades of lies. And then then you just really had to delve into everything. I mean, just the fundamental things that we were taught, as far as science and physics and things of that nature, you were like, okay, this just doesn't make sense. These numbers don't add up, and so on and so forth. So yeah, at this point you have to question everything.
Well, I mean, we were told not. I mean, to appeal by authority, where that was part of our programming, so we never had to question anything. But obviously, I think we're starting to evolve and didn't anticipate it, or maybe we're more immune to the fluoridated system and the chem spraying. I don't know. Whatever variable that is for some reason, it's the conscious mind has picked up to a point to see that the actual maths and the definitions does not support the perspective in all honesty, and that's where I find it interesting now, just on the math part. So through observations and tests and repeated tests and then also speaking with other people, I mean, it's not to be true to what we're accepting, which is the shape and also the distance of the stars and the stars itself and pretty much the whole cosmology in a sense. So that's where everything becomes doesn't make any sense at all in the math, and it's so obvious to the point that it is man-made. You could tell. You could tell 666. You could tell 333s. All those angles and degrees are all mathematically fit perfectly for an actual instructions to create a ball or an actual solar system. Everything is there. So everything's laid out for everybody. I mean, heck, I mean, we're not here so quick. We're not here so long, and we're here pretty quickly. These are the things. Everything is made just look like it's actually packaged. So that's how that's how they're assuming our reality is to be. And wow, it's just kind of funny when you see your parents acting like it, and in the very beginning, before 2012, those were normal, but now. You said it. Question everything. Scientists should have everything. I mean, and then things comes up with different type of conclusions with your stories. So that I find it to be interesting. But first, sometimes I got mad about it, but now I could laugh about it. And now I like to enjoy about it, and and meet more people about it and talk to people about what I've learned. So it's always interesting, what I see and hear things of what you guys are talking about.
Always good to hear a new perspective. I will certainly admit I don't know everything. It's going on 4 a.m. here, physics, so I am going to get some rest, but it has been a pleasure talking with you. And Pete, if you're listening, and all of you, thank you so much for the chat and the enlightenment, and God bless you all, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you, Ephesians.
Thank you. You guys all have a blessed evening and morning, wherever it is.
These guys are stuck with me. I know them's like ear hustling in the back. But who is here? Hey, Wobbles. I see you. Ephesians says he misses you. He knows you. Hi, Jimbo. Good morning. What's going on, Hyena, if you're still there? Wobbles. In my decision to never do harm myself, I found peace in this shithole. Good day. Multi-level marketing companies in Flat Earth? Maybe. Maybe, Jimbo. Damn, these Fritos are getting to my throat. Well, I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm about ready to end my shift. I got to send up these reports, but I'll be around. I'll be here. Unless you want to hear some elevator music. I'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I see we got Jimbo in the chat. We got Wobbly. What's up, Trevor? We got Wee Flat Earther. How's it going? And Kin L. How you doing, miss? What are all y'all up to? You're not gonna come on panel, Wobbly, because you gotta get stoned and get your ass beat on World of Tanks. Interesting. So, do you all remember earlier today there was a guy named Bob the Science Guy that popped into the chat room? Were you guys around for that? Well, legendary hyena. Bob actually responded to the Monterey video that we put out with the mirror flash, with some points of interest that he saw in it. Trying to debunk it. And he actually came into the chat because he took the invitation, which I thought was really cool. And I ended up having a conversation with him earlier. I talked to him for like an hour. He's actually a pretty decent fella. Like, he wasn't too much of a jerk at all, which was really nice. And he tried to bring up some interesting points, but now that I've had time to, you know, sit down and think about them and go over them and look at some more of the data and pore over things. Yeah, still bullshit. It's still flat as fuck. But it'll make for a better conversation next time I talk to him. And I will be able to record it the next time I talk to him. This time I screwed up because I was talking to him on, and I was using OBS to record the conversation, but I had my microphone muted for some ingenious reason. So yeah, I recorded a conversation with him, but it was totally a one-sided. It only recorded one side. It only recorded him. It didn't record anything I said to him. So it kind of makes for an odd, boring kind of conversation. But I think the guy can be a useful tool. Given he thinks that he's debunking anything that we put out there. No worries, Wobbly. You're okay, mate. And besides that, I can't think of anything else going on. I'm tired of everyone wanting to talk about fucking flat earth drama, that's for sure, though. I sure as hell am tired of that. I wonder where the hell Pete is right now. Well, you're more than welcome, Wobbly. I know you don't bring no drama, my friend. You're like most of us. You try to avoid the drama. Pete's probably got himself muted while he's snoring, right? Banana drama, Aeon. You know what's funny, Aeon? I remember like a kid show when I was younger called Bananas in Pajamas. But yeah, I was actually on the call. Earlier when I popped in, there was a bunch of people on the panel. And then I got a phone call for like 45 minutes or so. And I was talking to Sydney for a little while. Came back and everybody's gone. Yo, Wobbly, what's up, sir?
Ding dong.
How is it going, my friend?
Okay. Good to see you on Pete's couch.
Uh-huh.
Did I mute the watch page? Yes. Like a pro. Banana drama, yeah, Banana Republic drama. The internal politics of who could care less. Banana drama. For the pretend Banana Republic that doesn't even exist. Pecking order that doesn't exist. Bananas in Pajamas was the show started by the Australian government TV station in the ABC, which is also called the ABC. It should have really been called the DEF. Yeah, it was actually called that. Pre-existed the American Broadcasting Commission, or whatever ABC stands for.
Wow, that's interesting.
And it was a government station, so they used to make shows, kids shows like that, and then sell it to other countries. So they'd do it themselves, you know, with the same characters and their own accents and languages, obviously. And yeah, and then they cash that in, and they get to keep that money. They don't give it back to the taxpayer, which is what they're supposed to do because it's a taxpayer-run television station. Yeah.
That is, wow. Holy shit.
It's a bit like the way NASA uses other people's patents and doesn't tell them they're using them, makes fucking shitloads on them, and then sues other people for trying to use them. There was a show from a mainstream science guy, and he was showing one of the parts on the capsule. And I think there was those fucking window winders, the little impossible window winders that open and shut the window hatches. And he said, "Oh, that's great." And he asked him about the stuff behind it and how it worked. And the guy, the shill from NASA said, "Oh, that's just real good engineering," which meant he knew fuck all about it. So the guy said, "Oh, I'm going to go and find look up the patent. What was the guy's name?" And he got the guy's name. So he went and visits him. And the guy said, "Really? NASA using my patent? Oh, I'd be interested to know how long they've been using it. Did they use mine on a mission?" And the guy had no idea because NASA's not trying to tell him because they'd have to pay him. And that's what happens. Anything that you offer up to NASA thinking, "Oh, they'll pay me if they use it, and then I'll get famous and I'll be able to sell the patent." None of that's going to happen. You fucking gave it to them. It's a military corporation. Signed, sealed, and delivered. You don't own it anymore.
Yeah, you handed it over.
Yeah, to a military organization.
Yeah.
It's this. Like any technology that anybody gets for us, like my dad did. That's theirs. If they decide they want it, that's theirs. That's it. That's the end of it. You can't even talk about the fact.
What do you think's going to happen to all these people when everyone realizes what's happening? What do you think's going to happen to all these people that work at like NASA and stuff?
Oh, besides the howling and crying in the car parks of military institutions all around the world, and people realising the people that work there realise that they've been ripped off and lied to. I shouldn't be laughing, poor people. They're going to have a bad day. I don't know much.
Well, you remember like the whole like Enron scandal and stuff like that? And whenever a lot of these like big corporations go under and they're under investigation for like these insane crimes. Like, think of how many of the top level people actually just off themselves so that they don't have to deal with the consequences of stuff. How many of those do you think is going to happen when this shit comes out?
Yeah, and generally that's what's happening is that the people that make that stuff happen are never going to cop the flack because they never do anything directly. They get other people to do it for them. Everyone says, that's a bad person, let's after them. And those people freak out and kill themselves. And then it's like, yay, we're off the hook.
Yeah.
Kill themselves means they're guilty to everybody. That's, I've seen it used. They used it on me. They were trying to make me kill myself for sure.
Well, and that's like, if you think about it, if the grid goes down, think about how many people, like the society that we live in and how everybody's hooked on all these crazy drugs now, right? And think of how many of those people are prescribed like mental drugs to keep them stable on stuff. And then you take that away from them and make them quit cold turkey because now the supply is cut off.
Yeah. There isn't a single psych drug in the world, synthetic psych drug in the world that actually works. It doesn't cure anything ever. Like you said, it just holds your mood. Makes you ignore your feelings, basically.
And these people are going to be rioting in the streets when that stuff's cut off.
Yeah, you're right. Because I think the statistics for America are pretty much shared across the modern world for how many people in normal society are dependent on at least 2 different drugs, synthetic drugs.
Yeah. Exactly, right?
Prescription synthetics. Yeah.
And how many of those are like high-powered psychotics and stuff?
Yeah, that's right. Beta blockers. There's mostly they're beta blockers anyway. They all just poison part of the brain that connects to your emotions. That's all of them do.
I find it interesting that they're always giving you stuff that's like beta blockers, right? Yet in the stuff I've been learning with medical issues, your beta cells are actually really important in your body, you know? Like
Yeah, that's it. You know, they're cutting people off from their fucking core self. It's your core self that's trying to create. And they're saying, just shut it down. And they say, well, why do you feel bad? Well, because the incredibly unfair things. Hey, Si's got his background noise.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Incredibly unfair things keep happening to me.
Sorry, beta boys.
Beta boys. And say, yeah, I'm unhappy because all these incredibly unfair things keep happening to me, and my family, and generally in the world, I see a lot of unfairness. So the psychologist tells you just to not worry about those things. And if you really can't stop worrying about those things, with the therapy, we're going to put you on drugs that'll make you never think about those things, hardly ever at all. But you will also not be able to love your children properly, feel any kind of deep emotion with your wife. You'll never look at a sunset and have a glorious feeling inside your heart ever again. You're never going to recognize any of that. That's your life, you dickhead. It's your life they're telling you to shut off. That's what all psychology does. It tells you, oh, no, don't listen to that thought. That's because that thought makes you upset, doesn't it? So, yeah, it upsets me.
Well,
Dude,
just
don't think about it.
Everything about the medical field does that. My sister-in-law, right? She kept getting some kind of rash. And she goes to the doctor, and the doctor prescribes her a medication. She goes to the pharmacy to fill it, and the pharmacist looks at her and goes, "Are you sure you want to fill this?" And she goes, "Yeah, why wouldn't I?" And she goes, "Well, this medication is designed to shut your immune system down. And if you do that, you'll be very susceptible to all kinds of like flu, any kind of illness." Like,
yeah, it all essentially works on load. You load the cells in your body with synthetics, and anything that's synthetic will have 100-fold load on your body relative to its organic counterpart. So, like most of the pharmacy drugs are synthetic opioid molecule based. So, and you know, it's about 100 times harder for your body to get rid of it. And most times, like with codeine phosphate, which is by about half another name is the most common painkiller, your body has to turn that into morphine, all of it, to get rid of it. It has to turn it into the organic version of the opioid molecule. So you're on morphine. It's heroin, basically.
Their answer for her problem was not to find out and figure out why she was getting the rash. Their answer was to shut off her body's response to warning her that something is wrong. Like,
exactly. And the same thing with, sorry.
Well, it just reminds me of, like, think if you were on a ship, like in the Navy or something like that, right? And an alarm goes off on your boat saying that you're about to smack into a fucking iceberg. And instead of you going, hey, maybe we should, like, move to the right, you just go, hey, turn that fucking horn off.
Turn that horn off. I don't like that noise. But that means we're crashing into a rock. Yeah, but I hate the noise.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
like,
what.
Yeah, but I can't stand the noise.
The first time I had cancer. The first time I had cancer, you know, I researched it for a bit, and then to have it summed up, this doctor said, basically the way cancer really works, removing a tumor is like when the red light flashes on your dashboard, and you get a screwdriver and smash and hack at that red light until the fucking thing stops flashing, and you keep driving. He said that's exactly the same. If you're cutting out a tumor or any, you know, they either cut it, nuke it, or poison it. And all three of those treatments are just stupid because the stem cells are still in your body and you've just made them heaps stronger, damaged a whole heap of new cell tissues that they can now reside in. And you've created these supercell fucking cancer stem cells that are now going to go around your body and settle wherever the fuck they like.
Yep.
That's it. And that's how bad their treatment is. It's like every time. It's a terrible way to treat cancer.
Either chemically burn it out or cut it out, right?
Yeah, that's cut it, nuke it, or poison it. That's it. It's all three, and they did all three to me.
That's crazy. You're lucky you're still here, man, right? Going through all that shit.
So, like, when I first found out the Earth was flat, they were all telling me I was dying. I was going to be dead inside a year, inside 6 months or whatever. They told me, like, that went on for 6 years. Yeah. And so I found out, I was like, that'd be right. I've just figured it out that the Earth's actually flat. Now I'm going to die, so there's no point in telling anyone. But yeah, I just basically fucking woke up one day and said, if I keep seeing these doctors, it's going to kill me. And I told the doctors that I was no more surgeries and no more hardcore testing. At first, I said just anything to do with radioactivity, which is most of the testing for cancer is radioactivity based, so it's going to give you cancer. And then after a while, I just stopped seeing GPs at all and got off the codeine. Went from handfuls a day to one a day for about 3 months, and that was pretty horrible, and then gave that up, and that was total terror. And I've never taken anything like any synthetics at all since. And yeah, that was what healed my cancer, was the decision that I wasn't going to let them make any decisions about my health ever again. I basically said I'm not going anywhere near a white coat again, and I haven't. Anyone, doctor, dentist, chemist, nothing, anything in a white coat, I shy away from.
You know what? When I was in high school, that's how my best friend and his dad actually saved his mom.
Yeah, right.
They
intervened.
they realized one day that it was all the medications that were killing her, so they took her off all of her medications that she was on.
Yeah.
And guess
Cold
what?
turkey.
It extended her life for almost another 10 years.
And she probably had better quality too. She might have been in pain, but
you know
she would
what?
have been
Hell
more
yeah, dude!
cognizant.
Like she came back with like a spring in her step, because you see, even before that, she was like, dude, we could tell that she was suffering. You know, like we could see it. She didn't look happy. Like, and then taking her off all of her meds and stuff like that, dude, her hair started growing back better. Like, she didn't have like
my
the straggly looking hair.
My girlfriend's mum just had a fairly big turnaround, not from death's door, but close enough. You know, she couldn't walk and stuff. She was in a wheelchair for about a couple of months, I think. And she's just had a turnaround because she shows me photos of her and that, and she's absolutely on fire now. I've seen her on Halloween celebrating, big grin on her face, walking, and her hair was, you know, she just looked full of life. It was a completely different person than the lady in the hospital bed on oxygen. And that's through Tay being really careful with the synthetics that she's using, and managing the diabetes as much using the heavies. So it's really good to see that turnaround. It's just through a bit of careful management. But yeah, there's so many stories of it, man. The sad stories that you hear, like the bloke who's on, he's got, you know, full expensive insurance and medical insurance, and his daughter gets cancer, and they do one treatment and it goes really badly, and the cancer blossoms, and the girl's sick, and she is absolutely determined that she's never going to do it again. She's not going back in there. She's like 12 or something. And so the guy says, oh, we're not doing another treatment. And they say, well, you actually have to, because the terms of your insurance say that you have to get X amount of treatments from this treatment centre to ensure their profit. and he said, no, I'm just not going to do it. And they said, well, then we have to do it legally. And then they took his daughter off him, made her a ward of state, and treated her again 2 times. And it took her about 10 years to recover. And she's definitely, like, he said, she's never going to be the same again. She's never going to have full health. And you hear things like that and you go, well, that's insane. That means you're more likely to get sick if you've got really good insurance. Taylin, hello, baby. I was just talking about you and your mum. Clippity clip. How long you been there? Since I'm not watching chat. For 3 minutes. Clip, clip, clip. Does that mean I need a haircut?
Dude, it is really tough trying to choke down a whole glass of fucking apple cider vinegar.
Oh, yeah. I only ever had tablespoons at a time. Oh, I just worked out what Taylor said, clip, clip, clip. She can hear me snipping, mulling up. It's really annoying. I'm going to mute just for a sec.
Dude, I just downed a whole glass that size of that shit. Ooh. That'll wake you up in the morning.
Oh, I wasn't muted. I thought I was muted. But I wasn't. You get that. Yeah, Tommy, you can smoke one of mine, mate. Yeah, I wasn't muted. It's strange. That happens a lot. I swear I press that button. The next thing, I'm not muted. Anyway, I better pack a cane for Tominoid first. Yeah, it's way too early, baby. Way too early for you to have a bong, thing as you don't smoke at all. But I'll pack one for Tominoid. Here you go, mate. You can have first up. I'll share. I've got to put tobacco in it now. Do you like it with tobacco or without? Yeah, I'd never drink that much apple cider at once. But that's a good dose to have every day, man. You must have some clean insides.
Well, it's supposed to work wonders on blood sugar, so it's supposed to be really beneficial for diabetics, which is interesting. I do know this, my blood sugars do have an effect when I take it, so I guess I'll just keep taking it.
I'll take it anywhere I can get it. And I can get it good.
Well, you know what, Wobbly? I've kind of gotten to, like a couple of years ago, I got to a very dangerous point regarding my health. You know what point that was? It was the fact that...
Was it due to synthetics or...
Dude, it came to a point where I had nothing to lose. You know? Like, I got to a point where I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll try anything about once. Like, if it doesn't kill me, I might try it twice. Like,
yeah. But yeah, I like that flavor a lot. Yeah, I can scale some weird things like soy sauce and, you know, whiskey.
wait, soy sauce and whiskey?
No, not at the same time, but yeah, you know, just sculling weird things for party favors.
That I was thinking that sounds like a hell of a cocktail.
Yeah, that would actually be quite disgusting. Soy sauce, Jack Daniels. Sorry, I'm still snipping on that. Noise is really annoying to everyone except me because my microphone likes to pick up the quietest noises and amplify them 100 times. It's one of those Microsoft webcams, which means I've got absolutely no control over the sound or video, really. A little bit.
Puniverse.
Sound software just does its own thing. Yes, the Puniverse. It's very small. Smaller than a dot. All right, I'll quit snipping now. Snippity, snippity, clip. And Tay went back to bed because it's like crazy 4 o'clock in the morning there. She must have, her mum probably woke her up while I was talking about her mum. Call out to her 4 o'clock in the morning. Mama's hollering, gotta go. Yeah, fasting carefully cures diabetes for sure, Tom, but it's really, I wouldn't even recommend it to people. 426, baby. Yeah, it's late. I wouldn't openly recommend fasting to cure diabetes, but you're absolutely right. It can be used. But you got to be careful, you got to go into it smart. And
yeah, I've seen stuff on that where fasting can help cure diabetes.
Yeah, but people think of fasting like crash fasting, all these new age wankers that want to prove how tough they are by absolutely starving themselves completely, you know. Yeah, so there's that side of it, and then there's sensible fasting, which is a very individual thing. Yeah. It can be really dangerous.
Like you mean like intermittent fasting and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, totally. You still got to eat. You got to eat when you start feeling and that's the other thing, is that you got to be really closely monitoring your own body and the feelings that you're getting, so that you recognize a sugar rush or a sugar depletion feeling, and you monitor your own blood sugar levels fucking really closely, and be smart about that too, because doctors will often aren't realizing that there's huge peaks and troughs, especially when you're readjusting your sugar levels, your insulin production. Yeah, so when you're trying to change the current sugar levels, there's peaks and troughs, so you'll get a reading that's really high and then the next day really low, and you'll think, oh, that must have been fixed by the drug or the thing I did. But they will peak and trough during the day, and you have to be smart about it and take the averages. Yeah. There's a lot to it. It's definitely, and the biggest thing is that people consider fasting and this crazy crash fasting, and if you do that and you're diabetic, even just level 2, you'll kill yourself, make yourself really sick. You got to be smart about it. You got to eat. You got to have juices and slowly reduce your sugars and replace. There's so much else you got to do. It's like I can't barely keep up. You've got to stop eating all white starchy foods. Anything refined sugar and refined flour are both just as bad as each other because they end up starch and sugar in your body anyway. Refined anything, refined flour, refined starchy foods, potato products, anything. You can't have vegetable or canola oil or any of those ones. You always got to use natural oils. It's got to change so much, and then you got to start using herbs to replace the medicines that you were using as well. So it's not something that's going to fix your diabetes in a week. Well, that's probably good for somebody. Yeah, not something to rush into.
Yeah, I've realized that, man. There is no just quick fix to any of this shit. But that's not to say that it can't be changed, it can't be healed, it can't be fixed.
Yeah, and I could come off that really strict food diet and not use the herbs as much, and I could eat shit again. But I still had to. It's still management. It's still going to be management for the rest of your life. Because if you ever overdo eating the shit food, you have to balance it by going back on either a fast or just a rabbit diet. Get the dingo to throw another shrimp on the barbie. I will. I will, mate.
Or gerbil food.
I should write it.
Speaking of shrimp on a barbie, what about cricket?
I usually rile at that. So because we don't call them shrimps. We only call shrimps those tiny little ones, and you couldn't put them on the barbie. You know, the little ones that you get on the pizza, cheap pizza. And the other thing is that we wouldn't put them on the barbie because they just fall through the grill and fall on the fire. Fuck. And we don't call them shrimp, we call them prawns, the full size ones. And cooking those on the barbecue is the absolute worst way to cook them. Because they go tough as shit. They go like thong leather. They're horrible. So that whole thing is just a fucking invention. It's a pure marketing invention. It does not happen. You will not see that happening with the big booby bikini lady saying, "Where the fuck are you? Good night, Tay. Sweet dreams until breakfast." Shrimp on pizza, baby. It happens. I know. I'm sorry that you have to go back to bed with that horrible image in your brain. They do. They put tiny little Asian prawns on pizzas.
I hear crickets. People like crickets on a Barbie. You ever see that?
Crickets on the Barbie. Yeah, but they do that a lot in Asia, all over Asia. Yeah, cook up meals with crickets in it.
Man, I don't know.
People reckon that's all right.
Yeah,
they said it's crazy. Fry it up. They say it tastes good. Yeah, it tastes like well, they said it was tasted like eating, really highly spiced cocktail prawns.
Oh, like
it's basically the same thing because they said shite an insect.
Almost like dried garlic or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Crickets
I'm
on a
sorry.
Barbie.
I've terrorized taste sleep now. The shrimp on the pizza. Yeah, it's worse than the nasty fish, baby. No, it's worse than the stinky little fishes.
What I like to put on a Barbie is something like peppers, corn, you know what I mean? Like some fruits in the middle. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, we call them capsicums, but that's what we do. We'll put corn and just halve some capsicums, chuck them on, onions, and spuds. Yeah, and do them all on the grill. And they'll get that nice smoky flavour. It's got to be a wood-fired grill. It's got to have a special, only a few species of eucalypt that put the right flavour in, like you guys use hickory and that. But there's a few eucalypts that make the food taste really nice. So yellow box is one. They wiped all those out. Fuck, there used to be millions of them even when I was a kid.
The Fisher was asking about you before you came on.
Yeah, I was actually thinking to come in and talk to him, but I've got in this fascinating conversation with Jimbo, and Jimbo doesn't turn up every day, and he's fucking fascinating mind. He's awesome to talk to.
If we can get him on the chat or on the panel, it's good. And get him talking to some interesting stuff. Of course, a lot of thought experiments that's going on in his head. But again, I didn't think you were going to be coming anyway because you're from the day before. You're like you pulled an all-nighter anyway, singing and playing the guitar. Did more work than I did.
Yeah, no, I said earlier, I'm not going to be on the panel all night tonight because I'm going to get stoned and get the shit beaten out of me on World of Tanks.
I know, right? You get caught up with everything, and then all of a sudden everything's a full plate.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm doing recreational stuff tonight, but I thoroughly enjoyed yesterday. It was like being at a party, really, a really long one. They scrape you off the couch the next morning. I was just typing good night to Tate. Or good morning, as the case may be. Get the dingo to throw another shrimp on the barbie. That's why I like it, because that sounds so silly, all put together like that. And then you can say to somebody, "Does that really happen in Australia?" I say, "Yeah, all the time. The dingo throws shrimps on the barbie every weekend. He goes and catches the shrimps for me. One goes, mate.
Jumbo shrimps. Yeah.
Well, that's what a jumbo shrimp is, just a prawn, which is why we don't call them shrimps, because they're prawns.
The best shrimps I ever tasted was in Walt Disney. Believe it or not, it's the way how the batter is cooked like coconut. It's like sweet, and then you dip it in. I guess you could dip it in cocktail sauce, whatever. But it's awesome. Deep fried.
There'd be coconut flour. I've made coconut flour batters before. You can only use a little bit of coconut flour, but it's really strong flavour.
It's got a sweet flavor to it. And on that batter, it was crispy. Oh my god!
Yeah,
it comes up good. And
I think
was from South Africa.
Yes, sorry. I got excited because I remember you cook it in coconut oil too.
Yeah.
It's deep fried in coconut oil.
Yeah, but Walt Disney will hire like chefs from all over the world for specifically what region they're in. So if we're in Africa, there's going to be African cooks, and we went to the safari somewhere in Epcot, and it was wonderful food. Great.
Did you say you worked there at Disneyland, or you lived near there?
I lived near there, and I was a tourist. I was there as a guest.
Yeah.
It was nice. I could have used I was so close I could have used the golf cart to get to Disney. That's how close I was.
Sorry, I'm smoking a bong and it's blocked.
I'll be doing that in about 5 minutes. I'm just finishing up here. Okay, I'm done.
Sigh. He's a busy man. Always something going on in Thailand.
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 Or Thailand.
Thailand. Which country is your blood from?
Saipanese.
Nah. I've been to Saipan.
Philippines.
So did you tell me the real one then? I missed it.
I think both. Philippines.
Oh, it's Philippines. That's I was going to guess Malaysia, Philippine, Indonesian, but that's pretty much naming all of it. South Asia.
Right, they all look the same.
They really don't. Because I was living in Darwin, so we had lots of South Asian people there, and
they all look the same, and they drive crazy.
No, but there were so many of them that you knew the differences. They were a big part of town. I think that was part of the thing after Cyclone Tracy. They were trying to get a lot of the Asian and Chinese businesses out of Darwin. Yeah. But anyway.
Money's on that market right now in China. I'll tell you that. They're booming. The brokers there in China are living like the brokers here. The bankers, I mean.
Yeah.
No different. Screwing their people too with schools. Oh my God. People would save their money to go to. People would save their money to go to school, and they find out the school that they enrolled to is a scam. No different than Nigeria. It's a Nigerian scam type of thing. You know how they do it. Yeah. Same shit. Poor guys. They're from the village. You know what I mean? And they have like a party.
Yeah, I don't know.
Family come in. Their good person's going to school. You know what I mean? They got this mindset of going to school, and like the very thing. They find out they get ripped off twice.
Yeah, and there's always this illusion that all your richness and opportunities all lie in the West, not where you live. It's all in the West. They
get really doubly screwed. Yeah. In a sense.
And over the last few years, I agree, because over the last few years, anyone I've talked to on the internet that's actually from particularly Thailand, Malaysia and Indonesia, Philippines too, and Burma too, but that's another whole fucking kettle of fish. But yeah, all those South Asian countries, they're all getting screwed badly one way or the other. Thailand's just full military, so that's
not only that. There's Thailand.
Yeah, Thailand's just complete military fascist dictatorship. But relatively, for a military fascist dictatorship, he's nice to them now and again, and they'll get really excited about that. And they go, well, he's good. He was going to kill a dozen people, and then he decided not to one day. So he's pretty cool dude.
But like that, the country itself is known for transgender, and they're actually the number one in the world for. They're the ones who started off for transgenderism. To get, most people, when you really want to do like cosmetic surgery, you don't do it here. You actually go overseas. And it's so much easier to pay it off, and it's cheaper. Whether if it's like cosmetics or to get the prescription they want, the third world countries already has that already. So it's corporation. However, it's cheap. What costs you, let's say, for pills that cost you $200, it's like $5. You know what I mean? In another country. But you know, the transgenderism, yeah, this is where you get your lady boys and all that stuff too. So you're thinking these women are really, really beautiful out here in the U.S., but really they got their cosmetic surgery and took them years to actually, you know, change their voice. You know what I mean?
You should see before the surgery and when they wake up.
Holy shit! Yeah.
Makeup, the 2 inches of makeup removed. Just like, wow, you're really playing. And your skin complexion is terrible because it's never seen the sun or rain or wind or water.
Oh yeah, you're right. Because of all the cake.
Yeah, it makes it. That's why they got look pallid kind of complexion. It's unavoidable. That's why they got to whack the makeup straight back on again. They know what they're doing. These petrochemical companies. They're pretty smart.
I don't know if you've noticed that somebody's. I mean, like. Some of the people's skin is I don't know if it is the tanning or whatever, but it could be epidermal. I don't know what it is, but I find that the people who tan or whatever or they wrinkle in a sense. There's a wrinkling effect. I don't know if that's me or if you've noticed that, but you know, I've noticed people who are much younger and are not supposed to.
Yeah, it wrinkles because it. I mean, just imagine. Sorry. It went roboty then. I don't know if I'm talking over the top of you.
That's all right. You went global cop.
Testing.
Mic check.
Hello. Mic check. I'm back again. I was preparing to get cut off then. If I actually got cut off, I've got to press a shitload of buttons. But oh, cool. I came back before it disconnected.
That's a nice song.
The chat and we're away. Hopefully.
Merle's around? I like it when Merle comes on. Perfect time for me. Merle came on yesterday. You remember? Oh, I think he went Robo or Globo on me. I can't hear you, Wobbs. I'm talking to myself again. Wobbs, we can't hear you. We'll just wait. It's probably almost breakfast time over there. Servers are changing. Or when you started puffing, it just messed up the energies around you. Come back again.
Ding dong.
Ding-a-ling, I can hear you.
Oh, good on you, Google. You're getting much more efficient at cutting me off and putting me back on again.
I think it knows when you smoke, it does it to you.
Yeah. So let's spin this hippie out. Oh, hello. We got a wintry forest.
Oh, very nice. Who joined us?
I don't know, but they got the prettiest avatar.
Oh, really? I like pretty avatars. Hang on for 1 second.
Hello,
I think
Wobbly.
it's David Banana.
Hello, Wobbly. Hello.
Oh, my gosh. Hello.
I'd recognize that voice anywhere.
Season's greetings.
Thank you, Mother. Oi,
How you doing, fellas? How you doing?
Good morning.
Good, mate. I'm going great, David.
Yeah, me too, Robs. Another day.
Another day, another morning.
That's a beautiful avatar.
Yeah, another day, another morning, another grey hair. That's what I'm...
Oh, yes. Another one. Let me pluck it.
Yeah, it's lovely. I was searching for some like snowy seasonal kind of gifts, and yeah, there's loads of them on there. You can see some really beautiful things, really nice. I thought I'd go for that kind of sun coming through the winter's day in the trees. I love that. I do love
me
that.
too.
If I could
that's all of. Yeah, I got hundreds of photos of forest around here of the sun through the trees. You know. Over and over again.
Amazing one, because all the rays they split up, don't they? You can see the light in the rays. Is,
and I like the way the pools of light form elsewhere. You know, outside the obvious rays, the directional rays. So you get these pools of light that light forest in different ways. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair. I like the sun and I like forests. I've always liked forests. I've always been into like going to the woods. My mum used to take us down the woods. Me and my brother, when we were young, we used to mess about. It's just causing trouble.
In fact, there's people in the high country down south that celebrate Christmas in winter in June. And actually, July it is, because that's when there's always a good snow on the ground by July, and all the trees look like that. And it's like, fuck it, why are we celebrating that? When it looks so beautiful, it's perfect. You know, they got candles and all the trees have got ice on them anyway. And, you know, it's just beautiful. Man. Otherwise, we're sweating our rings out trying to roast a ham and a turkey. When it's fucking 100 in the shade outside.
Do you know what, Wobbs? Over here in the UK, we haven't had proper like snow winter. I can't even remember for how long. You know. I remember when I was a child. On Christmas Day, I used to come out. It was a foot of snow
every day, every Christmas. Yeah.
On Christmas, yes, on Christmas. But I haven't seen a drop of snow for at least 10, 15 years. I think.
Maybe that's because everyone started thinking Christmas is all about shopping and getting drunk and fighting with your relatives.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I am Jesus. Don't forget Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Especially the last bit, arguing with your family. That's what I seem to do lately. As soon as they see me, they're like, oh, God, it's Flat Earth. It's Uncle Flat Earth Dave, or...
That's what I was saying to Phil earlier.
That's okay.
I was saying Santa can suck it this year. All Santa brings, from my memory, is watching my family try to rip each other apart and beat each other at who's got the best job and bought the best presents for Mum this year.
Yeah.
And they're all trying to outshow each other and rip each other to bits. And they would get into fisticuffs, you know, crazy and blokes. And my brother would be punching a hole in the wall and just killing Christmas. Everybody's got the shits. Everyone's going home. 20 people are just fucking super pissed off at everybody. Yeah.
It can get kind of hectic, Wobbs, on Christmas.
Yeah, fuck you, Santa. Don't come back next year.
I know.
I mean, me and my brother, we're not really in competition like that, but me, my stepbrother, and me and my half brother, yes, we are, and we always have been. We always have been since little kids. But I've got a real brother as well, but we ain't like that. It's really bizarre. It's really strange. But as I say, I ain't seen any snow on Christmas Day for absolutely years. So I remember my dad bought us skateboards, and remember the helmets and the elbow pads and the knee pads. He bought us all them, and we couldn't go out on Christmas Day because there was a foot of snow outside. We had to wait till it all melted. It's really changed. It seems like the seasons have shifted forward 2 months.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same for you.
Yes.
I've spent a bit of time down south in the cold country. I always really liked high altitude, so it's always cooler. Even up here, in northern tropical Cairns, if you go just 100 k's inland, it goes 2 kilometers altitude, goes up to a tableland, and the temperature drops to about 10 degrees, 15 degrees in winter. That's Celsius, so it's just, it gets cold, it frosts and even snows, you know, it sleets there often and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Say that again, Wobbs. You walk inland 10 kilometres and it rises up 2 kilometres.
100 kilometres, which is, what's that, 80 mile?
Oh, yeah, right, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a plateau, and it's 2,000 metres altitude above where we are, which is roughly sea level. Yeah.
You know the normal physics of heat rises, correct?
Yeah, the thermal mass shit that goes on when you got a plateau and ranges in front of it like we do. It's fucking amazing. I wish, if it was daytime, I could just show you a picture. I'd shut the camera out the window and show you.
If heat rises, does that really prove upside down? Down under?
Wow. Well, that's a thought.
That's a good question.
Why doesn't it roll across the land and end up in England and melt their snow?
Yeah.
Like if it was actually a ceiling? Are we really upside down, right side up?
Yeah. So when the sun's... Hey, oh, wow. I just had a thought. But if the sun's on the other side of the globe and it's really hot here still because of the thermal mass in the land, isn't all that heat going to roll off and go up and have a huge effect on the weather because it'll be this hot air coming in at the edges of dawn and dusk? It should be raw hot air from the Australian desert.
But if it doesn't roll up, Wobbles, it means that
the African desert.
That means everything is upside down.
Sorry, there's 3 continents.
That's okay. That's all right.
Yeah.
If it doesn't roll up, that means we're completely upside down, downside up. Yeah. I mean, the reality is
we're all upside down.
Yeah, and then
we're all upside down. The people that live on the other side of Earth think we're upside down.
I think that's a very interesting question. How does heat rise in Australia?
Cooling air rises anyway. Cooling air.
According to being on a...
Sorry.
You need
to being on a sphere.
I'll back up a little bit. I'm chewing.
I just get excited and I was also reading out chat because Eon Addon said cooling air rises, which it does. You get capillary action. It works the same. It just pockets of warm air make a whole mass of cool air move up. It just happens. It's a low. It's a low pressure system. It's a low pressure system.
Right. Yeah.
It's a micro low or a large low. They're all the same.
So
I always got the idea. That the hot air would rise up through the cold air, like it pushes it up because it's more denser, right?
Yeah, that's what's happening, mate. But it's just inverse thermal dynamics. It's if there's hot air going one way, cold air's got to go the other way. So whatever the hot air's doing, cold air's going the other way.
Here's what's so upside down. Here's what's so upside down with the natural physics. If hot air really rises up, our floor is thermal and our sky is cold. So is it really the sky is really our sky our ground and really the ground our ceiling in a sense? Because then all over like just the surface part predominantly of the atmosphere is actually negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, it's predominantly more colder up there, which is an upside down physics to me. So again, even though
he's trying to figure out how hot air is rising in Australia,
because our ice cap should actually melt. You know what I mean? Not cool. Not the mountain. The mountains shouldn't cool off. It should melt. Because if heat were really to rise, but who knows? I mean, that's up.
Hey, can you come and explain that? Hot one, explain that to me.
I think Wobbles is doing something.
Yeah, he's doing something.
There it is, Wobbles.
He's something out there.
Sorry.
There's the fields. There's your toilet bowl flush right there. And there is your discharge. Interesting. Wobbles, I see a discharge on your blueprint. Is that a discharge?
Yeah, there's discharges going all over the place.
Excellent. Okay.
It's hard to fit it all in. It's like
no, I get
That's a toroid, right?
I get it. It's a tortoise field.
Yeah.
It's a tortoise field. It's a tortoise field.
Yeah, it's a
Can you hear me? Can
Yes,
you
we
hear
can
me
hear you.
all right?
Loud and
Can
clear.
you see me pretty? Can you see my toilet roll picture?
See your toilet roll.
Yep.
No, it's a tortoise. It's a magnetic tortoise field.
Tortoise.
You got to have your magnetic tortoise in the middle to make it happen.
He's got the poop chute.
Yep.
All right.
That's it.
Right,
So you
okay,
got-
what are we looking at?
Oh shit! I just spilled my mobile.
Centrifugal. I can read centrifugal, shell.
Correct. With the magnetic dielectric spatial conversions right in the middle.
Plane, is that plane of inertia? Was that yeah, plane of inertia.
Sorry, I just had a minor crisis. So spilled my mobile. It's all right. I've saved. Yes. So yeah, I can see. Yeah, it's hard for me to see what you're reading because it's not coming up. I'm not presenting for some reason on Hangout screen. It's just stuck on Dave.
Right, I'm on. I was on YouTube, so it keeps changing on YouTube. When you talk, it goes on.
Okay, on the watch page, it does come on.
Yeah, I was on the watch page. No, I'm on this
I
page
can
now.
see it now. Right, but it keeps refocusing. I think it's fucking around. Oh, that's earlier when I'm watching earlier when I was moving. There we go. Okay, I can see it now.
Are you a Globo cop?
So, Robs, are we in that tiny bit in the middle? Is that us right in the middle of that, of the toroid where it spins out into the centre there, the plane of inertia? Is that where we are?
Yeah, there. That's you are here.
Right, guys.
So this is the North Pole, and this so this part is centrifugal, like a drain going down under your shower, and all this outer part is centripetal, which means it's going outwards, like a shower head, you know, like the water spraying out of a shower or a sprinkler or a hose or something. So, and that is your sky, basically, and it's basically water, but it's different kind of water, but it's still water. And whatever form you want to call ice, snow, they're just some of the forms of water. Yeah. This is the entire sky ether is water, but because this part is dense, this is your ocean, obviously.
Can we elaborate your diagram to the audience that this is not the shape of the Earth, other than everything is the construct of magnetic waves and everything else?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, good point. Yeah, good point. Because I just want to point out that this is a energy model of Earth.
Good.
But all it is the magnetic toroid.
Yeah.
So that is the model. It's because it's the model of everything in the universe.
Don't get
so
confused.
by default.
Thank you.
That isn't the shape of the Earth. There is a flat plane going through that.
Yeah, well, this part is the mass. This is the mass model of Earth.
No worries, mate. Good morning, Wade. Yeah, I've seen
Good morning, Wade.
I've seen similar kind of drawings to that. Rob's.
Yeah.
Wade. Flat plane in the middle and the spherical.
Hey, Ken L just asked, is that Jazzaconda? I've had that a few times. If Jazzaconda came up with a model like this, I would absolutely shit my pants.
He sees that and he's like, yeah, that's a globe.
Then I'll know that we've saved the world. That's cute, Ken. Yeah, I don't even take offense to that. That's cute. That's funny.
Excellent.
Yeah. So so this is the mass model, is basically this strip, because that's the horizon. The horizon is always going to be the center of the field. That's how you get a horizon. That's why it's flat. That's why it's 180 degrees, because it's only ever going to be 180 degrees in the middle of this sphere. And obviously this centrifugal toroid is the other way. So this is negative energy feeding into the middle here. And this is positive energy feeding into the middle here. And negative energy flows out, right? It toroids out, it spins out, everything's a spiral. So it flows out, and you can see, I think if you look real close, I've got tiny little arrows there to kind of, but it's really just chicken scratches. But anyway, so this energy is going to go all the way to the other toroid. It has to, wants to, will do. And even though we always mark a north and a south to any magnetic field, there's no such thing as magnetic attraction, which is one of the most difficult things that I found to wrap my head around at first.
So what's attracting the two magnets together then?
You've got if it's attracting two magnets.
I'm not going against anything you say, Wobbs. I'm just asking a question.
No, yeah, that's just basic.
What's that force between the two magnets? That pull? Yeah,
so the basic force of magnetism is when you've got two of these spheres, the other one's here underneath it, and it's got its north pole here, and this magnetic field's got its south pole there. So it's going to be attracted here, and it becomes a single magnet.
Right.
Yeah. It becomes a single magnetic field, because forget about, a magnet really is the field. It's got nothing to do with the host, which is going to be a lump of metal. That's just a charged lump of metal. It's just using the potential value of a lump of iron to hold an electrical charge, which means holding a magnetic field. A battery, anything is a magnetic field. Anything electrical is, anything is capacitance.
So the object itself is like almost a container of the field. It's like almost like a container.
Yeah, that's what Dollard kept telling us. He said, forget about magnets. And the other guy, the Coral Castle guy, he said, forget about magnets, referring to the object. They're just the host lump of metal. It's not the important bit. Any of it's got a field. Everything has a field. It's just something with a full magnetic field.
Very interesting.
And you know what? This is the atom.
Yeah,
and there's no mass to it. Yeah, there's no mass to it unless there's mass present, and then it will accrete to the plane of inertia always. It's got no other choice.
Yeah, 99.9% empty space, right?
Yeah, well, that's because you know what? Space is counter space. It's this point, and as well as being this point, which isn't a point, it's a zone. It can be any fucking size it likes. The smaller it is, the more powerful it is. That's another thing about magnetism. The smaller it is, the smaller an object is, the more potential it carries.
Okay.
The smaller a field is, the more power it carries, and the smaller origin of the light of illumination that provides something that's generating light energy. The illumination will always be much brighter from the smallest source.
Wobbs, that's brilliant. Wobbs, could you do a more detailed diagram of this with the writing so we can all understand it? Let's do it.
You know, I've sworn to only ever do my models on the back of envelopes. Otherwise, people make me depend on the model. They can't depend the model because I did it while I was drunk.
I would like to see this in more detail. To be honest with you, I've got a really good idea of what you're saying, but
you know, it's this model itself, not my explanations, which Ken Wheeler wouldn't agree with. A lot of my interpretations of his work. This is his model.
Yeah, but we've seen this model loads of times. The flat plane, the toroid coming out the top and the bottom. We've seen it. It's been around for a bloody long time, but no one's really kind of explained it all. You know what's really going on.
Right. You know. And the thing is that I see it because I live on a plane. unlike Kenny, who's on a spinning ball of mud and space, I see it this way, yeah. And yeah, he says I get it wrong all the time, but now and again, he encourages me in some way, some ungenerous way. Like, that's how he is. Yeah, now and again, every year or so, a couple of years.
Yeah, he's
been watching him for 5 years. And I was talking to, I was watching John Hutchinson for years before that.
Yeah, me too, Robs. Me too.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we're out of the 9/11 stuff. So yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Until he lost. Sorry, I was just going to add, he lost the plot in the end and reversed everything he ever said about 9/11. He went with the mainstream story. Yeah, I just wanted to add that straight away.
He probably had to, didn't he? Robs?
Yeah.
Because
what
was her name?
Yeah,
what was her name? Doctor that said about the energy weapons. The lady.
Yeah, well,
Judith Wood.
She was kind of directing people back to Hutchison, wasn't she? Saying it's kind of like Hutchison technology.
Yeah,
Judy Wood, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it all kind of stems from that.
She was telling the truth mostly, but like Alex Jones, she was a plant. Judy Wood was. And John wasn't really, but he's MK Ultra trained and all that. That's why he's got that bipolar. He's got that woman that he becomes. So
what?
So that meant I knew he'd always be psychologically edgy, but when he flipped, it still gutted me. But people told me that I expected too much from him, because I was on a first name chatty basis with him.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, really cool. I mean, the first time I've watched these experiments, they blew my mind. I don't know about you, Rob. I watched that the first time with the cannonball and all the stuff melting into each other and not causing fires and just paper melting into metal and things like this.
I got a 300 video playlist of his experiments.
Yeah. I had them all, mate. I had them all. I was really into the Hutchison effect for a long, long time because to me, it's levitation right in front of the eyes. That's levitation. Levitating the cannonball up in the air and it keeps going up. What's going on here?
Yeah. And then I heard about Dollard after that and had a chat to him, and then pretty soon met Ken. I think that was about 4 years ago. Well, not met him, but started listening to him. His lectures, his early stuff's really different. Not that different, but he's still talking about magnetism, but he's a completely different looking person now when he's early videos. He's got kind of nerdy looking skinny guy.
Really interesting. I mean, I got told the other day that Hutchison and all them videos were fake. And it's like, how do you fake it?
The thing was that there was experiments that were just done with other people, and the other people either fudged deliberately or who knows, they fudged the figures for times and amplitudes and that, which didn't really affect the fact that on video that it wasn't bodged on video. The thing fucking moved, but they tore it apart because the data was wrong.
Well, that video looked legit to me the first time I see it all those years back. I mean,
yeah, man, I could watch it now, and if you watch, and I've seen 3 different reels of the same experiment. He called it all back in. He wanted all the samples and all the experiments back in before he lost the plot. And so I got to compare an hour and a half experiment. 3 different people was filming it. The one with the one with the plastic boat in the aluminium, man. There was 3 people working on that, and they were bigwigs, scientists from Germany and Japan.
How did you think? Remember the Philadelphia experiment way back?
Yeah, well, that's what it was. It was a copy of the Philadelphia experiment. You put a toy naval boat in a fucking tray of water with aluminium in it to conduct the field. Yeah. And it fucking did all sorts of shit. It jumped and Jerry, you couldn't fake it what it was doing because it's
that's right. That's right. When I see the Hutchison and the paper going into the metal, that's what I thought of, was a Philadelphia experiment. I thought, hang on, what's going on here? What is he doing?
I ripped that apart, man. I poured over everything to see how real it was, and because I wanted to know what the effects were. And when he finally started getting samples back, and he's just looking at the samples and he's cutting a few in half to show that it's got different materials that were created there.
Yeah.
Or a piece of wood has suddenly appeared inside a metal bar.
Oh,
you can't fucking shoot that, man. You can't do that. You can't cast metal around wood.
Can't fake it, can you? You can't fake that. You know,
and I've seen, I've still got a link to the official scientific stats for the metallurgy for all those samples. Before he got back, they all got tested by the American College. It was some fucking Cali, mate.
I will always go by the first video I saw of him all those years ago, and it looks real to me. People can come along afterwards.
Yeah.
People can come along afterwards and say, "Nah, that's bullshit. That's fake."
Yeah.
No, it's not what I see.
Yeah.
When I see it first time, you know, when it's been on the internet probably a couple of weeks or whatever, you know, and then I watched it. It looked bloody real to me with John Hutchison doing these experiments. How did he levitate a cannonball in front of the camera? You know, without. You can't do it. You know, it would be too obvious it's fake in CGI or whatever. How do you fake, like what we were just saying, metal wrapping itself around paper without the paper burning? How do you do that?
That was the early one you're referring to there, with the early pictures that had the yogurt upside down and the huge metal spherical ball. Rising, spinning, and the wrench, the plumber wrench. They were early, and they were done on the American base.
Yeah, brilliant.
Canadian naval base, man. It was Canadian naval base.
The properties of metal under this condition, it goes like putty, Bobs, doesn't it? It can almost go like it looks like soft. You can poke your finger through it, almost.
Yeah.
I mean, if you check out, there's one where he's got like an aluminium bar, and it's twisting and like doing all this weird stuff, and then it cracks. It looks like putty to me. It looks like you can, you know, mold it almost.
I'm actually pretty sure I'd get a strike if I showed him videos now.
Yeah, no, you will.
3 years ago, he would have loved it.
Yeah, no, you will, Wobbs. I've got one for showing. I've got three strikes. I've got 3 strikes for showing. Funny thing happened on the way.
Triple strike.
Good morning, Pete.
Good morning, David. Wobbly.
I mistyped it the first time. Hello, Pete. Hello. Hello, Pete. How you going, brother? Hello. Look at my pen. Hey.
I'm smelling the coffee.
I go coffee now.
Coffee in there.
Yeah, that's awesome, Wobbs. It really is. I like that. But it's kind of like I remember Pete one of the first times I watched Pete. He was talking about a spherical star-like system around us, and that was way back on Fed. And it kind of looks a bit like that, doesn't it?
It's a mesh network, really. The centripetal part of it, the outward part, is enmeshing dielectric flow, which means enmeshing negative energy going one way and positive the other. Always one next to the other, separated by counter space. Sorry, that's what I meant to get to before, but I got excited. This is counter space here. This is what space is. This is where NASA stole their fucking stupid idea from. It's in there, but it's also between every single line of energy, and he shows these lines with the viewer, magnetic viewer, between every line. So this one will be positive and the one next to it will be negative, and between those two is counter space as well. And people say, oh, well, where does counter space come from? And say, well, when you have a magnetic field, it creates counter space. And they say, well, what's there before? Like, well, fucking nothing. If you got no field, you got no ether, so you got nothing. And that's what counter space is. It's the definition of nothing. and people say, right, so what's the source of all this energy? And you go, nothing.
Are you telling me the Big Bang come from nothing, and then it's expanding into nothing, and then the big void.
The Big Bang's a maniac's idea, but that's not it, you know. But it's an idea from it. That's like this energy.
It is the idea. That's the idea, Rod. If you turn this facing towards us with a toroid facing towards us or to the side, so they were going outwards. That's the visual that they would give you for the Big Bang, basically. That. Yeah.
It's not a Big Bang because the Big Bang goes from a point out. Nature doesn't.
Oh, I don't believe in the Big Bang whatsoever.
Oh yeah, I know that, but yeah, but the comparison of a bang going out, because remember this is all going into there, and this toroid is feeding into there. It's only this energy, the centripetal on the outside, that's going outwards. And the only reason it's going outwards is because it's negative and it wants to get there, or it's positive and it has to get there. Right. And that's the nature of magnetism, is that different things have different fields and they react different ways to a magnetic field.
Hmm.
You know, the different elements, particularly in metals.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was talking my head off.
Is that a PS controller? I read one.
Yeah. But I started playing. It's all dusty because I started playing World of Tanks. I was like, fuck it. I'm over about PlayStation. I used to play Battlefield on it heaps. That's just general crap.
Yeah, I was a Battlefield guy too.
Yeah, but they killed it. EA kills every game it touches. It counts.
I played it on the PC, but not on the PlayStation though.
Yeah, I did both. I did Battlefield 2 on PC, and then I did Battlefield 3 on the PlayStation. But PlayStation's just such a pain in the ass, chinky fucking thing to own. I've got a PC, but it's not a gaming PC. It's a typewriter.
I actually came on when it first came out was Battlefield, and then Battlefield 2, and then changed to Typhoon, from Typhoon to another something else. I don't know. Then it went to like 80 people, then to 500 people, to 1,000 people, whole friggin' maps.
Yeah. You know, Battlefield 4 flopped completely, and now Battlefield 5, they pulled the patch that was going to fix it.
I wasn't a tribe for a long time. I was stuck in that dimension.
Yeah. Kill them all.
If you remember the acronyms, AOD, SFR, LODs, you see those alphabet letters.
Yeah.
UAV. Yeah, UAV.
UAVs, LAVs, NCRs, AM.
AMs. Oh, I remember the AMs.
AMs.
Do you remember SFRs?
Well, the F-18s.
Do you remember the SFR?
The SFR, what's that?
That's a tribe. No, they were a tribe inside Battlefield. Those are the ones that the AODs, all those alphabet names. Those were the tribes.
I remember the WFN. You know what that means?
Maybe.
We're fucked now. When your helicopter's falling out of the sky or something, your tank's just driven into 10 tanks. Fuck, we're fucked.
Oh, but it was the special effects, the Chinooks and everything was so interesting.
Hello, Jimbo. Sorry. Hello, Jimbo. Welcome to the chat. Oh,
Jimbo's not here.
What about the WUSS? We're up shit street.
No. I'm pretty sure they've been around.
We're up shit street, yeah. Up shit creek with that paddle.
Yeah, we're up shit without a paddle.
If anybody wants more, that's a good.
Sometimes it can take 5 minutes to crash, you know, or fall out of the sky, or your tank falls off a building or something. You know, it takes fucking ages to happen.
It's when you know the Koreans are dipping in the servers.
Yeah.
That's when it slows everything down.
Yeah, silly old game, but it used to be wonderful. It was an Australian starter, actually.
I kind of find out why we're not like, we're all regionalized as far as like where eBay is at and also YouTube is at. It has to be the server, because I've noticed that when we're on Battlefield 2 and Korea would jump in on a certain time zone, everything gets so slow. So I'm sure maybe that's probably the reason why everything got compartmentalized in region.
Yeah, dilly gaff.
Yeah.
Only plain said. Jimbo would like to eat rectify.
Jimbo.
Morning, Jimbo.
Morning, polite on up.
Yeah. So yeah, I missed the feed-ins. I thought I'd come on and have a chat. So I'm sure I had a massive argument with him about 3 years ago, but I couldn't remember. I was like, oh, this is probably over it too. Check my email. Oh, I've got a meme. I always do that. I say, oh, just give me an email, and I don't take my email.
Wobbly Boost at Gmail.
I'm a terrible friend.
Wobbly Boost at Gmail.
My name's at gmail.com.
That's it.
That's just so hackable, isn't it? I should send you a photo of me. I can take one now, can't I?
I'm reading Kay's comment. Shrimp on the pizza. WTF. Wobbles. only
he had to put David Banner's head on. I mean, no, Eric Banner. Eric Banana.
That's what I want to see fight for. I want one of those. Do you remember the old 70s Hulk, Robs? At the end of it, you used to get half the Hulk face and half the Banner face. I want one of those, like in one of those, in those like little avatars that he does for everyone.
Oh, there's lots of pictures in there.
No, I want one when he, big making them for people. I want one in like a version of that, but half Banner, half Hulk.
No, I was just saying, Hyena sent me a heap of image files. Are they meme? Everyone's memes, are they? Trying to see which one's mean. Let's wait till he hears that. Then he can answer me. So call out across the ether. I don't know. It gave me a list of image files. Not sure why. Let me try again. I have to go to Google Pics to get the link. 1 second. La 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 la. La, 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 la. Sings the song, you've got a guitar, man. Wow, that's somebody's killing a chicken.
You bring me up, bring me this, brings me down, feeling sweet, makes me move like a freak. Mr. Saxo beat makes me this, so be. Sat in the wrong position. Chin. It's better.
Hey.
Yo.
Is Gerard still flat Earth?
Who?
Gerard.
He's teasing me and he's being a div. Didn't you see me corner him? I was cornering him over and over last night. It was so funny.
Right. Oh, he's just on the wind up then, right?
Yeah, he's being a div.
Oh, right, okay. No, it's some of the questions that he was asking you, Pete, seemed like global questions.
Yeah, because he was getting asked them by his divvy mate, Chris Babylon.
Right, okay.
And I kept cornering him over and over. It was ever so funny. When he pauses up, you can hear us all giggling. And if he admits that he's stationary, then he's got to admit there's a fact in the Bible. And he did last night. He eventually gave up on it. He went, all right then, I am stationary. He said, there's one fact in that book. He said there was none.
Yeah, I listened to most of it, but I was just like, you on a wind up or is he real? But I didn't know if that guy was there with him or just on the phone or on the internet or whatever.
Being a div. Then he was arguing about the equator of the Earth. It was so funny.
Alright. Yeah, so I managed to put the link to that meme in the side chat.
I got to the point where you was trying to get him to admit that he's not moving, that you're not spinning. I kind of missed it after that. And he just wouldn't admit it, would he?
Yeah, because he didn't want me to be right.
No, he didn't.
So I know what to do. I'll get a photo of me, or maybe I should use my mate because he's fucking pretty impressive looking. Like from Florida.
You remind me of when you're going on like that because you got the banter's so good. You remind me of Derek and Clive from ages ago.
Mm-hmm.
Dudley Moore, Peter Cook. When them two used to get drunk and they used to some of the stuff he used to come. It's like you two are brilliant together, like comedy act.
He knows he can get to me now to twit.
Yeah, but you can tell when he's trying to do it, Pete. Because I'm sitting here thinking, Pete, don't fight for him, Pete, because that's what he wants. He wants you to fight. And sometimes you just can't help it, can you? Because I would, if I was in that situation, I would have to say something. You
got to admit, though, I did brutalise him in the numpty servers.
Alright, so Hyena, I sent you a picture of me if you wanted to put my photo in there. If it's easy. Yeah. And if you want that, obviously. Autopilot's here. Hey, where's the fuel go?
I still haven't sung it yet. I should have done that by now. That's going in the next one. Hey, where's the fuel go? I don't think you know. I know it's hard to swallow that the wings are empty and hollow.
It's bitching hour. It must be bitching hour.
There must be what in there?
It must be bitching hour.
Oh.
You know, as in like a play on words for witching hour.
Good morning, Jazaconda.
Yeah, Si's so nice, isn't he? We all put shit on you. Good morning, troll.
I love wobbles. Straight to the point.
Oh, does Jazz want to come up?
Oh, I got to see it.
Yeah, we want to let him till you're around, Pete.
No, I'm doing it to be nice because I don't want him to think that he's like my friend or anything.
He might fly up to Cairns in his helicopter. Come and meet us, Rod.
Yeah, show me where the fuel goes. I don't think he will.
You can start saying that to Jazz.
I know it's a bit hard to swallow these flat earthers you follow. Stop it, Trevor. You're a fucking troll. Terrible.
I'm putting that line in the song, I am.
You are so allowed. You have open rights to anything I've ever written or filmed or sang, said. It's everything in it.
The truth is hard to swallow, depending on which flat earther you follow.
If it's hard to swallow, if it be flat earth or hollow.
Hello.
Oh, David, Jazz Conder's in the chat, mate.
Oh, really? I can't even do that. Right, mate, yeah.
Bloody hell.
Essex backing boys.
He thinks he's a fucking helicopter pilot, David. He told me he's got a license, but he won't show us it.
Credentials, Jazz.
Essex.
Jazz, have you got your pilot's license today? He just wants to get on to wind our wobbly up. That's all he wants, David. He wants to cause fucking trouble, he does. Oh yes, Jazz Conda, I see your evil glowy plan. Because you know our Trevor can't handle your bullshit for more than 30 seconds, don't you? It's like a tap that you just go, nah.
You won't see me for dust.
Wobbly ain't got the same patience I've got, mate.
I won my last argument by 80 yards. Like never stood a chance. No, I haven't got the stamina for an argument tonight. I think I got it all out on Bob the other day, so I'm good. I'm good for a while. And I had a good outpouring with Jimbo today. The geometry of flat Earth.
It's all good, Wobbs.
Yeah.
It's Thursday morning, David. And Jazz Conda's got that fucking look in his eye, hasn't he? You know, when he comes on and he's telling a story and Wobbly finds it fucking boring. And he's thinking of something else to say instead of answering the question, isn't he, Wobbly? And then we go along with him, and then he drops it, the bastard. And he tries to humiliate us in front of our friends, Wobbly.
Yeah, see, I don't want to talk about that anymore.
Then Wobbly gets in that voice when you know he's been annoyed, and he says something like, "Yeah, Jazz Conda, shove your fucking jet fuel up your ass, mate." Then Jazz, you get all grumpy, and you have to go for a cigarette. to think about something else to lie about, don't you?
Yeah, you need your new helicopter photo.
You see, Jazz, my fingertips are holding onto the cracks in the Globe Air foundations. And I already know it's gone, but I just can't let go of you, Jazz. But Wobbly gets really pissed off when you come on the panel, mate. So, Wobbly said, fuck off, mate. He said, fucking do one, jog on.
I like that picture, David.
Well, that bit was bang on. It sounded like a proper Essex.
Yeah, he's nailing it, actually.
Jazz, when are you going to stop beating this dead horse, mate? It's over. It's done. Doing it a single proof.
Jazz Condoleezza Rice.
I'm on a plane. Oh, I'm on a helicopter.
Yeah, Dave, I thought I'd go seasonal with my avatar. The snow and sun.
It's very pretty.
Very
well,
common.
I was saying to Bobs earlier, I haven't seen snow on a Christmas, like, you know, a foot of snow like we used to for years. But we always seem to get snow now in like February or something like that. It's like a couple of months.
Another while. Except I haven't seen one since I was
Wait, and $1 short like everything else.
Yeah. Jazz has so much imaginary proof. Maybe it's all in his numpy. You reckon the flat horse is dead? Flat Earth is over. The apocalypse is arrived. It's died. No one's even allowed to think about it.
I didn't know Jazz was related to Condoleezza Rice.
It's Michelle Obama and Condoleezza Rice. It's Michelle Obama and Condoleezza Rice's love child. That's Jazz Conda.
You know what though? To be honest, I've got more respect though for Jazz because he's stuck to his guns from the start. He hasn't veered off like a Skyflyer or someone like that. He's stuck where his position where he has always been the same. Someone like Sky who's pretending to be a flat earther but was a baller.
He handles better than Zern drinking. You know what I mean? He doesn't have these like swings and stuff like that. He's consistent. If he's drunk, he'll pass out.
Yeah, and you've got to give that to him. He has been consistent on his view. Like, it's completely opposite to ours, but he's stuck to it. He hasn't veered off, he hasn't changed. Or...
Not going to happen, Jazz. Go away. I don't feel like arguing tonight.
Jazunaki.
He didn't call us any names.
Jazunaki. I'm trying to think of a nice way to say it. I'm just completely out of your shit.
Come on, Jazz. You can take my place. I've got to go soon, mate.
He just needs 30 seconds, David. 30 seconds to jizz all over Wobbly.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd last longer than that.
30 seconds, David.
Jazanaki.
Yeah, fly to Poncho's and go live in your helicopter, man. You'll be there in no time. Be there for lunch.
You should be able to show us the curvature and how you're upside down now. Make sure you got a 24-hour cam, and as you fly upwards, Jazz, you should be able to show us changing position, shouldn't you? From upside down to the right way up.
You could show us flying your helicopter. Mm. The helicopter that lives in your numpty. I'm not worried about anything, Jazz. It's not nutty shit. I wish you'd get away. Again.
I'm not worried.
I'm not worried. It's like it's a big fucking.
I'm just not letting.
Challenge.
I'm not letting you get to my Trevor.
Oh.
That's my Trevor. It's worth a lot.
Do you hear me, Jazz? Not getting near my Trevor. Not ever.
Jazz, don't make him go full Essex on you. You won't like it.
God.
Don't let me push that lever, because I'll protect Trevor.
Hate going full Essex. Full Essex.
The way I said, you know, if you don't want to, if you wouldn't want to talk to somebody in real life, what's the difference on the internet? You know? If you don't want to talk to someone, I can talk. It's pretty simple.
He said, what is the difference if you don't want to talk to him or you don't want to talk to him on the internet?
I mean, on the internet, you can't just walk away because they're there and it's the internet. So just don't talk to them. It's that easy.
Jazz is going to debate you. He's a fan of Bobbles.
Yeah, he loved Bob. I saw that.
Yeah,
He reckons he's a real engineer.
He's been around.
Yeah, he's hot for Bob.
Jazz knows it's flat. Jazz knows it's flat. Who knows?
It's flat. It's flat. How about that?
I was looking at the crazy architecture and like old ancient buildings out in Sri Lanka yesterday. It was,
yeah, mate, it's fascinating.
There's like a huge mesa in Sri Lanka. It looks like one of them old trees that it's been chopped off or whatever, and they built structures on top of it, and behind it looks like a pyramid that's been covered up with trees and mud and stuff. Really interesting. I was asked 5 to look into it. But it's just amazing how they got all the granite up there. They excavated like it looks like a big pool of water right at the low, but it's all in granite, and there are bricks, normal kind of bricks up there, but you can see it's all been done in stages and through different times or whatever. Yeah, how did they get that granite? How did they carve it out up there? This thing's 600 feet tall, I think, or something like that. Because back then, the guy was saying there's no stairs to get up to the top, but they must have got up there somehow. We just saying figuring it out. But yeah, really interesting. Sigarayo, I think it's called. I'll take a look.
In Sri Lanka, there's a giant titan over there as well. It's called Lion's Rock. I presented that the other night. It was very interesting. The way it looked like, I mean, they got the word Lion's Rock, but if you Google image it, you have a whole different expression of what it looks like on a topographical view. I mean, I'm in my car right now. I definitely want to present it to you, but it's a very interesting.
Damn it, Alan Partridge is on Flat Smackers Live.
Alan Partridge.
Yeah, he looks identical to him. I just switched over. I've got it running in the background. I just switched over to have a look, and there's Horry in like a Deadpool mask, a pink Deadpool mask, talking to Alan Partridge. It's quite surreal.
Aha!
Do you know who Alan Partridge is? Right.
No, I don't.
No. You'd have to look. He's a comedian. plays a part, and he's hilarious, absolutely hilarious.
I love.
Well, he used to be.
I'll Google him.
Yeah, Alan Partridge. There's loads of little skits and things on YouTube. You'll get a good drift of like who he is and his comedy.
Cool.
I was looking for something. That's what it was. Oh yeah, the Sri Lanka.
Sri
Yeah,
Lanka.
Sigiriya. Yeah,
Look
it's
for
called
like-
Sigiriya. Sigiriya Ravana's Palace. It's called.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, Sigiriya Ravana's.
that?
It's like this. Sigiriya.
Sigiriya. Okay.
Yeah, Sigiriya, and it's Ravana's palace. But it's got some really interesting sculptures. I mean, right at the base of this thing, there's like 2 massive lion's feet, some steps going through. But
all right,
this line would have been massive. It would have been like near reach to the top of this thing.
So they call it Lion's Rock, but now here's the deal. I think we're talking one of the same. When you look at the lion's feet, it's not a lion's feet. Look at it again. Look at Google. If you Google image, go out of YouTube and Google image.
So what is it then? Sorry?
Look at it again. I'm not going to say anything. I want you guys to look at it.
It's a phoenix.
It's got 3.
Yes, 3 claws. Where do you see a mammal that has 3 claws?
Phoenix.
Are you saying that's a bird?
It could be. That's one.
Okay.
What am I looking
Lizard?
at?
It looks more like lizard feet.
A lizard?
That's right, a lizard.
That's what it looks like to me. It looks
Reptilian.
like an anaconda or something.
Yeah,
They always
Anaconda.
mix up the.
That's Jack.
Yeah, like an anaconda. Yeah.
They always mix up the bird and the lizard.
Oh yeah, this thing here is built on top of, I think, one of them old chopped down trees, and they've somehow built on top of it somehow. But there's granite. They've got granite up there somehow, and all other. There's marble up there, granite up there.
I don't think the granite's so hard to mess with like everybody thinks.
Now there's an old history to that with the Lion's Rock, and there's like a pool of water you've mentioned. In the Lion's Feet, there is an entrance of many generations because you could see the different masonry in there. But most of the stories and what's related to other places in other regions is that it was a place of worship. It was a worship of Titans, and actually people were sacrificed in there. So either they were eaten by the Titans or whatever. That was a form of ritual back then, and that was the story, and those the reasons why there's staircases, and it not leads to the top, but it leads to a bottomless pool of water that's in that cavern. So they say that there's a giant something that lives in there. We don't know.
Okay, very cool. And what's interesting as well, is the pyramid at the back there, covered up in trees, and it looks like a pyramid to me. I don't know about you, but
yeah, we're dealing with advanced ancestries. So many civilizations.
Maybe it's a big ass thing in the water, an octopus.
Could be. Something big is there to be. They use that as a ritual to be eaten.
I think it's amazing. I think it really is. When you see people actually get to the top and they've got their cameras and they're looking around the place, and it is mind blowing. It's phenomenal.
This is a great story for Jimbo's collage of Rock Titty Mountains. I mean, Rock Titty. Mountains.
I mean, this place must have looked unbelievable when it was finished. I mean, there are pictures of it, like people finished with the wall going around it, and almost looks like it builds up to a pyramid. Oh, mate,
one day I'm gonna have to take you boys on a titty tour, a petrified titty tour.
Thank you.
I'll show you the stratifications, these that are characteristic to these breasts.
And unicorn.
And unicorn. Very, very, very nice striations with a certain strap going counter the other, strata. They're all very similar. They have the same striation, the same, basically tendons, straps, fibers. It's all the same.
Yeah.
Big, small, medium.
Nice.
Yeah.
Teopsoderma. The Teoplodermus captured it too.
And some of them's big titties, people. Oh,
I can
God.
really imagine.
Look, you know, think of it. Have you ever heard of the Grand Teton Mountains?
Tetons.
Well, Tetons mean
Big titty
titties,
caca.
my friends.
Yep.
Teton in French is Teton, is breast.
Grand
is
means big.
head. They name mountain ranges breast.
Yeah, they do in Australia.
Why? I didn't do
Teton
it. Why do they
Mountains.
call foothills foothills?
See.
They got Aboriginal
Rock
names
titties!
for mountains in Australia that mean breast.
Like it.
Them big titties.
Like titty cock.
Rock titties from Tokyo.
Oh, and then they're big penises too. Don't think we have all the fun. The ladies
Yeah,
got
there's a
these
big dong
giant dongs to you know.
Rock cock!
In North and Western Australia, there's a huge rock cock. I'm talking like 80
I have no
foot high.
doubt.
It's lying on the ground now. It's so big.
Cocks.
So this is where saying rock out with your cock out comes from.
Yeah.
Then some big nuts out there, man.
Rock out with your cock out. 80 foot high. They weren't mucking around.
Imagine waking up, looking out your window, and seeing like a Titan with a 900-foot dong there.
Mount Everest.
He said they weren't fucking around.
Mount Everest, get it? I'm taking credit for it. It was Hyena's joke. Mount Everest.
Some of these like mountains that really resemble the bodies of titans. They look like they're a large graveyard that got unearthed through time.
I've been saying that now for over a year. We're living in basically a construction that's made of a graveyard. Basically, everywhere we walk, we're gardeners, yes, for God's world here, but we're also caretakers for both the fallen, the bad angels, and the good ones that are beneath our feet. There, we got to have a little understanding and respect what we're doing. And I really think a lot of the stuff we're doing, not working off steam and other renewable energies, is well, eating the very foundation of the world that was constructed for us. It's a very bad thing. Water recycles. The oil is not the same type of beast.
It seems to be deliberately destroying nature, consuming it up.
They're doing everything to destroy the infrastructure down below. There are miles of cities and tunnels and infrastructure below us. There were cities and billions of inhabitants before us. Even in our time, you can go to any major city, including Montreal. There are catacombs filled with the bones of billions of people. And this probably from the early 1800s or just before. Yeah, forget the witchcraft illusion that started in 1655 with Pope Innocente, and that ended in Salem, Massachusetts, with the state sending out like apologies to Sarah Good and Sarah Connor and her family, the Reverend George Burroughs. All these people were amongst the first that were accused of being in pacts with the devil and witches and warlocks and put to death for it. Billions of people and I really believe it. The ones in the catacombs are stripped to the bone. They were food. If they died of disease, you don't strip diseased bodies to the bone and stack them and build stuff out of them like they're cordwood, like it's old hat. This was a very ritualistic thing that went on for a long time. Thousands of miles of catacombs lined with human bones. Some churches made of human bones. The pillars made of human bones. Billions of people slaughtered.
The halls, the doorways, the tops,
food.
Buildings.
And I really believe some of these, like, well, they call them the Black Merchants of Venice, but they've evolved into Illuminati, Freemasons, these Rothschilds families, all these kingdoms and stuff. Those are the people feeding us to titans and giants. They were the evil. And they're still in power. Yes, so they could live, yes. Suit their greed and their need.
I hate to interject, but on a spiritual level, they're always saying like we were everything. We were the rock. We were the water. We were the fish. Everything. But that's more, I think, a little bit more bendy when they're saying that. But I could see something in relation to we were probably expressed maybe back then. Who knows? We probably played that drama. You know, at 6 foot.
One day you could poop out a goldfish in your toilet. One day.
Well, you know, as far as hominoids and people-like creatures, they ran from inches tall to miles tall. And here we are, what we perceive as 6 foot, as our median here now.
Has anyone ever really paid attention to how big some of the species are of dogs and some of the stuff that, like the real stuff that they've actually messed with and got real big?
Well, there's a 2-ton cow that runs around with a bunch of normal cows. If you've seen the video of it, it's a giant. It's more than twice the size of a normal cow. It weighs over a ton. And it thinks it's a cow just like any other cow. It runs around with the littler cows.
We haven't touched the deepest waters. We're like 6 miles, I believe, and still we're finding in 6 mile containers. There's large fishes, large whales, large squids, large octopus.
Large squids. They're saying that there's a squid, at least one, that lives off Deception Island that may be 300 feet long. Tentacle to the end of its head. And I don't doubt that it's possible, certainly. There have been reports of large monster attacks.
There's been experiments where they purify the atmosphere. They did it with piranhas. I see it on TV a few years back. It caused giantism by, purifying oxygen and interesting. These
I think there are a few ways to induce giantism.
Yeah, Jim. They were 4 times the size of a normal piranha.
Didn't we have a discussion, David? And you showed the presentation of a culture of large people visiting. I forgot the name of the tribe, but they visited us.
In Africa, I forget what they call themselves. The Nogi tribe? No.
Pygmies?
Something like that, but it was like there were 2 big...
Dogon tribe. Dogon, yeah.
Yeah, the Dogon tribe. They were large, and there was like a 6-foot guy next to it, and they were short, but But the whole point, that the reason why we're looking at this photo is that anatomically they look normal in features.
Well, some
giantism.
Okay, in Africa, there are 8-foot giants still ruling some towns, and they have 2 rows of teeth. A lot of them have been killed off, and their families killed off. But if you look up giant rulers of Africa, you'll see their towns and communities run by these giants still today. They're over 8 feet tall, and they are the king of their town or their wherever.
But they've only got one set of teeth.
Real.
Have they got 2 sets of teeth still?
2 sets of teeth.
Then they should have 6 digits then.
I don't necessarily know about the 6 digit, but
is it the Dogon tribe?
No, these are all over Africa. They're very dispersed.
Everywhere.
Even Central Africa used to be a rich, multi-city, multi-culture place.
Yeah.
It's burned out and barren now, but there was a whole bunch there before.
The tallest person would just be logically the tribe leader.
Well, size in a primitive way is a sort of dominant force. You can rule by size. If you're big enough to crush everything around you, well, sometimes bullyism takes over and people submit to your rule, kind of.
And maybe big enough to throw a lion. So they're like, fuck yeah, you're the boss. I'm hanging around you.
We used to joke, what does a 500-pound gorilla get? Anything it wants.
Tall, and my penis is 2 foot, so I am the boss. Does anybody declare me not the boss?
I believe he's got a 2-foot penis. With that voice, he's probably got 2-foot balls.
Well, I went to a
I'm just saying, like back in the past, like a real big person, like I am the king. Does anybody declare me not the king? And
well,
they're
in a
like,
world of midgets, you know, you go to a midget bar and there's a piano and they pull out a 6-inch penis.
Yeah, 6-inch penis. I take one to the bar.
I am the midget king, and then the midget pulls out a bigger one than you, and you're like, "What the hell is going on here?"
Oh, he's got an 8-inch pianist.
They have a very big pianist, and he plays lots of songs.
Well, they're titans of animals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I got it's petrified into a rock face, but it's like at least a 40-foot tall camel. You can see his ribs, his stomach, where it's corroded or eroded.
Yeah,
but it's 40-foot tall camel.
I know today.
And they're bigger. There are much bigger camels.
Yeah.
Well,
anything over starts getting over 40 foot. That's when I start. I'm not too sure.
I am sure. So you have to like I say. I have over 1,000 pictures there. Call them pareidolia. Call them whatever. Look at them. Take a look. Judge for yourself. I'm not saying they are or they aren't. But all I can say is I'm not here to defend them, to justify them. You make the decision in your own mind what they are, what they represent. The rest, I really don't give a fuck. I know what they are. I don't kid myself no more. I don't have the dissonance.
Yeah,
it's off for me.
Some of them are bang on. I mean, you can see features in some of these rock faces, like eyes and nose. You can see it. You know, the features are all there. I mean, that doesn't happen naturally, does it?
Okay, well, no, it doesn't. No.
Over and over again, Jimbo.
Like the Egyptian, it looks like one of these like statues of an Egyptian. It's probably 14 foot. It's eroded, and you can see ribs, the lung petrified. That is not. And all these things that are out there look like fucking statues. But when you look inside them, like this statue of the Egyptian there, it's not a statue. It was a real person. They're petrified now, and they were a giant, and they're all around. Some are standing up, some are laying down, some are in junk piles. But these were real living people. They are not statues carved out of marble. Too bad. Got to get with it. I'm not here to defend it. Make your own mind up. You judge it. I'm not going to split hairs and bitch with people and try to convince them of this and that. You can never do that. I won't tell you that. If you want to take a look, the address is there. It's up 24/7. Make up your own damn mind. Don't shove no shit under my nose.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Don't get emotional, Jimbo. I was only asking
you. Go open your eyes and shove your dissonance. I don't want none of it.
I always say as a base that I'd never be arrogant enough to assume that we're the only humanoids that have been on Earth or are on Earth.
Well, I want to see physical.
All I was saying, Jimbo, is once it gets over 40 foot, I'll start having a problem because I don't see. I mean, there's evidence of.
You can have problems. I don't care about your problems. You solve your problems. I don't care.
I'm not saying I don't want you to care, Jimbo. I'm just saying.
How big is a whale? 20 tons?
I'm not asking you for an emotional response.
Whales are too big.
I'm just telling you.
Whales are too big. And if you found one petrified, obviously it's 40 tons. It's too big. It wasn't real.
I'm just saying what I think. I'm not asking for a huge emotional response.
I'm not justifying nothing or saying it is or it isn't.
Good.
Anyone who looks or cares to look to decide for themselves.
It's not that kind of day anyway.
I mean, the one in Thailand that's lying down on the river, that's really compelling, and that's huge. That's got, you can see the head, the shoulders. It looks like a female.
And in your terms, that's huge. I've seen bigger. So that's small for me. I understand. Yeah, trying to figure it out. Where you're coming from.
And in Australia, all the mountains that the Aboriginal names are usually creatures or people, and that's exactly what the mountains look like. The Great Dividing Range itself is a whole range of creatures that are attached to the rainbow serpent, which goes from the top of the of the eastern seaboard all the way to the south.
Well, the Titan in Thailand, down, you can. She has eyes. You can see her eyes and the shape
In
of
the
her
rock,
face, and yeah.
Some of these rocks have trees and shrubbery that grows like hair and eyelashes on them, for heaven's sake.
And there was an enormous mountain in southern central Australia that they blew up and didn't let anybody go anywhere near.
Yeah, because there was relics and monuments underneath and access to the underground.
Yeah.
Yes, they shut it down everywhere.
And the mountain was obviously something that was straightforward, obvious, something that would be striking and appealing, and it was a very special place. And that's where they tested the atom bomb. They said it was
They
a woman.
wanted to shut it down. Absolutely.
So does this support the notion of the ecosystem was much larger other than the human?
Yes, I believe.
Well, it supports that we live underground and we had a way to it everywhere, and it's all connected. And there's some old ass people underground, been underground for a long time. As the levels go up and up and up, it's a different age of motherfuckers.
What's like Honey Shrunk the Kids?
Like a queen at the bottom, and then the hive, and then like sections. And probably another hive over there, probably a Chinese hive, probably whatever.
Honey, I totally discount the kids.
Never know.
Calculus where she is,
Underground, you never know. I mean,
we've been discounted.
Never know.
What's interesting
I wouldn't put it past a group of people hiding underneath a lake or a shallow part of the ocean underground or something, you know, or in Antarctica under something, or
we barely know anything.
I think the underground cities and catacombs. This is just my guessing. It's just that was where all those people were living, and then the Earth had like a hiccup, and then suddenly there was dead bodies everywhere, but there were survivors. Because they all went at once.
I personally think that at different intervals there was some seriously rectum wrecking going on around.
You're right about the mass genocide. Yeah, that's the Roman way.
And it happened several different times.
Exactly.
Like the mud event. If you look from the Central Plains, or not Central Plains, but from the west, 3,000 foot wall of mud migrated east all the way to Ohio and passed. Tapering down. What
muddy.
pumped 3,000 feet of mud had it ooze across the plain?
And then go into the muddy Mississippi.
Covered everything in its path. There's all that stuff.
Would that be cause of excavations from the past?
Maybe that's how they did their excavation.
Resonance. Look, when a lot of this happened, there were earthquakes all over. We had I guess they call it not San Andreas, but the...
You still got a lot of fields there, so...
New Madrid, when the New Madrid went, it was ringing bells in New York and in the east coast of the United States, all the way up to Montreal. Church bells would be ringing from the earthquakes in the New Madrid. And it lasted for, I think, 60 days.
Yeah.
And there were mud events and all kinds of stuff. Ottawa had a mud event.
Yeah.
This city was mudded over.
Yeah.
What about the recent...
Seattle? If you go down and look underneath Seattle, there are bars and barber poles and totally
Did you guys hear about Alaska?
Down under mud, a second city
I
of
saw
Seattle.
some pictures in the...
Alaska.
Yeah. Now I think about it.
Winnipeg has the same. We have a second city under Winnipeg.
But recently, though.
Yeah.
60 feet of mud.
I think the idea is that the deeper you go, you get past the first eon or age of Earth, but they're locked out. They can't get past that mile.
The history of
Did you guys see Alaska breaking up recently?
It had another heave hole. Big deal. It was a big one. I saw one video. The most interesting video I saw was just before the earthquake. It was inside a person's home, and it was filming their dog and their cat, and they're just sitting around looking at each other a little bit. But then the dog stands up and the cat kind of stands up, and the dog don't know what to do, but the cat goes mental right before the earthquake. Into the kitchen, out around, dashing up and down, climbing the curtains. Then the earthquake hit. The cat wanted out.
Shout out to Dread.
The cat knew the earthquake was coming. The dog did too, before it even hit.
Dread and Shlowy in the chat.
Shout out to you guys.
Fellow Canadians. Western Canadians.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the North Pole is supposed to be close to Alaska, right? Or in that vicinity or around that area,
Well,
right?
Being as we're on a flat plane and extends farther, I believe, in all directions, then in theory, yeah, but someone gave the Earth a circumcision and wrapped it around a ball, so, I mean, you're still thinking that everything points towards the North Pole, and dimensionally, we're nowhere.
Well, I mainly just wanted to know if anybody was paying attention to the earthquake there. The bad earthquakes that just happened. Like from the fault lines or whatever, supposedly.
Didn't feel it here.
Alaska.
We had one earthquake about 2 weeks ago, 2, 3 in the morning, just a straight up and down, pop up and down. That was all it was. It wasn't even a lateral thing. Last lateral earthquake that came from Gatineau rocked the monitors. I could see them waving, you know. They were hit from the side and they rocked. But the last one went straight up and straight down.
Rock the Casbah.
It's a funny thing. But yeah,
I've got to go, mate.
Hey, Dave Banana. Yeah, I was going to say that John Hutchison was the first person on YouTube who told me straight out that the Earth was flat.
Really?
Told me it's true. And he said, you just believe that for yourself. He was just saying, don't make a big fuss about it. Just go and have a think about it. It was just what he used to do. He just used to give me little mental conundrums. When I asked a question, he'd give me something to think about. And that was one of them.
That's awesome, mate. It's great that you was actually in, like, conversing with him. Yeah.
Yeah. He was willing to teach. He always has been really willing to teach. But yeah.
So John Hutchison is a flat earther.
Well, yeah. The one side of him is, the part that hasn't been MK Ultra. He was a Hawaiian baby. They plucked and they put him through military and scientific training. They knew he was brilliant, but he didn't want to go to school. He never went to school. So they put him, and then he was a teenager, had a free run in the naval yard to pinch electronics and fuck around with it. And then later on, when he was 20, they gave him a proper contract. Fucking amazing story, man.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I've always been interested in these stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, he did real stuff, man. There's no doubt about it. And was he crazy? Fuck yeah, he's mental as a fucking. Yeah.
As I say, I always go off by that first vid I see those years back. I always go off by that very first one. Not what stuff that come afterwards or people saying it's fake. I know what I see in the first vid. People can say what they like. Right, I've got to go, guys. I've got to go do some shopping.
See you, David.
See you later, Pete.
Merry Christmas.
Jimbo,
have a good one. You enjoy.
Take care, Mr. Banana.
See you later, big brother.
See you later, guys.
Happy Tuesday.
Later, little brother.
Bye, dude.
Yeah, can I suggest for magnets an approach to looking at them is like a cat whisker? Waves to be useful.
I hear you.
Hello?
Coming in. What's the matter?
Hello.
They have to be rectified or clipped. I think magnets clip waves.
Wave after wave.
Yeah.
Wave after wave, all different frequencies. And once the wave is cut, it's mono-oriented. It can only go one way. Some of the half cycle is dissipated as heat, and the rest, it's got a one-way path. It builds up. It's got nowhere to go but out. And with, like you say,
Backlash.
We call things a North and South Pole. There is truly no South Pole.
Nah, there
it's
isn't.
A drain. It's like you fill a drain with water. Is your drain where the water runs out?
Yeah, one's
something
draining.
Or nothing. It's nothing. How can you call something that's nothing something? It's not.
It's a release.
It's a release. It's a drain.
It's a movement of energy. Yeah, exactly.
For waves to be used as thermal heat, to turn into light, to do other stuff, involves a process of rectification, of clipping.
Yeah, it's a frequency.
That's one of the secrets of all this free energy, this over energy of all stuff. It is resonance and
square waving and clipping.
The way waves behave, they can compound, compile, and amplify in amplitude. And some of these over energies are just combining and getting a better amplitude. It's really all there is to it. And if you want simple electrical
into itself.
You look.
In the same way you produce a musical harmony, you produce a harmonious frequency for what you want.
Well, on a piano, if you hit 2 keys with one in the middle, that's the half frequency, then it'll vibrate too. You don't even have to touch it. It'll harmonize and resonate.
Compression.
If it's tuned. If it's not tuned, it won't.
So everything's compression and rarefaction. So everything is either, that's what a frequency is. It's that waveform.
People think a square wave is something different from other waves, sawtooth, square waves, etc. A square wave, I've made square wave generators. They're generators, what they do is produce multiple sine waves and combine them all together. And guess what comes out? A beautiful square wave. It's just the average of a bunch of sine waves. No more, no less. You got your sawtooth and other stuff. It's voltage, leading current, lagging current, whatever the case may be, but it's all the same in the end. It's phases and angles. And
well, you know how the guitar
rectification and treating. Pardon me.
When the guitar, when you strum it and stuff, and the way it's designed, the sound goes inside and amplifies to the shape of the guitar.
So the
and then, like, say if you have amplified sound or amplified frequency at the same note, but do it in a pyramid, or do it in a circle, or do it in a...
There's more myths like moonlight. You know, pyramids do have their purpose. I don't really know exactly what it is. I think it had to do something with mining gold and other stuff, because Egypt is a huge smelting operation. They're digging up stuff now, and
I think it's a times
tons
thing.
of mercury around, and
I think it just has to do with magnifying from the base to the tip, James, because the base is always way wider, and then it's like the angle.
Yeah, I think it may have been a capacitance storage, an electrical generator, a pyramid. I don't know though. I couldn't say for sure. They certainly weren't tuned.
Kind of like a transmitter. Straight up.
Well, if you modulate or send a signal in any kind of like electrical generator, you know, like the new smart meters, they send your report right back over the hydroelectric lines. The same lines that bring you your, quote, power, take that signal back to say how much your consumption was and stuff.
Yeah. Now,
a wave itself is just a recording of, you know, that energy.
Right, Trevor. Have you ever thought about the idea, you know how you have the little cups when you're a kid, right? Yeah. Or whatever, you have the little tin things with the cord.
Mm-hmm.
What if that cord had liquid?
Sound would travel faster.
Yeah, the denser it was, the better.
A lot faster.
It'd be wet, it'd be heaps better. Actually, I think I remember a story about that.
There's an experiment anyone can do. That hollow log on a lake and a you know, one of those horns.
Mm-hmm.
You have someone strike a hollow drum on a lake at the same time someone blasts a horn. Someone at the other end of the lake will hear the sound from the drum before they hear the sound coming across the water from the horn. It travels much faster sound.
So the liquid compresses the sound.
I don't know what it does. People don't understand the physics of it.
The denser the medium, the more energy passes.
It
right,
goes
like a bomb. if you take duct tape and you tighten your explosive more and more and more and more and more, the more of a like it has to take to get to explode to get to the oxygen it needs.
Well, here's another thing, you know, a problem with sound moving underwater. Concussive explosives don't travel far.
And different sounds travel at different speeds too.
So why is that, you know?
Because there's no particles happening. It's just the wave crossing the ether. It's emanating across the ether. It's there all at once, really. It's just differing travel times for the original wave.
Well, if you take a quartz tube, you take a pure quartz tube, I don't care how long, 20 feet long, hold a match to one end, put your finger at the other. The instant your finger's at the other end, I don't care how far away, it'll burn. It conducts an energy form that burns, obviously, instantaneously, and doesn't heat up any of the other quartz. It transfers.
So it conducts more than that instantaneously, also.
It's instantaneous.
Yeah, the horn and log drum thing's really interesting.
It's passing the information down itself.
Somehow, it's not really understood why it behaves like that.
Like a nerve.
Like positive holes, like the British electrical theory.
Hello, musicians.
Hello there, Western Canadian person. Stay away from Davy and Butte unless you gorilla glue your butt shut.
Yeah, and shout out to Kim L in the chat.
Shout out to you, girl.
Most people ride unicorns around there.
Jazzicon's still pleading. Get a life, Jazz. There's probably people that like you somewhere. Anyway.
Well, a little honesty never hurts, and you don't see that coming out of Jazziconda, so. And, you know, most people I've ever met that are pilots, including my uncle, would never hesitate to. Well, my uncle had Daffy Duck as a pilot suit and glasses on his pilot's license. It was real cute. Yeah. But it's valid that you got to choose, customize your license, right?
Yeah.
He never would hesitate to say, yeah, I'm a pilot. It's a nice thing to be. It's cool.
Well, most pilots get their license to make
my
money.
license.
So, yeah, to show their license.
Top secret dope runner for the CIA, you know?
Yeah.
Bush and his family.
Yeah,
ooh, I'm too clandestine. I just want to talk about dumb stuff and never identify myself. And prefer that I was
I got a
helicopter pilot. Grow up. We can't handle reality. He says, I can't handle reality. He won't even, you know, come on as a real person. He has to be a cartoon Daffy Duck. Yosemite Sam or just a little cartoon imposter. He can't be the real person. He can't handle reality, apparently, but yet he wants to point the finger and say, I can't handle reality. And besides, Jazz, you shouldn't ask people to let you on. The only one who can or should is Pete, or if this is like, you know, Snack's channel, Snack. I would never give you or anyone else because I don't have that permission. So that's just the way it is. It's easy rule to respect. If you're not supposed to give the link out, you don't give the link out to crybabies.
All of our pilot buddies, James. Where's the beef? Where's the proof?
I like his blanket statement. No pilots think the Earth is flat. Jazziconda, you know that's bullshit. How many pilots are there?
They know it's flat.
Every single one knows it's not flat. Why were they even thinking about it? How
they know it is
they
flat.
Were all thinking about it. Chaz, do you realize what you're saying is part of insanity? Are you drunk this morning? Because you're typing drunk. You're typing nonsense. No pilots think. They have interviews of lots of pilots who lose their job. One lady, because she said, it's flat. Question the ball. No pilots? Jazz, grow up. Are you 5 years old? Need a spanking. What can you do? Oh well, enough rambling about his sorry ass. Go back to Warner Brothers. Tell them we're tired of the cartoon characters.
Yeah, I'm sick of Looney Tunes. It used to be funny on a Saturday morning, but all the funny's been sucked out of it now. Cartoon world.
Well, with all these guys and imposters who have to, you know, keyboard warriors that insult and do whatever from an anonymous, you know, kind of position, their words aren't worth nothing anyway.
Yeah.
If you have a word, you stand behind it. You as a person, as a man, you don't hide behind a cartoon character and an icon and say, blah, blah, blah. It's not your position, it's a cartoon character's position.
It's like
if you're a man, man up, bitch.
Go and hail some kerosene. It's an aviation carrier.
Maybe on helicopter pilots, they mark whether you've had your transgender operation with the rotors or something, you know, got too close to the tail rotor. You talked like this before. And now you're talking a high E.
I said, like, is he
I got
17?
too close to the rotor. I tried making love to it. It was turning too fast.
It's funny looking at your unicorn picture while you talk like that. It sounds like the character rather than the unicorn.
The snail, it goes meow.
Yeah, that's right. SpongeBob.
The riot. Homos. One of their weirdest episodes was where Patrick was playing with his tentacle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You ever seen the worst product ever really made and advertised? It was SpongeBob's oral rectal thermometer.
You've
never seen it, eh? Well, I don't know how it did, but I gotta show you a video of it, so give me a second to pull it up and share the link.
That's
oh
mad.
my
You're allowed to show
God.
ads. You don't get in trouble for showing ads. I like that.
Rectal.
Can't show any. You've got those from that's not ads. You can show ads. The rectal thermometers.
I just want to know how far drunk pilots can see on a rainy day.
Yeah, how far can a drunk pilot see on a rainy day, Jazz? And if you were sober, you'd had a few joints, and you were flying over Wakanui and the volcano.
I know we can't play stuff, but I'll just paste the link because we won't risk copyright strike. There's the link there for the oral rectal thermometer. Oh boy. Square band SpongeBob oral rectal thermometer. You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. And it's going in the chat now. It's hilarious. It's one of those videos that can make you cry because you laugh so hard. This guy's hilarious. He does a great review. He's melodic too. That helps.
SpongeBob SquarePants. Alright, I'm gonna watch it because Jim said.
Just bend over, matey, and give it a squish. Anyway, it's an oral rectal thermometer that was marketed. I wouldn't combine them. Make one for the top half, one for the bottom half type of thing, you know. I don't know, that's me. I would probably refuse an oral rectal thermometer. Really, seriously. You don't know where that thermometer's been.
And a couple customers that walked out that door before you walked in. That rectal thermometer is not my friend. Especially if you call it oral too.
It got Jimmy Hoffa's temperature one time.
Don't put that thing nowhere near me, doctor. We're gonna have problems.
Well, I don't know if I was like 25, 30. I was prescribed an endoscopy, I think it was, and this thing was on the wall, hanging all wrapped and strapped. It looked like an anaconda, basically. It was about 25 feet long. And, you know, I said, well, how far does that normally go in? And the assistant said, it can go all the way. You have 25 feet of intestines that this thing can take its way around in and go through every bit of it. Small intestine, big intestine, just...
Oh, they can jab the shit out of every inch of every part of every intestine.
You know, one of the most interesting films I saw was these tests on ramen noodles. They had people swallow cameras with the noodles, see what was happening. They stay in your stomach for 4 and 5 hours. They don't go down. They don't digest. They really persist. It's one of the reasons they seem to fill you up for so long. There's something in their composition, if you will. Normally in 15 minutes or so, the food is on its way to your intestines. Your ramen noodles just hang around. Oh, well. I mean, if they're that hard to digest from the stomach's point of view, what happens when they get to your intestines? Can't be much better.
They got nowhere to go. They just stick around. They won't degrade, no, and there they were.
Yeah, you should start reading up, like, I guess it's Artez does food all the time. But there are actually products in food that prevent you from absorbing your vitamins.
I heard meat sits in you for a while.
Pardon me?
Like hamburger meat.
What about it?
I heard it sits in there for a while and doesn't break down that easy.
Well, it's 3 days to break down in your intestines, and you have to have the enzymes for it. It's a rotting process.
Burger lemonade.
But when you have sulfur, nitrogen, other stuff combining and putrefying, some people smell pretty nasty when they get to the bathroom.
You know what's weird though?
Cut
If you eat like celery, or if you cook celery with it, or with like certain roasts and stuff, it like actually helps break it down. The celery does. That's pretty cool.
Well, a lot of things, like especially vegetables, are better steamed than boiled. You save a lot of the vitamin and mineral content. You really do. Boiling leaches out a lot of stuff from your food. And oftentimes, people just pour the water down the drain, like potatoes.
There's someone in the chat called Dr. Jean Mary Finger. That was hilarious. I nearly choked on my lasagna.
You like getting stoned?
My favorite veggies are steamed.
Hey. She was a big girl. She turned to stone. Hey. She like getting stoned. I like it. She was a huge girl. And she was stoned. Hey. She like being stoned.
Probably on a quiet morning.
I like it. I like that song, James. It's a good one.
Expose the chat to the giant titties and their stratifications, the belts, tendons, other stuff, the regularity of titties worldwide, and petrified titties.
Nothing wrong with that.
People like living in them too. There were glands that hollowed out, and it made good place to stay.
And make a nice design for a spaceship.
Living in the breast of Mother Earth.
Well, you're kept abreast of every situation.
Well, I have something for Jazz. Jazz, didn't Jazz want to know the population of how many flat earthers? But
everyone in the world.
Okay, well, how about this? The person that's spraying this above that I'm presenting right now, Is he a flat earther or a globe earther?
Well, it could be a robot earther.
Well, do you see that? Is that bending like a rainbow? Is that
know.
cloud bending like a big rainbow?
Pretty straight to me.
8 inches per mile squared. Is that cloud bending like with the gravity and the tilt and the shift and the?
And I'm pretty sure these are cheap bastards run these operations, and they have the technology to fly these planes with no pilots. Believe me, some of these planes have no pilots.
But I need to see the curvature in the chemtrails.
There's none, so you know you don't need to go there. Leave that for the Globers to keep trying to prove that something that's not there is there. You can't see the curve, but you can calculate it. Does that make sense?
Shout out to Carl and Dr. Jean Mary Finker in the chat.
They got any questions?
If a pilot is flying in,
What are they saying?
does the pilot can the pilot see things in plain sight?
Sorry. Can you say that again, mate? I talked over you. Sorry, mate.
Well, it was pretty much an assertion from Jazz that a pilot doesn't see flat Earth. But my question is that does a pilot that flies an airplane, can they see plain sight, or do they see the curve?
Well, I know you can see from a couple thousand feet up, easy 100 miles in front of you. 100 miles represents 1 mile of curve. If you're flying over a bay that's 100 miles long with mountains and everything on both sides, and it's flat all the way.
And the pilots get real high.
There's no mile of curve, which is a hell of a lot of curve.
On drugs.
You mentioned height then.
You can only imagine curve and excuse there being none.
Oh, they imagine curve all right.
They have every excuse for not seeing any curve at all.
You know how boring it is flying a fucking plane for 8 hours? You know how boring that is?
You can see 100 miles in a plane.
You know how boring that is?
From here on nice days,
they're higher than fucking cat shit.
But pilots take off here, and they don't need navigation instruments to get to Montreal. They see it.
They're higher than
They fly
eagle
by
turtles.
sight here, a lot of places. I could fly to New Brunswick by sight on clear days. You follow a few rivers, and you don't even need navigation
It's
equipment.
fly by how buzzed they can be. Ask Jazz. He knows.
Fly
He
by
gets
landmarks.
fuck when he goes.
Guys should know you fly by landmarks as much as you can. It's practical. It works. If you know where you're going.